Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by HayateAnaguma on Wattpad. Now let's start. Before Izuku Yagi, he had no quirk, only a mutation that gave him twin tails and fox ears. He was shy, afraid, and preferred to be left alone, disliking the world he lived in. Izuku Midoriya, an inventor, possessed genius-level intelligence, the ability to fly by spinning his twin tails, and various skills in hacking, mechanical engineering, marksmanship, enhanced strength, manipulation, and combat. He enjoyed inventing, seeking revenge for his past, and flying, while he disliked people interfering with his creations, whiners, his history, and heroes, especially Momo, who kept trying to make him forgive them. Izuku had 7 mechanical tails and power gloves equipped with features like energy blasts, magnetic pulses, and ion blasters. Izuku reflected on his situation. He had been told he didn't have what it took to be a hero. But if that was the game, he would change the rules. His name was Izuku Yagi, or so he thought. While his parents enjoyed a day at Funland, he was left alone at home, forgotten because of circumstances beyond his control. He was quirkless, and his fox-like appearance was merely a mutation. While searching through documents, he discovered a photo of a man who resembled him, an adult with fox ears. The name on the back read, Hisashi Midoriya, a name that stirred something within him. He decided to keep the photo hidden from his family. The back of the photo contained coordinates, but they were encrypted. Fortunately, Izuku was a genius, even if his academic record painted him as a delinquent. His sister and her friends were portrayed as the smart ones, but that was a facade. Now, he was heading to the coordinates he found on his father's photo. A DNA test revealed that he and Izumi were not BLD related, only sharing a mother, Iko Yagi. He was a Midoriya, not a Yagi. For the first few years of his life, they had treated him kindly, unaware of his quirkless fate. He couldn't recall much from his early years, as the human brain struggles to remember that age. Upon arriving at the coordinates, Izuku found an abandoned warehouse, filthy and overrun with rats. As he stepped on a specific brick, mechanical hands emerged, scanning him. Scanning complete. "Welcome, Izuku Midoriya," the hands announced, and a metallic door opened, revealing a staircase. Curious, Izuku descended, and the floor closed behind him, concealing his entrance. At the bottom, a light screen illuminated a high-tech laboratory and living space. He flew using his tails, marveling at the facility built for him. The mechanical hand informed him that Hisashi Midoriya had created the laboratory and awaited his command. Izuku was in awe. As he explored, he found a machine that piqued his interest. "How should I call you?" he pondered aloud. "Whatever you deem fit," the hand replied. "Okay, computer," he decided. "Very wise choice, Mr." the computer acknowledged. Izuku expressed his longing to make some changes and inquired about the machine's purpose. "It's a machine equipped with a soldier serum," the computer explained. "Soldier serum," he repeated, intrigued. "A chemical that enhances the body once injected. Hisashi built it for you. Please enter if you wish," the computer encouraged. Izuku examined his frail body, noting the visible ribs and scars from past encounters. He stepped inside the machine, and the procedure began. Afterward, he emerged to find that 40% of his scars had healed, and his physique had transformed. He flexed his biceps, feeling powerful. "I could get used to this," he mused. The computer confirmed the procedure's success but noted that not all scars were healed. "Don't worry about it. Now for the next step," Izuku declared. "What will be your next step, Anastasia?" the computer asked. "Do you have a device that can teach me quickly?" he inquired. "I do. It's a helmet that can impart knowledge on various subjects," the computer replied. "I want to learn. And while I do, can you create something for me?" he requested. "What's your wish, sir?" the computer asked. "Create me 7 metal tails that attach to my own and hack into the government to erase my existence as Izuku Yagi," he commanded. "As you wish, Anastasia." What will your new name be? The computer inquired. 9. I will be Nine Midoriya, he stated confidently. Understood, 𝗲𝗏, the computer confirmed. 2 days passed since Izuku discovered his father's legacy. He also learned he had inherited a fortune of $10 million, which he used to buy a nearby house. He instructed the computer to dig a tunnel connecting his new home to the laboratory. His 7 metal tails functioned seamlessly, and he felt a sense of synchronization with them. Deku was gone, and Nine Midoriya had emerged. No longer would he be the punching bag or the victim. It was time to confront those who had wronged him. In those 2 days he had transformed his appearance, dyeing his hair and tails yellow. Nine finished crafting his power gloves, which featured magnetic pulses, shockwave blasts, and energy blasts. His new metal tails had sharp ends and could 𝗧𝗵𝗍𝗍 into blasters. Done. My gloves are ready, he declared. Prepare the wall for testing, he commanded. Right away, 𝗧𝗏9. The computer responded, generating a wall in front of him. Preparing for the test. Activating power gloves, Nine announced. He activated the gloves and punched the wall, creating a hole effortlessly. The power generated was remarkable, but the gloves showed signs of wear. Computer, remake the gloves with a more durable material. They can't withstand much impact, he instructed. Of course, 𝗧𝗏9. Anything else? The computer asked. Just that. The other features work perfectly. Now it's time to show them I'm no longer weak. Bring me the gloves without enhanced power, just the magnetic pulse, shockwave blast, and energy blast. And bring Chip as well, he ordered. Right away, 𝗧𝗏9, the computer replied. Moments later, mechanical hands delivered the gloves and a circular drone with a red eye activated. How can I serve you, 𝗲𝗏9? Chip inquired. You'll accompany me, Chip. Do you have the evidence? Nine asked. Of course. Sabotage grades, allowing bullying, and everything from 𝗲𝗪, Chip confirmed. Good. Once we exit, activate your cloaking device, Nine instructed. Understood, 𝗲𝗏9, Chip replied, ready to assist. Nine and Chip entered the elevator and ascended to the modest house that Nine had purchased. It featured a few rooms, a bedroom, kitchen, bathroom, workshop, backyard, and living room. One of the standout features was the bulletproof windows and a sturdy metal door that could be operated by his mechanical tails, a password, and his eye scans. Chip activated his cloaking device, becoming invisible as Nine walked toward 𝗲𝗪 on his metal tails. He wore black sneakers with white accents, black breathes, and a black sweater adorned with a blue Y. As he made his way to 𝗲𝗪, many people noticed Nine gliding on his tails. They felt the unsettling aura he radiated and instinctively stepped aside. Upon entering the classroom, Nine headed straight for his designated area. The English teacher spotted him and attempted to intervene, expressing concern about his unusual accessories. Nine ignored the teacher's attempts to grab him by the shoulders and instead used 3 of his tails to send her tumbling out of the window, as they were on the first floor. With Izumi and Shoto, Ejiro expressed indifference about Deku's absence, noting that he was quirkless anyway. Meanwhile, with the girls, Momo sporting a bandage on her left cheek, asked Izumi if she was certain that Deku hadn't returned home. Izumi replied that since their father revealed himself and granted her his quirk, she hadn't seen her brother. Momo admitted she hadn't noticed which direction he had gone after he punched her, as she had fallen and lost sight of him. Ochako questioned why Deku would punch Momo, to which Momo responded that she didn't know, but he seemed to be struggling to walk. Kyoka inquired about what Momo meant, and Momo wondered if they had taken things too far. Izumi expressed uncertainty but emphasized the need to protect Deku. Mina suggested they should apologize to Izuku, expressing her concern about whether he would forgive them. Tsuyu reassured her, stating that it was Izuku they were talking about. Meanwhile, Katsuki noticed that Izuku had not come to school that day and exclaimed his frustration about Izuku's absence. Izumi confirmed that he hadn't shown up either, prompting Katsuki to angrily declare that he would confront Izuku when he found him. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation, challenging Katsuki's bravado. Nine entered the room, exuding an intimidating presence with a cold glare. The classmates were taken aback, unsure of who this fox boy with mechanical tails was, but recognition dawned as they saw his face. Nine declared that Izuku was no longer there and that he was done being nice. He vowed to make them pay for their past actions. A tense silence filled the room as the rest of Class 1A reacted, some laughing at Nine's words. Katsuki, filled with disdain, mocked Nine's abilities, questioning what he could possibly do. Tsubasa, one of Katsuki's followers, echoed this sentiment, challenging Nine further. In response, Nine demonstrated his power by moving two of his metal tails. One of them pierced Tsubasa's wing, while the other left a mark on Katsuki's cheek. Katsuki felt a sharp sting and touched his cheek, realizing he was bleeding. His anger surged as he looked at Nine, who had a trace of BLD on one of his tails. Katsuki's fury intensified, and he confronted Nine, demanding to know why he dared to hurt him. Nine calmly stated that it was time for payback. Fueled by rage, Katsuki charged at Nine, but Nine anticipated his move effortlessly. As Katsuki swung a right hook, Nine leaped over him and landed behind, skillfully maneuvering him before throwing him out of the classroom. In the hall, Masahiro recognized the advanced throw that Nine had performed. He wondered where Nine had learned such a skill. Ejiro was confused, questioning Masahiro's comments. Masahiro explained that the throw required highly advanced martial arts skills, a feat only a few could accomplish. Everyone was astonished that Nine could execute such a technique. Outside, Nine spotted Katsuki getting up and declared that he would make Katsuki wish he had never been born. The seriousness in Nine's tone sent a chill through everyone present. Katsuki, fueled by anger, shouted that he would take down Deku. In response, Nine leaped and clung to the ceiling. Katsuki retaliated by launching an explosion at Nine, but Nine skillfully redirected the blast upward using one of his tails. With a swift motion, Nine restrained Katsuki, lifting him into the air. Katsuki screamed in frustration, and the other students rushed outside, witnessing Nine's dems over Katsuki. Nine taunted Katsuki, preparing to unleash a powerful attack while holding him in place. Just then, a commanding voice interrupted the confrontation. The principal, accompanied by Aldra's staff, ordered Nine to release Katsuki. Although Nine was unfazed by the principal's presence, he decided to let Katsuki go. Ejiro and Hanta quickly assisted Katsuki, taking him to the infirmary. The principal then instructed Nine to follow him to his office. As they walked, Nine noticed his homeroom teacher smirking at him, which prompted him to use a shockwave from his glove to send the teacher crashing against the wall. In the office, the principal smirked and informed Nine that he was expelled. Nine responded nonchalantly, questioning the principal's authority. The principal accused Nine of being a troublemaker, slacking in his studies, and causing problems. Instead of being intimidated, Nine laughed, asserting that the power dynamics were reversed. Suddenly, the principal's computer activated, revealing that Nine had hacked into the school's system. Nine revealed his plan for revenge, detailing how he had gathered evidence of the principal's misconduct, including sabotaged grades and bullying. The principal gulped, realizing the gravity of the situation. Nine demanded that the principal leave him alone and warned him not to provoke him further, or he would expose the principal's actions to the world. The principal reluctantly agreed and allowed Nine to return to class. As Nine left, he sensed the presence of Momo Yaoyorozu and Kyoka Jiro hiding nearby. When they revealed themselves, Nine explained that, despite being quirkless, he had the keen senses of a fox. He pointed one of his metal tails dangerously close to Momo's face, reminding her to remember his name, Nine, or she would face dire consequences. After retracting his tail, Nine departed, leaving Momo and Kyoka unsettled. On the rooftop, Nine met with Chip, who had gathered BLD samples from the students during the fight with Katsuki. Nine had grand plans for the samples, hinting at something significant on the horizon. Now, Chip was instructed to take the BLD to the laboratory and then return. He acknowledged SR9's command and activated his cloaking mechanism before leaving. Nine then headed toward his class. Upon arrival, he noticed that most of his classmates were glaring at him. He spotted Momo and Kyoka as well, indicating they had informed others about his conversation with the principal. Ejiro, visibly upset, confronted Nine about his actions, questioning whether he had to go that far. Nine responded with a blank stare, asking for clarification on what 𝐎𝐩𝐻𝗄𝐻 meant. 𝐎𝐻𝐻𝗄𝐻 pointed out that Nine had harmed Bakugo, piercing his shoulders and palms. Nine remained unfazed, insisting that Bakugo had asked for it for a long time. Denki chimed in, arguing that it didn't justify such brutality and wondered if Bakugo was now facing problems because of it. Nine countered, reminding them of their own past actions against him, suggesting that they were simply upset about being on the receiving end this time. He declared that he would show no mercy moving forward. Later, as classes ended, Nine prepared to fly home when he encountered the Yagis and Bakugo. He thought to himself that he wasn't surprised they couldn't keep quiet. As he attempted to pass by, Mitsuki stepped in front of him, glaring fiercely. She demanded an explanation for hurting her son, emphasizing the injuries he had inflicted. Nine warned her to step aside, making it clear he was not bluffing. Although Mitsuki took a step back in fear, she maintained her glare and pressed him for an admission of guilt. Nine confirmed he had hurt Bakugo but insisted it was deserved based on Bakugo's past actions against him. Masaru intervened, accusing Nine of lying and asserting that they knew their children well. Nine challenged Masaru, shocking both him and the Yagis by addressing him by name rather than as uncle. He spoke with venom, asserting that they claimed to know their son but understood nothing about him. Suddenly, Toshinori transformed into All Might and confronted Nine, grabbing him by the collar and lifting him off the ground. All Might demanded that Nine not speak ill of his family. Nine, undeterred, pointed his metal tails at All Might, ready to unleash his power. With no other option, All Might set Nine down. Nine revealed that he had known All Might's secret all along, connecting the dots based on their similar appearances. Inko, confused, asked what he meant. Nine explained how he had deduced the truth from a DNA test and a photo of his father. He mentioned the scrambled writing on the back of the photo, which he had deciphered as a message left for him. Inko was taken aback, and in her shock, she released Nine, who made his way home while Toshinori yelled in anger at the mention of Hisashi Midoriya. Once home, Nine accessed a secret elevator that only he could unlock with a voice command, descending into his laboratory. The computer welcomed him back and informed him that the BLD had been successfully transported. It inquired about his intentions for the BLD from his ex-sister, her friends, and the Aldera staff. Nine replied that it was for a little payback and instructed the computer to create temporary clones of each individual, devoid of minds, just the bodies. The computer complied, and Nine gazed at the images of Izumi and her friends, as well as the Aldera staff, vowing that they would soon face the consequences of their actions. Months passed since Nine had confronted Katsuki. The Aldera staff had met their end during a party at school, where they indulged in alcohol and other substances, leading to their demise. After his encounter with Katsuki, Nine had seemingly vanished from Japan, but in reality he had relocated to America, where he established a successful company. With his unmatched intellect, he developed cures for various illnesses, including cancer, and created artificial organs that functioned like natural ones. He also designed equipment to assist police officers, military personnel, and firefighters, but he refrained from creating anything for heroes, recalling how a hero had once told him he could never be one. You might wonder how Nine could seek revenge on his past while in America. The truth was that he had created a temporary clone of himself to travel to America while he remained in his laboratory. He had also invented a teleportation device that allowed his clone to send food back to him. Now, after 10 months, Nine teleported to his clone's hotel room in America, ready to return to Japan for the UA entrance exam. The clone began to disintegrate into dust, leaving behind its clothes, which Nine collected, planning to head to Japan while leaving the details to his secretary, Tuya, and his siblings, Fuyumi and Natsuo, who were aware of his plans and assisted him in executing them. Meanwhile, Izumi and her friends prepared for the UA entrance exam, having faced a difficult chapter in their lives. They had been subjected to unforgettable nights filled with unwanted advances, and their refusals had not gone well for them. Ochako tried to ignore the comments from the other girls, who often received attention from boys asking them out. Izumi and her friends were puzzled by the sudden interest in them. Meanwhile, Nine had just landed and returned home to change into his regular clothes. Toshinori was filled with anger ever since Nine had bested Katsuki, but his frustration grew even more upon hearing the name Hisashi Midoriya. Inko wondered what Hisashi had left to Nine. Back with Izumi and her friends, they entered the testing area for the written test. After a few minutes of struggle, Izumi quietly announced that she was done. They noticed a boy wearing a hoodie with a large tanuki tail, a sign of his quirk. He approached ectoplasm to submit his test. Ectoplasm, surprised, asked if he was sure about his 𝗬𝗵𝗲 since only 5 minutes had passed. The boy insisted he had finished and corrected his mistakes. Ectoplasm was astonished that someone had noticed the errors. Momo looked defeated, while Katsuki glared at the tanuki boy, feeling a mix of annoyance and disbelief that someone could finish before him. He clenched his fists in frustration, trying to contain his anger. Ectoplasm examined the boy's test and was taken aback by the brilliance of his answers. The boy was revealed to be Nine Midoriya, the CEO of Fox Industries. Later, Present Mike excitedly announced the rules of the upcoming exam, explaining that each participant would be placed in a simulated city filled with robots representing various levels of villains. Tenya interrupted, pointing out a discrepancy in the rules, while the tanuki boy defended himself, explaining that he had just arrived from America and was not wearing a uniform due to his unique appearance. He noted that his hoodie helped him avoid distractions from the girls around him. As the exam began, Izumi, Tenya, and Ochako entered the simulated city. They heard the gate announce Nine Midoriya's name, and the boy revealed his true form, showcasing multiple mechanical tails and fox ears. He was greeted with admiration from other participants, one of whom expressed gratitude for Nine's contributions to medical advancements. Nine dashed into the city, swiftly taking down robots with his impressive abilities. Observers in the watching room noted the potential of the candidates, particularly Izumi and her friends. However, they were shocked to learn that Nine was in the lead, having already destroyed numerous robots. As Nine continued to excel, he activated a holographic keyboard and prepared for the next challenge. Suddenly, a formidable robot known as the Zero Pointer emerged, causing panic among the other students. While most fled, Nine remained calm, ready to face the challenge ahead. He noticed Ochako trapped under debris and thought to himself about the true nature of heroes as he prepared to act. 9. The Zero Pointer shut down, deactivating itself and falling. Izumi, filled with determination, prepared to strike but only hit the air. As she plummeted toward the pavement, she felt a sudden halt, as if she were floating. Confused, she wondered what was happening. Nine, with his fox tails spinning, had caught her by the back of her tracksuit with one of his metal tails. Once they reached the ground, he gently released her and cleared the debris from Ochako's legs using his tails. Recovery Girl arrived to heal any injuries. Present Mike announced that the exam had finished, and everyone would receive their results in a week. He then called for Nine Midoriya to present himself to the principal's office. With a sigh, Nine flew away toward Nizu's office, instructing his computer to hack into the UA system and shut down all the cameras. Meanwhile, Nizu gathered the parents of Class 1A, along with Eraserhead, Midnight, and Present Mike. Mitsuki asked why they had been summoned. Nizu revealed a file on Nine, prompting gasps from the group. Endeavor remarked on Nine's audacity, while Toshinori, known to the parents as All Might, agreed. Nizu mentioned that after calling Nine, he had received a file from him about One for All, leaving everyone stunned. As Nine approached Nizu, he was confronted by Katsuki, who accused him of having the guts to come there. Nine dismissed the comment, stating he was simply attending the school he had always dreamed of. Katsumi insulted him, while Shoto accused him of blackmailing his way into UA using One for All. Ejiro claimed only a villain would act that way. Nine countered by pointing out their own past actions, questioning if they had truly changed. Ochako insisted their situations were different, but Nine challenged her, recalling how Aldera had covered their records. Kyoka revealed their teachers from Aldera were no longer alive. Nine feigned shock, asking how that happened. Hanta explained they had thrown a party that accidentally set the school on fire. In a flashback, the Aldera staff found themselves trapped in a glass box, confused and desperate to escape. Nine appeared on the other side, revealing his intentions. He introduced his temporary clones, controlled by a mini-drone. The staff, visibly distressed, realized their predicament as Nine, once a hopeful dreamer, had transformed into a figure of menace. The principal pleaded with Nine, urging him to reconsider his actions. Nine, overwhelmed by memories of bullying and neglect, whispered that he no longer wished to talk. He instructed the drone to ignite the gas, and despite the teacher's desperate pleas, he felt a sense of clarity in his pain. With a swift motion, he pressed a button, igniting the gasoline and filling the box with flames. As the fire raged, Nine turned away, leaving behind the chaos. Returning to the present, Nine expressed no remorse for the past. 𝐎𝐩𝐻𝐿 confronted him angrily, but Nine dismissed the insult, preparing to visit the principal's office. He teleported into Nizu's office, startling everyone. Nizu asked if he could answer their questions, to which Nine agreed. Toshinori approached Nine, demanding to know how he had discovered the truth about One for All. Nine explained the quirk's transfer process and the lineage of its users. 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 questioned how he knew so much, and Nine cryptically replied that he had his ways. He warned Nizu not to record their conversation, revealing that he had hacked into the school's systems. Everyone was shocked as Nine revealed he was always several steps ahead. He laid out his conditions for joining the support course, threatening to expose their secrets if they tried to undermine him. He hinted at Midnight's secret identity and Endeavor's questionable actions, leaving them all stunned. Nizu, realizing the gravity of the situation, agreed to Nine's terms. However, he informed Nine that he would need to solve some math problems to officially join the support course. Nine confidently answered the first challenge, leaving everyone in disbelief at his abilities. Nizu, impressed, prepared to present the next problem. Nizu printed a problem for Nine. The adults thought that Nine wouldn't be able to solve it, but Nine confidently stated that the real part of the Z symbol was greater than 1. He challenged them to give him a real challenge. Realizing that giving Nine more problems wouldn't yield any results, they decided to give up. Nizu acknowledged Nine's intelligence and welcomed him to UA and the support course, informing him that he would start the following week. Nine expressed his gratitude and exited to meet Izumi and the others. As Nine stepped outside, he noticed Izumi and the group. He remarked, somewhat provocatively, that he was surprised none of the girls were expecting. After that, he used a device to teleport home. Upon entering, Nine unlocked a hidden path with his tails and descended into his laboratory, where he began to work on his next plan for revenge. He informed his computer that the Aldra staff were complete. The computer confirmed this. Nine revealed that he had successfully used temporary clones of Izumi and her friends to create videos that were posted anonymously online. As a bonus, many had downloaded those videos before he deleted the account. Now, he was ready to move on to the next part of his plan, sabotaging their hero costumes. He asked the computer if the microscopic nanites were ready, to which it affirmed. Nine explained that while he was in UA, his clone had discovered that the third-year students were already working on their costume designs. He noted that the gauntlets designed for the two students resembled grenades but were made from weak metal. If they used explosions frequently, the gauntlets would crack, leading to a dangerous situation if they pulled the pin while leaking. The computer pointed out that this would cause them to hurt themselves in the process. Nine agreed and decided to wait until they used their suits, confident that his plan would work perfectly. The nanites would attack the gauntlets from the inside during use, making it appear as if it was their own fault. The computer praised Nine's plan, but inquired about the others. Nine stated he would think of something for them later, emphasizing the need to be prepared. As Nine prepared for his first day at UA, he donned the uniform that had been sent to him. His gloves were now capable of withstanding the force of a grenade, though he noted there was still room for improvement. He had also upgraded his mechanical tails for enhanced shooting abilities. He put on his quirk neutralize frequency bracelet, explaining its function. It emitted a high frequency that could neutralize quirks within a 20-meter radius, specifically targeting emitter and transformation types. He still needed to devise a counter for mutation types, but that was a task for another day. After leaving his laboratory, Nine instructed his computer to activate the security system and not to open it for anyone but him. The computer confirmed this as Nine departed for UA. Meanwhile, Inko attempted to influence Hisashi's testament, but Nine's lawyers prevented her from doing so, warning her that further attempts would lead to exposure for her actions. Tashinori was particularly furious, knowing that Nine was aware of One for All and was using the Midoriya name. However, he felt powerless to act against Nine due to the latter's global company, fearing public backlash. Izumi and her friends were puzzled about how Nine knew about One for All, but Katsuki was especially enraged. Ever since Nine had defeated him and humiliated him at Aldra 10 months ago, he had vowed revenge. Now, Nine entered UA, leveraging his knowledge of One for All to blackmail his way in. As Nine made his way to his new class, 1H, he encountered his past. Katsuki confronted him, accusing him of having the audacity to return. Nine retorted that he had no reason to heed Katsuki's demands. Shoto, smirking, claimed superiority over Nine, but Nine dismissed them as immature. Shoto's smirk faded into anger as he grabbed Nine by the collar, threatening him. Nine, unfazed, pointed out the similarities between Shoto and his father, which only fueled Shoto's rage. Shoto attempted to use his ice quirk against Nine, but nothing happened. The rest of Class 1A watched in shock as Shoto realized he could not feel his quirk. Nine explained that he had neutralized their abilities. When they tried to use their quirks, most found they were unable to, except for a few whose quirks were of the mutation type. Nine then revealed his bracelet, which emitted a frequency that neutralized emitter and transformation quirks. As Mashiaro charged at him, Nine easily countered with his shockwave glove, sending Mashiaro crashing against the wall without causing any serious damage. Denki asked what had just happened, and Nine explained the shockwave effect. As he turned to leave, Momo questioned what had changed in him. Nine replied cryptically, expressing that there was nothing more to say or do, and that they could not understand his experiences. He lamented the facade of heroism that Class 1A maintained, calling them some and villains. Katsuki, enraged, demanded to know what Nine had called him, to which Nine simply referred to him as a villain, revealing that he was aware of how Aldra and All Might had concealed their records from the public eye. Nine adjusted his glove and showed a video of what really happened in Aldra. Their eyes widened as they watched. Nine explained that all he had to do was make everything public, and their lives would turn upside down in an instant. They would either be sent to prison or face severe consequences. However, he had no intention of doing so. Katsuki smirked, questioning Izuku's courage. Nine dismissed the notion of fear, stating he had no reason to be scared of someone who was already defeated. He warned that the life of a hero was not as glamorous as they believed. Reality would hit hard, and they would come to understand their limitations. He pointed out Tashinori as an example, suggesting that if he were truly powerful he wouldn't be in his current state. Nine expressed his regret that he wouldn't be able to mock them after their downfall before leaving. Once Nine was a safe distance away, Izuku and his friends felt their quirks return. Ejiro remarked that he could feel his quirk again, hardening his hands. Mineta questioned how Izuku had managed to stop their quirks and why they were back now. Tsuyu suggested that it might have to do with distance. Nine had been close when he mentioned the bracelet, and perhaps they needed to be outside its range for their quirks to function normally. Meanwhile, Nine arrived at his class, 1H, and noticed the door was enormous. He speculated that it was due to mutation height quirks. Upon entering, he realized he was the last to arrive and apologized for his tardiness, explaining that navigating the large school was challenging. The teacher reassured him that it was fine, as they were preparing for orientation. Nine joined his class for the orientation and listened to Nizu's welcome speech. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, causing panic among the students. Nizu quickly calmed everyone, explaining that it was just Eraserhead conducting a quirk test with his new class, and they should resume their activities. Time passed, and the scene shifted to a dimly lit rooftop overlooking a sprawling cityscape, where the moonlight glinted off the glass and steel skyscrapers. The metallic outline of a bank loomed beneath the lights. The new assassin of Japan, known only as Chemist, crouched low on the rooftop, steady and measured. He was one of the newest assassins in Japan, known for never missing a target. 𝗵𝐻EMIST was easily recognizable by his black attire and goggles with 4 green lenses. His name stemmed from the lab coat he wore and the vials attached to his belt, filled with various substances that could be used in numerous ways, such as immobilizing targets or creating smoke. The night was cool, with an electric stillness in the air, broken only by the distant hum of traffic. He adjusted the scope of his advanced sniper rifle, focusing on a sleek black van parked outside the bank. Through the crosshairs, he observed the chaos of a robbery in progress. He had received orders earlier that day to eliminate the mastermind behind the heist, a thief known for taking risks. Unbeknownst to him, there was more to this operation than met the eye. 𝗵𝐻EMIST noticed another figure nearby, Sentinel, a hero whose motives often blurred moral lines. Tonight, however, Sentinel was aligned with the very criminal 𝗵𝐻EMIST had been tasked to eliminate. His communication device crackled to life, confirming his focus on the target. He was instructed to take out the thief but leave Sentinel alive for future operations. 𝗵𝐻EMIST considered the challenge, 2 targets with 1 bullet. Inside the bank, the thief barked orders at his crew, who were hastily filling bags with cash. The tension was palpable as they moved with frantic energy. The boss expressed concern about their share, while the others speculated on the potential payout. 𝗵𝐻EMIST observed the interaction with intrigue, questioning what could motivate a hero to collaborate with a thief. Suddenly, a siren wailed in the distance, growing louder. The boss cursed, and panic spread through the bank. 𝗵𝐻EMIST recognized this as his moment. He took a deep breath, adjusting his rifle's elevation and compensating for the wind. Time seemed to freeze as he prepared to take the shot. His finger hovered over the trigger, and then he squeezed it. Inside the bank, Sentinel sensed the impending danger and shouted for everyone to get down, diving toward the boss as the projectile flew through the air, striking its mark. The boss fell, and Sentinel noticed a flicker of light from 𝗵𝐻EMIST's position. Realizing he was under threat, Sentinel charged toward the sniper's location. 𝗵𝐻EMIST fired a warning shot at Sentinel, but in the chaos, his aim was slightly off, and the bullet grazed Sentinel's shoulder, causing him to stumble. Gasps echoed in the bank as confusion erupted. The alarms blared loudly, and police closed in, turning what was meant to be a simple assassination into a chaotic confrontation where trust eroded and alliances were tested. 𝗵𝐻EMIST seized the opportunity to slip away, refocusing his scope on the chaos below. He realized this night was far from over, and in this deadly game every player had a role to play, especially when the stakes were life and death. As 𝗵𝐻EMIST prepared to leave, he suddenly dodged a scarf thrown by 𝗬𝐬𝐻ED, who confronted him. 𝗬𝐬𝐻ED declared that 𝗵𝐻EMIST's vigilantism would end there. 𝗵𝐻EMIST retorted, questioning why he should surrender, pointing out that he was aware of the situation and that only the 2 of them were present. He argued that the criminals he had taken down were some who deserved their fates, citing the boss as an example of someone who had repeatedly escaped justice. 𝗬𝐬𝐻ED acknowledged 𝗵𝐻EMIST's point but insisted that his methods were not the way of a hero. 𝗵𝐻EMIST challenged him, asking what the hero's way truly was. He posed a scenario about someone seeking revenge against a criminal who had harmed their family, questioning whether 𝗬𝐬𝐻ED would truly believe that capturing the criminal and putting them behind bars would satisfy that person. The silence that followed spoke volumes, revealing the complexities of their moral dilemmas. "That's why I am here, to cleanse this world of corruption." 𝗬𝐬𝐻ED remained confident, prepared to confront the threat. He drew his knife, ready for battle. The 𝗵𝐻EMIST, with a swift motion, hurled one of its vials at 𝗬𝐬𝐻ED's feet. The vial shattered, releasing a toxic green smoke that enveloped 𝗬𝐬𝐻ED, causing him to succumb to sleep. The 𝗵𝐻EMIST taunted him, wishing him sweet dreams before unfurling a pair of metallic wings and soaring into the sky. As the 𝗵𝐻EMIST ascended above the city, it prepared to make its escape when a fire blast erupted nearby. The 𝗵𝐻EMIST quickly turned to see Endeavor and other heroes on the ground, including All Might, 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 in her hero costume, Green Storm, and Hawks, all flying toward it. In response, the 𝗵𝐻EMIST transformed its arm into a rocket launcher and fired several rockets at Endeavor and Hawks. Just as the rockets were about to strike, they halted inches from their targets, surrounded by a green aura. 𝗒𝐭𝐲 was using her quirk to stop them. She redirected the rockets into the sky, where they exploded harmlessly. When the smoke cleared, the chemist had vanished. All Might expressed his frustration, declaring that the villain had escaped once again. 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 reassured him that they would capture the chemist one day. 𝗕𝗏 questioned the identity of this elusive villain, while 𝗓𝗏 admitted her ignorance. Ryuko noted that the chemist was adept with chemicals, as its name suggested, and skilled in both firearms and hand-to-hand combat. Crust reminded them of the villain's prowess in close combat, while Gunhead wished to forget his own encounter with the chemist. Burnin pointed out the grim reality that the chemist's victims were not innocent, recalling the hero Whirlwind. Night Eye confirmed that Whirlwind had been shot by the chemist, revealing that he was a criminal in disguise, involved in drag dealing and more. Night Eye questioned whether the chemist was exclusively targeting disguised heroes, to which Mt. Lady affirmed the truth of the matter. As the heroes departed, Ms. Joke took the sleeping Eraserhead with her. Meanwhile, the chemist reappeared from a nearby block, utilizing a cloaking device that employed camouflage technology. It scoffed at the hero's inability to learn and activated the cloaking device once more before leaving. In a laboratory, Nine sat in a chair, controlling two joysticks and pedals, reminiscent of Silas from Transformers Prime. The chemist appeared beside him, and Nine remarked that the night had been another success. As the chemist began to remove its clothing, Nine confidently stated that the heroes would not know what had hit them and prepared to recharge. Nine finished his meal and changed into his uniform. A little girl with white hair and a horn on her forehead hugged him. He returned the embrace, encouraging her to be good at school. She promised to do so before leaving with a tall, bulky man who assured Nine that he would take her to school. In a flashback, Overhaul awoke in a glass box, confused about his situation. Nine emerged from the shadows, declaring that Overhaul's time was up. He revealed that he had been monitoring Overhaul's actions and understood his perspective on quirks. Nine explained that the issue was not with quirks themselves, but with the people who wielded them. He compared quirks to weapons, capable of saving lives or causing destruction depending on the user. Nine then activated a device that ignited gasoline, setting Overhaul ablaze while assuring him that he had arranged for a clone to take the fall for his actions. As Overhaul burned, Nine turned to the others, granting them freedom and promising a new life, while Rappa and the others pledged their loyalty to Nine Midoriya. The flashback ended as Nine arrived at UA, spotting Momo waiting at the entrance. She stood up excitedly, eager to give him a new notebook to replace the one Bakugo had destroyed. However, Nine walked past her, ignoring her presence. Momo, confused and hurt, called out to him, but he coldly reminded her of his name, leaving her feeling devastated. Meanwhile, Nizu, Eraserhead, and Toshinori examined a document labeled Izuku Yagi. The document was minimal, containing only a few pages. Eraserhead expressed his surprise at the lack of information, while Nizu explained that Izuku Yagi was a delinquent, a slacker, and a bully. He had been prepared to reject Yagi's offer, but due to his position as the CEO of Fox Industries and the leverage he held over Nizu regarding One for All, there was little they could do. Eraserhead found it suspicious that Yagi knew about One for All and turned to Toshinori for insight, but Toshinori admitted he had no idea, noting that his son often found himself in trouble. Reports from his previous school, Aldra, labeled his son as nothing but a troublemaker. After capturing the sludge villain, Toshinori had not seen him for 2 days. During that time, the sludge villain had not escaped and had actually captured Katsuki. When Toshinori discovered that his son had changed his name to Nine Midoriya without permission and had returned to school, injuring young Bakugo with metal tails, it was the last straw. He disowned him and kicked him out of the house. Nizu suggested that they keep an eye on Nine Midoriya until they could uncover his plans. Meanwhile, Nine was in a room with Power Loader, who had asked him to follow. Nine questioned why he was not with the others building inventions as instructed. Power Loader explained that since Nine had come from the hero course exam instead of the support course, he needed to create 2 inventions, one to compensate for the entrance exam and the other to align with his classmates' projects. Power Loader left the room to allow Nine to work in peace. Nine inspected the workshop, noting its decent setup. He spotted a large mirror and realized they were watching him from behind it. Meanwhile, Power Loader entered the observation room where Nizu, Toshinori, and Inko were monitoring Nine's progress. Power Loader remarked on how quickly Nine was building. Nizu noted that he seemed either overstressed or knowledgeable about his creations. Inko expressed disbelief that Nine could build anything, given his lack of formal training in engineering. Toshinori vowed to find out more about him. Power Loader decided to check on Nine, pretending to offer assistance. When he entered, Nine revealed that he had already finished his first invention, which he called 𝗧𝗵𝗲, a small robot with blue eyes. Nine explained that while it was a toy for children, it had a function called Metal Eater that allowed it to consume metal. He demonstrated this by commanding 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to devour some rusted metal, which it did in seconds. Nine then presented his second invention, a modified grenade launcher that fired foam rounds, designed to help control electrical hazards. Power Loader was curious about how this would assist heroes, but Nine clarified that his inventions were meant for ordinary people, not heroes, as he believed they could lead to disaster. As time passed, Nine continued to work on his creations alone, as his classmates were at lunch. He used his metal tails to eat from a bento box while also working on his inventions. Suddenly, the door opened, revealing Izumi and the rest of Class 1A, minus Momo. Nine reacted with anger, questioning their presence. Katsuki approached him, demanding an explanation for his actions towards Momo. Nine dismissed them, expressing disdain for their concerns. He argued that he had no obligation to care about Momo or their class. His classmates tried to explain how Momo had spent time trying to help him, but Nine remained unyielding, insisting that their efforts were meaningless to him. He challenged their notions of manliness, questioning their actions and the bullying that had occurred in the past. As tensions rose, Nine reminded them of their past behavior at 𝗓𝗪, revealing that he had hacked into the school system and had evidence of their misdeeds. He warned them that their past would eventually catch up with them, leaving them visibly shaken. Nine continued to taunt them, pointing out the discrepancies in their grades from 𝗓𝗪 compared to UA, highlighting their failures and the facade they had maintained. His classmates were left speechless, unable to deny the truth in his words. 2 students from Class 1A already had 5 reports each for inappropriate behavior. At that moment, the entire class turned their attention to Denki and Mineta. Those 2 had been caught making holes in the walls and attempting to peek at the girls in the changing room. Nine then addressed the group, highlighting Izumi's situation. Izumi was surprised to hear her name mentioned. Nine pointed out that throughout her life, she had relied on her telekinesis quirk, but now she had demonstrated super strength as well. He questioned whether it was suspicious that she possessed one for all. Izumi stammered in disbelief, and Nine found it amusing that she hadn't realized it sooner. As lunch came to an end, Nine suggested that they should head to their classroom before anyone became suspicious about their presence. Although some students shot him a glare, it didn't faze him. Once they left, Nine remarked to himself that they never seemed to learn. He then asked 𝗧𝗵𝗲, a small device he had built, if it had recorded the incident. The 𝗧𝗵𝗲, which also functioned as a camera, displayed the footage it had captured. Nine smiled, pleased to have more evidence to reveal the true nature of his classmates. In his lab, Nine was focused on a new project he called contingency plans for heroes in case they turned rogue. He activated his computer and began outlining his strategies. He assessed All Might, recognizing him as a powerful hero with one for all. However, he noted that All Might had vulnerabilities, particularly a wound on his left side. Nine concluded that exhausting him would be the best course of action, and if that failed, quirk erasing bullets would serve as a last resort. Next, he considered Inko Yagi, Izumi's mother, whose quirk required her sight and hands. Nine determined that a flash grenade could incapacitate her. He then turned his attention to the Bakugo twins, whose explosive quirks posed a significant threat. He noted that they struggled to produce explosions in cold climates, suggesting that a heater could counter that weakness. As he continued, Nine examined the quirks of other classmates, including Momo Yaoyorozu, whose ability to create objects was limited by her panic and the complexity of her creations. He also analyzed Mina Ashido, whose acid quirk could be neutralized by trapping her in a situation where her flexibility was rendered useless. He moved on to other classmates, considering their unique abilities and potential weaknesses. For instance, he noted that some students had specific body parts tied to their quirks, and removing those parts would deactivate their abilities. He devised plans for each of them, ensuring he had strategies in place for any eventuality. Finally, Nine reviewed the quirks of Denki Kaminari, who emitted lightning but lost control if he overused his power, and Yuga Aoyama, whose laser ability depended on his belt. Nine concluded that breaking the belt or creating a reflective device would neutralize him. He meticulously crafted contingency plans for each student, preparing for any scenario that could arise. Sugar multiplied his strength, but his energy would be consumed quickly. The solution was to either make him waste his energy or to ensure his sugar was destroyed. A photo of Nine Midoriya appeared, labeled as contingency code name, Fox. Nine Midoriya lacked a quirk, which made him more dangerous. He could adapt to any situation with a calm mind. The key was to trap him in a place where he couldn't adapt, somewhere unfamiliar to him. The next day, Nine took a shower and had breakfast with Rappa and the others. Nine had expanded his house, allowing Rappa and the other bullets to live together with him, but not in a romantic way. Eri joined them for breakfast. After they finished, Rappa took Eri to her school while the others went to work at Nine Company, Fox Industries. Meanwhile, Nine headed to UA. Ting wondered why none of them were skirting Nine to UA, considering he had saved them and provided them with a home. He saw them as human beings, not villains. Chronostasis understood their feelings but reminded them that Nine had requested this for them and they needed to honor it. The others agreed. At UA, Nine arrived in his class as the lesson began. In the cafeteria, he sat eating his bento box with one of his third-year senpai, Toyotaro. A few tables away, Izumi and the rest of Class 1A were present. Some of them glared at Nine with disdain. He felt their glares but dismissed them, having grown accustomed to such hostility over the past 10 months of doing business. Izumi's classmates discussed troubling news. Ejiro mentioned a former classmate from Aldra had been found dead in his room. Denki asked who it was, and Tsuyu revealed it was Tsubasa, the boy with red wings. Katsumi inquired about the details of his death, and Izumi explained that he had been shot in the head by a unique sniper bullet. Kyoka realized the implications, and Tenya confirmed it was the work of the chemist. Katsuki, frustrated, stood up, acting as if he were escaping an asylum. Ejiro questioned where he was going, and Katsuki declared he was going to confront Deku for the death of Fat Boy. Katsumi urged him to sit down, reminding him that they couldn't act out in UA, unlike in Aldra. Momo added that attacking someone as successful as Deku would only lead to deeper trouble. Izumi explained that after the entrance exam, they learned about her brother's company, Fox Industries, which was the most successful in the world, boasting the highest advanced technology. Katsuki scoffed at the idea that Deku could own such a company, but Momo insisted it was true. She compared her family's company to a bug in comparison to Fox Industries, which left them pale, knowing Momo was one of the richest people in Japan. Shoko warned that if they attacked Nine, they would likely be expelled from UA and face legal consequences. Mina added that he would expose them, and Ochako feared they might end up seriously hurt. Shoto pointed out that UA's reputation would be at stake, and Toru noted that the school had not thoroughly investigated their records, which would reflect poorly on them. They observed Nine, who was engaged in a discussion about science with Toyotaro and a classmate with long pink dreadlocks. Katsuki and his group, along with over 45% of the class, wanted to confront Deku but felt powerless within UA's walls. Their reputation was already tarnished after being linked to inappropriate videos, despite being cleared of wrongdoing. The next lesson focused on heroes. Izumi attempted to evade Katsuki, who was pursuing her along with Tenya. Katsuki advanced, insisting that heroes do not run. He unleashed another explosion toward Izumi, but she used her telekinesis to avoid the blast, not wanting to rely on her quirk since she was still learning to control it. Frustrated, Katsuki declared he had enough and prepared to pull the pin from his gauntlet, threatening Izumi. She quickly grabbed a piece of the wall for cover. When the smoke cleared, Katsuki lay on the ground, his side and arm covered in burns. Izumi called for help, and All Might rushed in to take Katsuki to Recovery Girl. Later, Toshinori, Nizu, Eraserhead, and Power Loader reviewed the footage of the incident. Eraserhead questioned how it had happened, and Power Loader explained that Katsuki's gauntlet had failed under the pressure of the explosions. Toshinori, angered, headed for Midoriya's classroom, intending to confront him about the incident. Eraserhead cautioned him against jumping to conclusions without evidence. Power Loader defended Nine, stating that he had requested not to create anything related to heroes. He recalled that Nine had once asked a hero if he could become one without a quirk, and the hero had said no. Toshinori remained silent, realizing the implications. Power Loader clarified that first-year students only worked on designs and blueprints, while second and third years focused on building. The final products had to pass through both him and Nizu. Nizu agreed, but questioned why the gauntlets had not been repaired. Power Loader admitted he did not know but promised to call a third-year student and Nine Midoriya to clarify the situation. Later, Nine and Toyotaro found themselves in Nizu's office, both puzzled as to why they had been summoned. Nine had his scraplet perched on his shoulder. He looked at the others and asked for an explanation of their presence. Toyotaro echoed his confusion, questioning the reason for their gathering. Nizu began to explain, directing his attention to Totaro. He inquired whether Toyotaro had constructed the hero costume for the first year. Toyotaro confirmed that he was one of the students responsible for the costumes and asked why it mattered. Eraserhead interjected, revealing that one of the costumes had malfunctioned, leading to an incident where Katsuki Bakugo's gauntlet had exploded. Toyotaro was taken aback, insisting he hadn't caused the issue. He explained that he had noticed defects in the gauntlets while working and had informed his teacher about it. Power Loader chimed in, affirming Toyotaro's claims. All Might, however, raised his voice, accusing Toyotaro of lying. Toyotaro maintained his innocence, reiterating that he had warned Katsuki about the defects. He then requested to borrow Nine's scraplet, recalling a time he had spent in the hospital. He activated the video projector, showing a recording of his encounter with Katsuki. In the video, Toyotaro warned Katsuki about the gauntlets, but Katsuki, confident in his design, dismissed the warning and left, only to unleash an explosion that sent Toyotaro crashing into the wall. After the video concluded, Toyotaro explained that he had ended up in the hospital due to the incident. Fortunately, Nine's company had built a hospital equipped with advanced medical technology, which aided in his recovery. Nizu, having viewed the footage, realized that neither Nine nor Toyotaro was at fault. It was Katsuki's refusal to acknowledge the defects that had led to the explosion. Nizu then released Toyotaro, allowing him to leave with Power Loader. Once they exited, Nine turned to the remaining adults in the room, asking how he could assist them. All Might, still in his heroic persona, accused Nine of sabotaging Katsuki's costume and demanded to know how he had done it. Nine rolled his eyes at Toshinori's outburst, bluntly stating that he found Toshinori to be quite foolish. He explained that if Katsuki had simply admitted his mistake, the situation could have been avoided. Nine noted that Katsuki's inflated ego was leading him down a troublesome path. As Nine moved toward the door, All Might threatened to uncover the truth and warned that he would take action against Nine. In response, Nine casually mentioned that his scraplet had recorded everything, implying that he could take legal action for the unfounded accusations. He also hinted at the possibility of seeking a lawyer for Katsuki, as his parents were involved with Nine's company and intended to pursue a case against him. With that, Nine left the office. Afterward, Nine returned to his class, where he was immediately bombarded with questions from his classmates. He reassured them that nothing serious had happened. Just then, Power Loader entered the room, greeting the students and announcing a week-long project. He explained that they could use any materials from the classroom and would need to start with blueprints. However, due to the number of students, one person would have to work alone, and all eyes turned to Nine. Surprised, Nine questioned if something was on his face, but the students clamored to be paired with him. Power Loader used an air horn to regain their attention, causing Nine to cover his ears, reminding the teacher that his fox ears were sensitive. Apologizing, 𝗵𝗃 clarified that the decision for Nine to work alone was not favoritism but rather a matter of fairness. Nine was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. In today's world, those with strong quirks often received preferential treatment, while those with weaker or villainous quirks faced discrimination. Quirkless individuals were often treated as outcasts, forced to fend for themselves. As the students completed their blueprints, it was Nine's turn to present. He showcased his invention, a telescopic metal rod designed for use by police officers or guards. He explained that while the rod was durable, its true effectiveness lay in a special feature. With a twist, 3 claws would eject from one end, anchoring it to the ground, while the other end would emit a sonic attack to immobilize a target without causing significant harm. 𝗵𝗃 praised Nine's design, acknowledging its impressive nature. Nine felt a sense of accomplishment as he received recognition for his hard work. Each team presented their blueprints. In his office, 𝗬𝗎 reviewed the records from 𝗓𝗪, which raised his suspicions. Izuku Yagi had the lowest grades in 𝗓𝗪, and his behavior was concerning. In contrast, Class 1A had flawless records, noted for always helping other students. However, the entrance exam revealed troubling behavior, particularly from the Bakugo twins, who shouted aggressive remarks and threatened ectoplasm after scoring. The Todoroki twins also caught 𝗬𝗎's attention. After Inasa left UA for Shiketsu, both Shoto and Shoka glared at him, reminiscent of Endeavor. Additionally, some students from Class 1A had failed multiple tests in subjects like math, physics, and chemistry. Notably, 2 students had 5 reports of inappropriate actions. Meanwhile, Nine Midoriya consistently achieved perfect scores, and 𝗵𝗃 praised his inventions, noting no bullying behavior from him at UA. 𝗬𝗎 pondered the discrepancies, questioning why the roles seemed reversed. Nine had just finished purchasing a bouquet of 16 flowers, 8 black roses and 8 daisies, and decided to pay a visit. Meanwhile, Izumi, Katsumi, Shoto, Ejiro, and Momo were in Katsuki's room, where his right arm was wrapped in a cast, and part of his side was covered in bandages. Katsumi asked how he was feeling, to which Katsuki reacted with frustration, questioning the nature of the inquiry. Katsumi attempted to lighten the mood, but Katsuki remained irritable. Shoto and Izumi reassured them that Recovery Girl had said he would be fine after a few days of rest. Momo inquired about the incident, and Izumi explained that their father had mentioned Katsuki's brother was involved, although Principal 𝗬𝗎 and 𝗵𝗃 insisted it was not his fault. Ejiro expressed confusion, prompting Katsumi to clarify that 𝗵𝗃 stated Deku had not worked on the costumes or any hero-related projects. Instead, he had asked a hero 10 months prior if one could be a hero without a quirk, and the answer had been no. Shoto asked if Deku had revealed which hero it was, but Katsumi said he hadn't, feeling relieved that Deku hadn't mentioned All Might. Katsumi continued, explaining that 𝗵𝗃 had determined both his and Katsuki's gauntlets were defective, made from materials that couldn't withstand heavy explosions. Given Katsuki's use of explosions, the gauntlet on his right hand had ultimately failed. Izumi questioned if this could have been avoided, to which Katsumi affirmed that if his brother had admitted his mistake and allowed for redesigns, the incident could have been prevented. Katsuki vehemently denied making mistakes, but Ejiro pointed out that his gauntlet had exploded due to his own quirk. Katsuki insisted it was Deku's fault for sabotaging his suit. Katsumi, frustrated, asked how that could be true, while Izumi reminded them that 𝗵𝗃 had confirmed Deku had not worked on any hero projects, and the suits were monitored by cameras. Ejiro reluctantly stated that it was indeed Katsuki's fault. Katsuki continued to blame Deku, claiming he was responsible for everything. At that moment, the door opened to reveal Nine, holding the bouquet of flowers. He asked if it was a bad time, and the group looked at him in shock, having just discussed him. The room fell silent until Katsumi broke it by marching towards Nine, glaring at him. She demanded to know what he was doing there. Nine calmly suggested she lower her tone, explaining he was there to check on his friend, as they all had attended 𝗓𝗪 together. He attempted to approach Katsuki's bed, but Katsumi blocked his path, expressing her anger and concern for her brother. Nine confronted her, reminding her of the past when she had hurt him, which left the group stunned. They hadn't expected him to have evidence of their history, and the tension in the room escalated. Nine then moved closer to Katsuki, who struggled to push him away despite his injuries. Nine advised him not to move too much, warning that he could worsen his condition. He noted that Katsuki should consider himself fortunate that the explosion hadn't caused more damage. Izumi felt a chill at the thought of what could have happened. Nine presented the flowers to Katsuki, stating they were expensive. Katsuki demanded he leave, but Nine reminded him that UA was not his personal space and that he needed to rest. Katsumi, overwhelmed with emotion, pleaded for Nine to leave, tears welling in her eyes. Nine then began to sing a haunting tune about cherishing life while one still had time. The others were confused by his words. Suddenly, Nine's phone rang, revealing a high-tech model made by his company. Momo inquired about the phone, surprised that such technology existed. Nine answered the call, indicating he would come after finishing school, and then prepared to leave, whistling a tune that sent chills down the spines of Izumi and the others. Just then, Recovery Girl entered, having heard the commotion. She instructed them to leave, as visiting hours were over. As they began to exit, she noticed the bouquet and picked it up, commenting on the meanings of the flowers. Katsumi questioned her, and Recovery Girl explained that black roses symbolized death and tragedy, while daisies were associated with the saying that those who die would be pushing up daisies. The group exchanged worried glances, wondering if Nine had intended to convey a deeper message. Momo asked Recovery Girl about a specific whistle sound, to which she revealed it was known as the death whistle, a legend from the pre-Quark era that warned of death for those who did not value life. They began to shake involuntarily. Tsubasa had met his end at the hands of the chemist, who had also bullied Nine. Aizawa-sensei warned that the chemist would cleanse the world of those he deemed false. Would the chemist come for them? After a time skip, thanks to Kurumi, Nine finished school and prepared to head home when a boy with silver hair came running up to him. He introduced himself as Tetsu. Nine, curious, turned to him and asked who was asking. Tetsu expressed his admiration, stating it was an honor to meet Nine Midoriya, as he found Nine's company to be impressive. They shook hands, and Tetsu commented on the strength of Nine's grip, asking if he lifted weights. Nine confirmed that he needed to stay in shape. Tetsu found Nine's demeanor to be quite manly. Nine thought to himself that Tetsu seemed like a nicer version of the red-haired boy he knew. Tetsu then took hold of Nine's hand and began to pull him along, insisting they go meet his class. Nine protested, stating he could walk on his own, but Tetsu insisted there was no time to waste. Meanwhile, in Class 1B, the students were preparing to leave when Tetsu burst in, announcing he had encountered someone special at UA. Setsuna guessed it was a student whose parents were heroes, but Tetsu revealed it was Nine Midoriya. The room erupted in excitement as they recognized Nine, the CEO of Fox Industries. They praised him for his achievements, not caring that he was quirkless. Pony, speaking in English, asked Nine if he knew the language since he came from America. Only Juzo understood her question, and Nine confirmed he spoke English and over 15 other languages. Juzo was impressed by this revelation. After waving goodbye to Class 1B, Nine reflected on how much better they were compared to Class 1A. They didn't judge people based on their quirks. Upon returning home, Nine completed his work and then went to sleep. The next day, he found himself at his company, handling paperwork and consulting with employees. He was a leader, not just a boss. One of the guards called through the reception, informing him that someone wanted to speak with him. When Nine learned it was Izuku Yagi, he sighed and decided to go down to meet her. Meanwhile, Izuku was trying to get past the guards, who were firmly telling her to wait for Nine to come down. Izuku insisted she needed to talk to him immediately. When Nine arrived, he instructed the guards to let her through but warned them to be ready for anything. Izuku began to speak, but Nine interrupted her, extending his 7 metal tails toward her face and asserting that his name was Nine, not Izuku. Izuku presented a contract for him to sign, claiming it was for a new orphanage. Nine, skeptical, read the document and realized it was a ploy for her and Toshinori to take over Fox Industries. He tore the contract into pieces, expressing his disbelief that she thought he would fall for such a scheme. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 argued that he was too young to run a company and that she and Toshinori should manage it instead. Nine countered that he had successfully managed his company for nearly a year and that if he handed it over to them, they would ruin it. He pointed out that Toshinori's agency wasted funds that could have been used for much-needed social services. In a flashback, Nine remembered a day spent at the Shinjuku orphanage, where he was greeted by excited children. They called out his name and tackled him in a joyful embrace. He knelt down to their level, smiling as he asked if they were ready for a fun day. After spending time on art projects, he helped prepare lunch with volunteers, sharing stories of his childhood and his journey to becoming a hero, without mentioning the darker aspects of his past. After lunch, the children eagerly wanted to play on the carousel, and Nine cheerfully reminded them that they would have to take turns since he only had 7 seats. Nine flew into the air, using his tails to grab 7 old restored carousel seats, spinning them at the speed of a carousel. He played carnival music from his phone and wireless speaker. Later that afternoon, after bidding farewell to the bright-eyed children, Nine headed to the local shelter to serve food to those in need. The atmosphere was filled with warmth and gratitude as he donated meals and chatted with the patrons. An old man expressed his appreciation with a crinkled smile as he received his plate, remarking on how good it was to see young people lend a hand. Nine blushed but replied earnestly, feeling that everyone deserved a good meal. He made his way to the nearby hospital, where the environment was quiet, save for the beeping of machines and the soft murmurs of the medical staff. Here, he wasn't just serving food, he was providing comfort. He visited patients, delivering flowers and handwritten notes from the children at the orphanage, sitting with those who needed encouragement. He told a young girl battling illness to keep fighting, reminding her that she was stronger than she knew. As the day wound down and Izuku returned home, his heart felt fuller than ever. He reflected on the small acts of kindness he had been able to share, how a simple meal or a game day could uplift spirits. With sleep slowly creeping in, he vowed to continue this work, finding ways to uplift others, just as they had uplifted him during his journey to become something greater than a hero. In his mind, he wasn't just volunteering, he was embedding the true essence of heroism within every interaction, a legacy of compassion and strength. As he drifted off to sleep, he dreamed of a world where everyone, no matter their circumstances, could feel the warmth of kindness and support. The next day, a crisp morning invigorated him as the sun peeked through a soft golden hue over the edge of town. Nine, ever eager to lend a hand, arrived at the dog shelter with a bright smile, bringing 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿 along with him. He had been volunteering there for several months, but each visit felt just as special as the first. As they approached the entrance, the familiar sounds of excited barking grew louder, filling the air with joyous yips. Nine's heart raced with anticipation. He loved spending time with the dogs, many of whom had come from difficult backgrounds and were now learning to trust again. He opened the gate and stepped onto the gravel path leading to the kennels. Just as he did, a whirlwind of fur and tails burst from the yard, a pack of eager dogs bounding toward him. With their tails wagging furiously, they leaped in unison, their excitement palpable. Nine laughed as he was suddenly tackled to the ground by a fluffy golden retriever named Max. The dog breathed happily, liking Nine's face, while another beagle, Daisy, jumped on him, her tiny body wriggling with glee. Nine couldn't help but laugh, overwhelmed by the sincere joy of the moment. The dogs then started sniffing 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿, liking her face while wagging their tails. She giggled, finding it ticklish. Nine chuckled, trying to pet them both at once. The fluffy golden and the energetic beagle were soon joined by a scruffy terrier who nudged his way into the mix, his tail wagging like a feather duster. Surrounded by a swirling mass of joyful canines, warmth swelled within him. This was why he volunteered, not only to help these lovable animals but also to remind him of the simple joys in life. Their unconditional love and enthusiasm reignited his spirit, making him forget about his worries. He called out to the dogs, announcing that he had treats to share. Struggling to his feet while still surrounded by the furry tornado of affection, he pulled out an assortment of dog treats. As he handed them out, he chatted with the dogs, telling them about his day, his dreams, and even his failures. Eri also did her best to give treats to the dogs. At one point, she rode a big one and playfully exclaimed that she was off to save the day. Both Nine and Eri spent the entire day at the shelter, giving the dogs meals and love. In return, the dogs offered unwavering loyalty and companionship, their bright eyes full of understanding. As the morning sun rose higher in the sky, illuminating the shelter with its warm light, Nine knew this was precisely where he belonged. With the dogs by his side, he felt empowered, ready to take on the world, one wagging tail at a time. In a flashback, Nine pressed charges against 𝗏𝗏, telling her to leave or face consequences. With no choice, she departed, cursing in her mind that her plan had failed. Scene changed as Nine took his plate of food and decided to find a seat where he could be alone. Even now, he was unsure if he could be a class representative. Sure, he was the CEO of the most successful company in the world, but he didn't have many interactions with people his age. Suddenly he heard a friendly voice calling out to him. 𝗧𝗏𝗧 and the rest of Class 1B invited him to join them. Grateful for their company, Nine walked over to them and sat down. He thanked them for letting him stay. As they chatted, Nine caught two floating hands with two of his metal tails, which he had turned into claws. He playfully reminded Setsuna that she couldn't touch his ears or tails because they were sensitive, prompting her to pout in response. Kinoko then asked Nine about his metal tails, and 𝗕𝗁 expressed curiosity about why he had 7 of them. Nine sighed, realizing he couldn't hide it forever. He explained that it all started when he was 4 years old, the age when a quirk begins to manifest. He shared that his fox features were a mutation, not a quirk. Ever since then, his life had taken a drastic turn. His ex-stepsister had been lucky enough to inherit a powerful quirk, while he had none. She and her friends bullied him for years, using their quirks against him, which led to his scars. He revealed his scarred arm, noting that even though the soldier serum had healed some of his scars, many remained. The rest of Class 1B gasped at the sight. Nine explained that he had worse scars on the rest of his body and didn't want to discuss it further. For 10 years he had endured this torment. When Nito asked about the adults, Nine shared that they always blamed him, claiming he started the trouble or was lying for attention. School hadn't been any better, being quirkless meant he was often targeted, and when he tried to fight back, he was the one punished. Reiko expressed her hope that those who had wronged them would face dire consequences for their actions, despite their training to become heroes. Setsuna was curious about Nine's escape, prompting him to share his story. Nine explained that after managing to evade capture for a day, he headed to a location his father had designated for him. He revealed that his biological father, Hisashi Midoriya, had passed away before he was born, and the only remnant he had of him was an old photo. On the back of the photo were scrambled words that, using his clever mind, he deciphered as coordinates. Upon arriving at the location, he discovered that his father had left everything in a will for him. 𝗏𝗁𝐼, intrigued, asked about the inheritance. Nine revealed it was over $10 million. The classmates were astonished by the amount. Nine had used some of the money to purchase a new house and began to carve out his own path to fight back, which led to the creation of his 7 metal tails. He then changed his name and moved to America to establish Fox Industries, believing he would have faced significant challenges in Japan due to being quirkless and the potential interference from his BRTH mother. The classmates were taken aback by Nine's difficult past, feeling a mix of sympathy and admiration for him. 𝗧𝗏𝗧, wanting to lighten the mood, proposed an arm wrestling match, suggesting it would be a fun way to boost Nine's spirits. Nine agreed, and the atmosphere in Class 1B buzzed with excitement as students gathered around to watch. Sunlight streamed into the cafeteria, illuminating the eager faces of the young heroes. A small circle formed around Nine and 𝗧𝗏𝗧, who sat across from each other at a sturdy wooden desk. Itsuka cheered for Nine, her enthusiasm infectious, while 𝗧𝗏𝗧 flexed his muscles, ready for the challenge. The two locked hands, their grips firm, as the countdown began. With all his strength, Nine leaned into the match, focusing on his training. 𝗧𝗏𝗧 pushed back with determination, both boys feeling the strain of their contest. Nine grunted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he fought against 𝗧𝗏𝗧's strength. Their classmates shouted encouragement, creating an electric atmosphere filled with anticipation. As the match progressed, Nine drew on his training, pushing against 𝗧𝗧𝗪 with all his might. He was determined to win, but 𝗧𝗧𝗪 was equally resolute. In a moment of intense effort, both boys felt their arms shaking, the outcome hanging in the balance. The teachers, noticing the commotion, interjected with a reminder that arm wrestling wasn't part of the school curriculum, though there was a hint of admiration in their tone. Both boys paused, exchanging surprised glances before bursting into laughter, the tension dissipating. The other students applauded, recognizing the spirit of competition that defined you. Nine suggested they call it a draw, breathing but smiling widely. 𝗧𝗧𝗪 agreed, expressing his respect for Nine's strength. Meanwhile, at a table nearby, Class 1A, minus Katsuki, who was still recovering, discussed their feelings about Nine. Katsumi was eager to confront Nine about his past words, but Izumi and Momo cautioned her against it, reminding her of the consequences of such actions. They recalled the incident involving Katsuki and the danger it posed. As the conversation continued, Katsuki's phone rang, and Katsumi answered it, discovering it was a classmate named Fingers, who was in distress. Fingers explained that they were on the run from the police due to a past incident involving Tsubasa and a video that had surfaced. Katsumi listened intently, realizing the gravity of the situation and the implications it had for their group. Katsumi sighed in relief that there were no videos of them from back in the day. 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐶𝐠 needed help, but he couldn't finish his sentence as a sniper's bullet struck him, leaving his fate uncertain. Fingers, trembling with fear, expressed his dread. Katsumi called out, trying to reach him, but Fingers was terrified, revealing that the chemist was responsible for 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐶𝐠's demise. Fingers dropped the phone, but the call remained connected. Katsumi could hear footsteps approaching. The chemist was closing in on Fingers, rifle in hand. Fingers begged for mercy, promising to change his ways. The chemist responded by throwing a green vial at Fingers, which shattered and released a toxic smoke. Fingers struggled to breathe as the smoke enveloped him, and soon he succumbed to suffocation. The chemist, noticing the phone still on the line, picked it up and warned Katsumi that if she was like the rest of society, he would come for her too. He ended the call and left. Katsumi, overwhelmed by the events, dropped Katsuki's phone and collapsed, later waking up in the infirmary. In another scene, Nine was spending time with Class 1B, having just given them discounts on new phones from his company. Unfortunately, they had to part ways for their respective classes. As they walked, their phones buzzed with a notification from their group chat. It was a call from Nine, who waved at them from the end of the hall. All of Class 1B smiled and waved back, unaware of the genuine happiness on Nine's face as he realized he had made new friends who accepted him, quirkless or not. As Nine returned to Class 1H, his instincts kicked in, prompting him to jump just in time to avoid an attack from Rikido Sato. Nine landed on Rikido's shoulders, using his metal tails to defend himself. He warned Rikido not to underestimate him, demonstrating his agility and reflexes. The rest of Class 1A emerged from their hiding spots, glaring at Nine. Katsumi demanded that Nine delete a specific video, but he refused, insisting that consequences were necessary. The tension escalated as they argued about their quirks and weaknesses. Nine pointed out the vulnerabilities of each student, making them question their strengths. Despite their disdain for Nine, they couldn't deny he had a point about the potential consequences of having multiple quirks. The next day, Nine arrived early to class, only to be informed by Power Loader that he wouldn't have school for 2 weeks due to an attack on Class 1A at USJ. Nine was surprised to hear that some students had been injured. Flashback to Class 1A's trip to USJ, where some students were relaxing while others chatted. Katsumi, without her gauntlets due to their defects, listened as Tsuyu mentioned the new phones Class 1B had. Izumi, or Nine, had become friends with them and had given them the latest models from his company. Denki expressed concern that Nine would flaunt his new connections, but Momo pointed out that getting those phones would be a challenge, given their advanced technology. Momo and her parents entered one of the Fox Industries stores to buy a new phone, but they were soon skirted out. They were shown a list of individuals who were not welcome in any Fox Industries facilities. Hanta was on the list, and Izumi confirmed that she had also faced the same situation while trying to purchase a phone. She had read the list, which included all 22 of them, their parents, and all of Aldera. Time passed, thanks to Kurumi's influence. All Might had managed to defeat Nomu, but he sustained injuries in the process. Izumi, Katsumi, Momo, and Mineta were also hurt. Izumi had a broken leg and arm, while Katsumi suffered a broken arm with her bones causing significant damage. Momo had bruises all over her body, including a forehead bruise that bled. Mineta was in critical condition, but the doctors managed to stabilize him. Unfortunately for the 5 of them, they were denied access to the advanced medical technology at the Fox Industries hospital, just like in the stores. Instead, they had to go to a regular hospital. As Nine prepared to leave and head home, his phone began to ring. He checked it and saw that his friends from Class 1B were inviting him to hang out over the weekend. Nine agreed and then went home. Fast forward to 2025, various story ideas floated around, including Izuku Midoriya as a lieutenant in the military, a betrayed scion warrior, and other intriguing concepts. There was a mention of Izuku not having access to certain powerful forms, only possessing Super Saiyan 1, 2, 3, 4, and a limit breaker. After the events at USJ, Nine reflected on the 2 weeks off from school. He had seen the news and couldn't help but laugh at the situation. The formidable Katsumi had been defeated effortlessly. Currently, he and his classmates were at school. Their teacher understood that they should be at home, but due to the recent events, they hadn't finished their inventions. He gave them a day to work on their projects. The brightly lit school workshop buzzed with the sounds of tools clattering, machines humming, and the scent of burning metal. High-tech gadgets and half-finished inventions cluttered every available surface, creating a chaotic yet creative environment. In the heart of the class, tucked away in a cozy corner, Nine was diligently working in his bustling workshop. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he focused intently on a new invention spread out before him. He muttered to himself, urging his device to output just a little more power while adjusting a delicate circuit board connected to a series of blinking LEDs. It aimed to create a device capable of enhancing speed. Temporarily, Nine hoped his latest invention would come in handy during their next adventure. As he worked, the room around him buzzed with energy. Tornado Tech, the name he had given to his latest collection of gadgets, was piled high with contraptions ranging from speed boots to gravity-defying hoverboards. Each one was a blend of science and creativity, reflecting Nine's unique perspective on technology and teamwork. Suddenly, a loud clang echoed through the workshop as a shelf loaded with parts teetered under the weight. Nine quickly caught a stack of small engines just before they toppled over, reminding himself to be more careful. With a sigh, he placed the engines back in their designated spots and turned his attention back to the glowing screen of his computer terminal. Data streamed across it, and he frowned slightly as he analyzed the readings, realizing he needed to recalibrate the energy flow. As he tinkered with the power source, he used 2 of his metal tails to eat from his bento box. Just then, the door swung open, and one of his classmates walked in, eyes widening at the sight of Nine surrounded by his inventions. The boy expressed amazement at Nine's work, exclaiming how he had really outdone himself this time. Nine gestured excitedly to a small wristwatch, introducing it as the Speed Sync watch, which could sync up to 3 people's speeds for a short burst. His classmate's curiosity was piqued, and he marveled at the possibilities, suggesting that it could help everyone keep up with speed heroes during high-speed chases. Nine confirmed this idea, sharing his excitement about giving the invention to firefighters and police officers. His classmate eagerly asked what he could do to help. As Nine adjusted the firmware, he handed his classmate a few wires and connectors, and together they worked seamlessly, bringing the Speed Sync watch to life. After what felt like mere minutes, the device was finally ready. Nine fastened the watch onto his wrist and asked if his classmate was ready. With a mix of excitement and nervousness, they prepared to activate the device. With a deep breath, Nine pressed the activation button, and a vibrant glow enveloped them both. They felt a rush of energy as they dashed out of the workshop, leaping into the sky and leaving a trail of shimmering light behind. Laughter filled the air as they soared through the sky, and his classmates shouted in exhilaration, praising Nine for the incredible experience. Nine grinned, his heart racing with joy, imagining all the adventures they could have with this invention. As they landed back in the workshop, both were exhilarated. Moments like these, the thrill of innovation and the joy of collaboration, reminded Nine why he loved being a part of the support course, even in a world where heroes faced unimaginable challenges. Little did they know, their latest invention would soon lead to an adventure unlike any they had ever experienced before. As they looked around, the future seemed bright, and the possibilities were endless. Meanwhile, Izumi, Katsumi, Momo, and Mineta were on hospital beds, along with Katsuki, who was sleeping and recovering from his gauntlet defect. Mina asked how they felt, to which Izumi replied that she was fine, waving her casted arm and mentioning that Recovery Girl said she would be as good as new in 2 to 3 days. Katsumi echoed her sentiment, while Momo noted she would be discharged that day. Mineta, confined in a full-body cast, lamented his situation, saying he had to stay like that for the whole week. Ejiro commented on how eventful the week had been, and Denki agreed, noting that it had been less than a month since they started at UA and they had already been attacked by villains. Shoto inquired if Izumi had heard anything from her father, to which she responded that he was still recovering. Katsumi expressed her determination to confront the mysterious figure known as Handman, vowing to take action against him. Hanta raised a concern, questioning how Handman could possibly know about All Might's injury. Kyoka speculated that someone must have informed him, while Tsuyu agreed that it was the most logical explanation. Toru wondered why anyone would betray their promise to keep All Might secret, especially since they had all sworn to protect it. Mina insisted that they needed to uncover the identity of the informant. Katsumi asserted that she believed everyone knew who had revealed Uncle Might's secret. The group turned their attention to Katsumi, who was resting in a hospital bed. Momo reacted in disbelief, insisting that Izumi, also known as Nine, could not be the traitor. Katsumi countered, stating that Izumi had indeed betrayed them. She pointed out that Deku was the most suspicious of all. Izumi defended her brother, arguing that he had made a deal to keep All Might's quirk a secret in exchange for his place at UA. Momo questioned why he would risk that if he was already secure at the academy. Katsumi suggested that it was a diversion, noting how Deku had specifically barred them from entering his hospital, as if he anticipated they would be injured. She highlighted that even the #1 hero was not permitted inside. Tenya reluctantly sided with Katsumi, prompting surprised reactions from both Izumi and Momo. He explained that ever since Midoriya had become 9, everything had changed. He had defeated Bakugo and was privy to All Might's significant secret. Sato recalled that based on Deku's earlier words, he would not have held back. Back to the attack, his tail moved along the spine of the target. Ejiro believed it was all Deku's fault, as it had his name written all over it. Momo questioned the connection, stating it couldn't be because of the deal. Shoto pondered the possibility of Deku finding a loophole. Everyone turned their attention to him as he explained that the deal stated Deku couldn't reveal anything about All Might's quirk for his place at UA. However, it didn't mention anything about him doing so before arriving at UA. Perhaps that was how he acquired his fortune, and he had lied about it being given to him by his deceased father. Izumi expressed her disbelief, insisting it couldn't be true. Shoto reminded her that they barely knew anything about Deku. He had vanished for 2 days in the past, only to return calling himself 9, sporting 7 metal tails and nearly harming Bakugo if not for the intervention of the principal at Aldra. In the 10 months since, all they knew was that he had been in America and had started his own company. Mina declared they needed to expose Deku for his villainous actions. Izumi, frustrated, challenged them, questioning their lack of evidence. She warned that if they were wrong, her brother could easily file charges for false accusations, and UA would face serious consequences for allowing such claims. Katsumi posed a counter-question, asking what would happen if they were right. Meanwhile, Nizu was reviewing the footage from the USJ incident repeatedly. He still couldn't understand how the villains had known where they would be. Even more concerning was the Nomu, which appeared to be a walking corpse and had given All Might a significant challenge. 𝗎𝗎 remained puzzled about how they had knowledge of All Might's injury or how they had discovered his location at that moment. He observed as Detective 𝗕𝗄𝐻𝗍 interrogated the captured villains, seeking answers. He asked 𝗕𝗄𝐻𝗍 to interrogate Nine as well. Ever since he arrived at UA, things had changed for the worse. Toshinori and Inko were angry with him, and the same went for Class 1A, except for Yagi and Yaoyorozu. The defects in Bakugo's twin gauntlets had caused further issues, and recently, All Might and Class 1A had been banned from entering his company hospital. In the interrogation room, Nine sat in a chair facing Detective 𝗕𝗄𝐻𝗍. 𝗕𝗄𝐻𝗍 introduced himself and stated that he would be asking some questions, to which Nine responded with indifference. 𝗕𝗄𝐻𝗍 began the questioning by confirming Nine's name, to which Nine raised an eyebrow, questioning 𝗕𝗄𝐻𝗍's competence. 𝗕𝗄𝐻𝗍 insisted that this was standard procedure and continued. When asked if his name had always been Nine Midoriya, Nine revealed that he had changed it from a previous name. 𝗕𝗄𝐻𝗍 inquired about Nine's hair and tails, to which Nine explained that he had used a permanent DIY method to change his hair color. The detective then asked about the source of Nine's wealth, and Nine explained that he had inherited a fortune from his father's testament. 𝗕𝗄𝐻𝗍 asked if Nine knew anything about the USJ incident, to which Nine replied that he only knew what he had heard from his sensei, the news, and Class 1B. When shown photos of Tamura, Kurogiri, and Nomu, Nine denied ever having seen them. 𝗕𝗄𝐻𝗍 then asked about Nine's knowledge of the OFA quirk, to which Nine cryptically mentioned that Toshinori and Inko were not good at keeping secrets, revealing that he had once caught them in their hero costumes when he was 10. Finally, 𝗕𝗄𝐻𝗍 inquired about All for One, to which Nine feigned ignorance, jokingly suggesting it was a type of champagne for volunteers. After this, 𝗕𝗄𝐻𝗍 concluded the interrogation, stating that Nine was free to go, to which Nine expressed his thanks before leaving. 𝗕𝗄𝐻𝗍 then headed to 𝗎𝗎's office. 𝗎𝗎 asked how the interrogation went, and 𝗕𝗄𝐻𝗍 reported that Nine had been truthful, with no lies detected. He noted that 𝗎𝗎 should consider himself fortunate that Nine wasn't pressing charges for false accusations. 𝗎𝗎 admitted he had thought Nine was guilty, but with 𝗕𝗄𝐻𝗍's quirk as a lie detector, he would trust his findings. Meanwhile, Nine arrived at his classroom to find he was the last one there. He gathered his belongings and decided to leave. Climbing the stairs to the exit, he knew that 𝗎𝗎 was busy with paperwork regarding the USJ incident, which meant 𝗎𝗎 wouldn't be monitoring the cameras. Pulling out his phone, Nine commanded his computer to hack into the camera system and play a loop for nearly 15 minutes. The computer complied, allowing Nine enough time to visit Izumi, Katsumi, and Katsuki. When he arrived at the infirmary, he found all three sleeping peacefully in their beds. He observed them, noting how defenseless and vulnerable they appeared. He used 3 of his metal tails, positioning them dangerously close to their faces, contemplating the ease of ending them right then and there. However, he ultimately decided against it, believing that such an act would be too simple and that none of them deserved that fate. And Nine left them to sleep. 2 weeks had passed since the incident at the USJ. During that time, he and his companion, Snowball, had enjoyed outings at the water park and carnivals. Now, he was back in class, preparing for the upcoming sport festival. Izumi was in her room, 2 days after being discharged from the hospital. She struggled to sleep, haunted by memories of the Nomu. The thought of her father nearly being harmed weighed heavily on her mind. What troubled her most was the knowledge that the villains were aware of her father's injury, a secret shared only among her close circle. Among them, Nine raised her suspicions. Despite his interrogation and assurances, she couldn't shake the feeling that he might have connections to the villains. Another question lingered. Why hadn't Nine pressed charges against 𝗎𝗎 for false accusations? Katsuki had faced consequences, but with her father's help, he had managed to avoid severe punishment. In a high-tech part of Class 1H, filled with gadgets and glowing screens, Nine stood at his cluttered workbench. The walls were lined with various inventions, and a large digital clock counted down in one corner. It was early morning, and soft blue light streamed through the glass windows. The faint whirring of machinery filled the air as Nine, wearing his signature gloves and goggles pushed up on his forehead, focused on a holographic display hovering above a blueprint for a new invention, a device designed to stabilize energy. His fur was slightly ruffled from a long night of tinkering, but his eyes gleamed with determination. The class was a blend of creativity and chaos, with half-finished projects scattered about, including a malfunctioning gadget that sparked occasionally. As he adjusted the flux capacitor and calibrated the phase oscillator, he felt closer to achieving his goal. His fingers danced across the controls, and the device began to hum and glow, the energy swirling in captivating colors. Suddenly, his scraplet whizzed by, carrying a tray of tools and components, buzzing cheerfully. It announced the estimated time until completion, suggesting a break. Nine, however, was focused and replied that he needed to finish before the next instability hit. The countdown clock reminded him of the urgency pressing upon him, and he sighed, running a hand through his fur. He knew he had to keep working. No one else could do this. As he continued, he reflected on his journey and the motivation that drove him to protect those misjudged by society. He adjusted a few dials, and a surge of energy pulled him back, startling him. A grin broke across his face as he realized he had made a breakthrough. Just then, a flickering light caught his attention, an incoming message on a communication device. Rushing to it, he was greeted by a hologram of Toyotaro, his senpai, who was fully healed. Toyotaro checked in on Nine's progress, and Nine shared his breakthrough with the energy output. Toyotaro reminded him to be careful, as fluctuations could be unpredictable. Nine felt a hint of concern for his friends, wishing they could work together without risking overload. Perhaps there was a way to synchronize their energies. As the hologram faded, Nine returned to his project, tightening bolts and flicking switches. Sparks flew as the machine roared to life, stabilizing a shimmering portal before him. His heart raced with excitement and a hint of anxiety, knowing this breakthrough could change everything. He was determined to see where it would lead. Noticing a trail of ants on the wall, Nine realized they were spying on him. In response, he transformed the ends of his metal tails into blow torches, eliminating the ants except for one, which he left alive to carry a message back. Meanwhile, 𝗎𝗠 called Toshinori and Inko to discuss Nine's intentions. 𝗎𝗠 expressed concern that if Nine had been in the hero course, Aizawa would have expelled him for lacking potential. Toshinori questioned if they could expel him, but 𝗎𝗠 pointed out that doing so without cause would raise media scrutiny. Inko worried about the implications of Nine no longer being a UA student, as it would make it easier for him to expose their quirks. 𝗎𝗠 noted Nine's exceptional skills and inventions, arguing that expelling him without reason would only create problems. Toshinori suggested framing him, but 𝗎𝗠 reminded them of Naome's involvement. They realized they couldn't stop Nine, who was always several steps ahead. 𝗎𝗠 concluded that Nine would use the sport festival to transfer himself to the hero course, and Inko suggested they prevent him from participating. However, 𝗎𝗠 warned that doing so would make them appear biased against quirks. They needed to outsmart him, not overpower him. Toshinori then had an idea. The rule stated that if Nine didn't make it to the festival, there would be no issue. He sent Izumi a message outlining his plan. At the cafe, Izumi and her friends celebrated her discharge and their well-being. Ochako questioned Izumi's certainty about her brother's innocence, while Mina expressed doubt. Momo recalled that Nine had been interrogated by a detective with a lie detector quirk. Tsuyu suggested he might have lied, but Izumi dismissed the idea, confident that Nine wouldn't be able to deceive such a quirk. Just then, Izumi's phone vibrated with a message from her father, revealing that he had discovered Nine's plan. Izumi shared the message about her brother's plan to enter the hero course through the sports festival. Denki questioned how that was possible, while Momo reminded them that the rule had been established long before their time. Katsuki expressed his frustration, feeling that Deku thought he was superior. Ejiro pointed out that the rule only applied if Deku made it to the festival, and Katsumi agreed, suggesting that disqualifying him would solve the issue. Izumi then proposed that they sabotage his inventions, but Momo cautioned her, recalling the incident at Aldra where Katsuki had nearly faced dire consequences. Katsuki reacted angrily, challenging Momo's words, while Shoto dismissed the idea that Deku posed any real threat. Momo countered, listing Deku's past actions, including hacking the school system and defeating Bakugo. She warned them not to involve her in their plans against him and left the room, despite Kyoka's attempts to stop her. Later, Katsuki took an alternate route home, heading down an abandoned street that he and his friends often used as a hangout. Now, it served as his training ground, and he felt a strange emptiness after losing some of his lackeys due to the chemist. As he trained, he spotted a figure on a nearby building, a boy with fox ears. Recognizing the familiar ears, he climbed the stairs to confront Nine. Katsuki boasted about the view, and Nine acknowledged its beauty. Katsuki declared his hatred for Deku, insisting he was superior in every way. Nine, unfazed, pointed out that Katsuki's loudness was not impressive. Fueled by anger, Katsuki unleashed his explosions at Nine, demanding to know how he fared. Nine revealed that he was merely a hologram, leaving Katsuki shocked. The smoke cleared to show Nine unharmed, and he taunted Katsuki about being fooled. Katsuki realized too late that a drone had been recording the encounter, and in a fit of rage, he destroyed the hologram projector. The next day, Nine arrived at UA after saying goodbye to Eri. On his way to class, he encountered Ejiro, who had positioned himself in a blind spot where no cameras could catch him. Ejiro confronted Nine about not apologizing for an incident involving Koda's aunts. Nine dismissed him, questioning whether the plan was his or Katsuki's. Ejiro, angered by the insult, charged at Nine but was easily evaded. Nine activated his bracelet and struck Ejiro, breaking his nose. Ejiro, in pain, vowed that it wasn't over and left. Time passed, and Nine focused on his inventions for the sports festival. Suddenly, a girl with long black hair and onyx eyes appeared at his door. Despite his annoyance, he allowed Momo to speak. She presented him with an envelope containing a recommendation from Shiketsu High School and a monetary offer from her parents. Nine rejected the idea, feeling that she wanted him out of UA to avoid confronting the past. In frustration, he destroyed the envelope and left. Upon returning, Nine found his classmates leaving for the day. As he cleaned his workspace, another girl with short ash-blonde hair entered. She demanded to talk, but Nine was not interested. Katsumi, feeling disrespected by his tone, approached him, her hands starting to smoke. She insisted he withdraw from the sports festival, but Nine dismissed her, stating he had more important matters to attend to. Nine brushed Katsumi off and continued to pack his things. Katsumi, frustrated, insisted that he drop out of the festival or face serious consequences. Nine, unfazed, challenged her, suggesting that it would be UA's reputation at stake if they discovered one of their students had attacked the world's most successful CEO. He took pleasure in the thought of exposing Toshinori's actions, referring to him as the #1 hero. He reminded Katsumi that he knew her weaknesses well, having grown up together for 10 years. Katsumi felt her anger boiling. She was superior in many ways and couldn't stand being dismissed by someone she considered a nobody. Charging her quirk, she launched herself at him with a powerful right hook. Nine, however, anticipated her move, evading her attack with ease. He grabbed her arm and threw her to the ground, where she landed hard. As she hit the floor, Katsumi gasped in surprise. Nine quickly immobilized her with 4 of his metal tails and activated his bracelet. She struggled to break free, but her efforts were in vain. Even her quirk failed to respond. Desperate, she demanded he let her go. Nine, with a calm demeanor, pointed out that she might not have much time left and suggested she lighten her mood. He then used one of his tails to grab a crowbar, causing Katsumi's eyes to widen in alarm. Nine remarked that while they had laughed at his expense, the tables had turned. He dropped the crowbar, transforming his remaining 3 tails into a saw blade, a blowtorch, and a nail gun. As he moved closer, Katsumi felt a surge of fear. She warned him not to dare approach her, but he ignored her plea. Nine moved the saw blade toward her arm, and as she tried to escape, a nail shot past her head. He cautioned her to stay still, assuring her that it would be quick. The moment the saw made contact with her skin, she cried out in pain, conceding that she would leave him alone. Nine stopped his actions and released her, allowing her to tend to her minor wound with a pack of tissues. Katsumi noticed the hatred in his eyes, directed solely at her. She felt vulnerable, realizing he could have easily caused her much more harm. Meanwhile, Katsuki, Ejiro, Ochako, Shoto, and Shoka gathered at their usual hangout, an abandoned warehouse where Katsuki had previously been outsmarted by Nine. Izumi arrived shortly after. Katsuki expressed his frustration, questioning why Izumi hadn't intimidated Deku into backing off. Izumi was confused and asked for an explanation. Katsumi recounted her attempts to confront Nine about participating in the festival, detailing how he had brushed her off and ultimately overpowered her. She showed them her bandaged arm, and their eyes widened in shock at the sight of her injury. They realized that Nine was no longer the weak Deku they had once known. Katsuki was furious, calling Nine a psychopath and vowing to take him down. Ejiro agreed that Nine had crossed a line, while Izumi cautioned against resorting to old habits. Katsuki insisted that Nine needed to learn his place, but Izumi intervened, refusing to let him act recklessly. In the heated exchange, Izumi punched Katsuki, asserting that they wouldn't revert to their past mistakes. Ejiro, however, sided with Katsuki, arguing that Nine had evidence against them that could jeopardize their futures at UA. Shoto and Shoka echoed their sentiments, emphasizing the risks they faced without the same support that Izumi had. Facing pressure from her friends, Izumi realized that they were all in agreement with Katsuki's plan. However, she firmly rejected their approach, declaring them crazy for thinking she would join them. She warned them not to come back to her if their plan failed, expressing her disappointment in Katsuki for needing help after his past mistakes. Izumi left, and Katsuki couldn't shake off the humiliation Deku had caused him at Aldera. He recalled how Deku had used those ridiculous metal tails to attack him, sabotaged his gauntlets, and nearly got him into legal trouble. Thanks to All Might, he had managed to escape that situation. Just a few days ago, Deku had outsmarted him with holograms and drones. The only explanation for Deku's actions was jealousy over their success. Suddenly, Katsuki, Katsumi, Ochako, Shoto, Shoka, and Ejiro's phones buzzed with a notification. The headline read, Aldera School Villainy Behavior, Drags, Abuse of Power, Bullying. Ever since quirks had emerged, many had forgotten how to be decent human beings, considering themselves above others. Aldera School was notorious for illegal activities, including drag use, inappropriate relationships, and allowing bullying against those deemed weak or villains. The thought of an investigation into their old school sent a chill down their spines. While much of the article was exaggerated, it reflected their past actions. If an investigation were to occur, they would be caught. The comments section was filled with harsh judgments. One user questioned if the school was a villain hideout, while another expressed disbelief that heroes could be involved. The group felt their hearts drop as they read the comments, realizing that only one person could have orchestrated this. The next day, Nine sat in his office, busy with paperwork, when one of his secretaries approached him. She informed him that two individuals were waiting to speak with him. When he learned their names, Toshinori Yagi and Mirai Sasaki, he sighed and instructed her to let them in. As Toshinori and Mirai entered, Nine sat back in his chair, hands steepled. He greeted them with a sarcastic remark, prompting Toshinori to warn him about his tone. Nine retorted, questioning why Nana Shimura had chosen Toshinori for One for All, suggesting she must have been foolish. An angry vein throbbed on Toshinori's forehead at Nine's disrespect. Nine continued, revealing that he had implemented quirk-canceling technology in his facility, rendering Toshinori unable to access One for All. He taunted Toshinori about his past as a quirkless individual, labeling him a hypocrite. Toshinori remained silent, simmering with anger. Mirai then presented a contract, demanding Nine surrender his fortune and company. Toshinori smirked at the absurdity of it, but Nine's response quickly wiped the smile from his face. Nine flatly refused, insisting they leave. Mirai threatened him, but Nine remained unfazed, revealing that he had anticipated their actions. When Mirai fired a shot at Nine, it shattered harmlessly in midair, thanks to the protective measures in place. Nine explained that his facility was designed to withstand attacks, and he had no intention of backing down. He commanded his computer to fire a warning shot, which struck Toshinori's foot, causing him to cry out in pain. Nine warned them again to leave, but Mirai insisted they would not let this go. Nine revealed that their conversation had been recorded, ensuring that the truth would come to light. As Mirai helped Toshinori out, Bubble Girl entered, furious. She confronted Mirai, delivering a swift kick that left him groaning in pain. She declared her resignation as his assistant and as a hero, throwing papers in his face before leaving with Toshinori. After they departed, Nine stood up and instructed his computer to scan Karakoko Iwata, seeking confirmation of her claims. A red horizontal light moved from the head to the toe of Karakoko Iwata. The computer confirmed her honesty to Mstr9. Nine instructed to put back the guns and open the glass field. The guns retracted into the walls, and the glass field was activated. Karakoko looked at Izuku, questioning if it was really him. Nine affirmed, introducing himself as Nine now and asking for an update. Karakoko shared her experience with Nightie's tickling machine, revealing that he used it on her whenever she wasn't smiling, even after attending a funeral. Nine expressed his horror at her story. Karakoko continued, explaining how she had grown tired of Nightie's constant reminders of All Might's achievements, leading her to quit being his assistant and a hero due to the ridicule from others, who claimed she was chosen out of pity and criticized her appearance. Nine placed a hand on Karakoko's shoulder, empathizing with her feelings. He shared that he faced similar judgments but had risen above them, creating something meaningful. He offered her a position as an extra secretary, noting the workload they had. Overwhelmed with joy, Karakoko cried and hugged Nine, who returned the embrace, expressing how much he missed this connection. The scene shifted as Nine exited his facility and headed to the orphanage to volunteer. Karakoko asked where he was going, and he explained his intention to help at the orphanage. She wished him luck and reminded him to see her at work the next day. As Nine made his way to the orphanage, paparazzi approached him, requesting a speech. He confirmed it was live on television and delivered a powerful message to those who had doubted him, asserting his strength and resilience. After the speech, the paparazzi dispersed, allowing Nine to continue to the orphanage, where he was greeted by eager children wanting to hear a story. He agreed to share a tale that was real. The children cheered and pulled him to a chair. Nine began his story about a boy who was underestimated for being small and quiet. While others laughed, the boy worked hard in secret, knowing that effort could surpass talent when talent didn't strive. Years later, when asked how he succeeded, he would simply smile, as it was the quiet determination that made the loudest impact. A boy among the children asked if the story was about Nine himself. Nine confirmed that it was, but he also posed a question to the kids about how loud they wanted their success to be. The scene changed to a new day at UA. Nine arrived at school and noticed a boy crying because others had thrown his ball into a tree. Using his twin tails, Nine flew up to retrieve the ball and returned it to the boy. He knelt down and asked why the other kids had thrown the ball. The boy explained that they believed he didn't deserve happiness because of his quirk, shadow control, which allowed him to manipulate his shadow. Nine reassured the boy that his quirk was amazing and not villainous unless he chose to use it that way. He shared his own experiences of being quirkless and how he had risen above the negativity. Nine advised the boy to let go of those who diminished his self-esteem, encouraging him to walk away from those who couldn't see his worth. He emphasized the importance of surrounding oneself with uplifting people and prioritizing mental well-being. He warned against relationships with narcissists, explaining that such individuals only bring pain and chaos. Instead, he urged the boy to seek peace and happiness. The boy listened intently, unsure of how to respond. Nine then inquired if he had told his parents about the bullying. The boy revealed that his parents were busy with work and often overwhelmed. Nine asked for the name of the company where his parents worked and offered to help by giving the boy his phone number to pass along to his parents, promising to speak to them about better job opportunities. As Nine prepared to leave, the boy hugged him, expressing gratitude for his help. Nine returned the hug, assuring him it was no trouble. As they parted ways, Nine thought about the challenges ahead, realizing that some obstacles were more significant than he had anticipated. At a corner, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was hiding, trying to find a blind spot to confront Deku. He smirked when he saw some boys throw a ball into a tree, knowing they admired him and had learned from him. His fists clenched in frustration as he watched Deku return the ball and help the others. He believed Deku was nothing more than a villain, and he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. He needed to confront Deku and settle things once and for all. As Nine approached his class, he had to get past Katsuki, who was blocking his way. Katsuki challenged Nine to meet him on the rooftop after class, and he stomped off, leaving Nine to ponder the confrontation ahead. Once on the rooftop, Nine noticed Katsuki was alone, as he could tell from the absence of other scents. Katsuki smirked, realizing Uncle Might's plan had worked. While Auntie Inko played chess with Nizu, Uncle Might had ensured that the cameras skipped the part where they reached the rooftop. Katsuki confronted Nine, brandishing an article that exposed him. Nine smiled, acknowledging the effort it took to create the article, and taunted Katsuki about his identity. Katsuki demanded Nine's phone, insisting that the article would ruin him. However, Nine remained unfazed, challenging Katsuki to show his true nature. He revealed that Toshinori had disowned him, erasing all traces of his former identity, and now he was Nine Midoriya, a successful businessman. Katsuki gritted his teeth in anger, realizing that Uncle Might had indeed erased Deku's existence. Nine continued to provoke Katsuki, questioning how someone with BLD on their hands could sleep at night. Katsuki retaliated, accusing Nine of being the chemist, but Nine calmly pointed out that the investigation had cleared him of those accusations. As their confrontation escalated, Nine reminded Katsuki that he was merely a sidekick to Izumi, who had inherited All Might's legacy. He warned Katsuki that once he exposed Toshinori, everything would change. With that, Nine turned to leave, leaving Katsuki shaken by the implications of their exchange. The day of the sports festival arrived, and all the first-year students at UA were preparing for the event. Nine was with his classmates, showcasing his latest inventions, including a visor, upgraded gloves, air shoes, and a telescopic metal staff. May approached him, curious about his inventions, but Nine kept the details a surprise. Suddenly, they spotted Bruce Wayne, and Nine walked over to greet him. They exchanged pleasantries and shook hands, with May expressing her surprise at Nine's connection to the famous businessman. Bruce explained that they were business partners, having met during Nine's time in Gotham. As they stepped away for a private conversation, Bruce leaned in and whispered about the chemist, revealing that he had discovered Nine's secret identity. Nine acknowledged Bruce's skills as a detective and inquired about Harvey Dent's rehabilitation. Bruce shared his hope that the real Harvey was still inside, showcasing their enduring friendship. With their conversation concluded, Nine prepared to return to the festivities, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Nine walked inside and stood next to Bruce and Harvey. Bruce introduced Harvey to Nine, explaining that he was the CEO of Fox Industries. Nine was surprised but acknowledged the truth in Bruce's words. Harvey complimented Nine on his brilliance, to which Nine humbly credited his employees, emphasizing that he was a leader, not just a boss. He explained the difference between a boss and a leader, highlighting how leaders inspire collaboration while bosses command obedience. Bruce placed a hand on Nine's shoulder, noting that they all shared something in common. Harvey recognized the bond between them and expressed his appreciation for their friendship. Nine promised Harvey that once he was out of rehabilitation, he and Bruce would work together to help him regain his former self. Harvey thanked Nine and remarked that he saw two sides of the same coin in them. As Bruce went to the spectator area, Nine returned to his class to prepare for the upcoming event. Meanwhile, in the 1A locker room, Mina expressed her frustration about not being allowed to wear their costumes, while Kyoka explained that it would create an unfair advantage. The announcer welcomed everyone to the sport festival, introducing the classes, including 1A and 1B, who entered the arena. The excitement grew as Midnight, the 18-plus hero, made her entrance, causing some spectators to blush. Nine closed his eyes, trying to avoid looking at her. Midnight commanded silence and introduced the guest from America, the #1 hero, Star and Stripe. The crowd was astonished to see her, and she encouraged the students to give their best. Star and Stripe spotted Nine and excitedly embraced him, leading to a humorous moment as he jokingly exclaimed about stranger danger. She expressed her joy at seeing him again, recalling their friendship from her time in America. As she returned to the stage, the focus shifted back to 1A. Katsuki Bakugo, the class representative, was introduced, and his competitive nature flared when he heard he was the second highest scorer in the entrance exam. He glared at Nine, who remained unfazed. Katsuki declared his intent to win, prompting mixed reactions from the audience. Midnight and Star and Stripe discussed the reasoning behind having Katsuki speak instead of the highest scorer, Nine. Star and Stripe insisted that Nine should give a proper speech, feeling that Katsuki's focus was too self-centered. Caught off guard, Nine approached the stage, while Katsuki simmered with frustration at the situation. Once at the microphone, Nine addressed the crowd, stating that he saw weakness in them, not in a derogatory way, but as a call to recognize their potential. He encouraged his classmates to confront their inner doubts and negative thoughts, urging them to strive for improvement and embrace their responsibilities. He concluded with a powerful reminder that their potential was not just a possibility but a responsibility, inspiring them to break free from their limitations. It was time to fight. A hush fell over the crowd until one person began to applaud, followed by another, and soon everyone in their seats was on their feet, clapping for Nine's speech. Even the entire first-year course joined in, except for Class 1A, who remained silent. They felt that Deku was trying to steal their spotlight by giving the rest of the first-year students false hope. After all, they were Class 1A for a reason. They were the strongest. Meanwhile, Toshinori seethed with anger at Nine's words. He was quirkless, a liability, a nobody, yet he believed he could compete with his daughter and her friends. If it weren't for the evidence and blackmailing of one for all that Nine possessed, Toshinori wouldn't see him as a threat. He needed to take the brat down, but he had to be cautious since Nizu was watching him closely. Nizu observed Toshinori, noting the angry growl that escaped him. His suspicions were confirmed. Toshinori had been targeting Nine ever since he arrived at U. Toshinori claimed he visited Nine's company for business, but Nine had shot him in the leg before he could explain. Something about that encounter didn't add up. Why would Nine attack Toshinori without provocation? They clearly disliked each other, but it seemed Toshinori wasn't telling the whole story. After the sports festival, Nizu planned to speak with both of them to hear their sides. Back at the stadium, Midnight announced the first event. The spinning roulette finally stopped, and she declared it was an obstacle race. Quirks and inventions were allowed, but any harm to others would result in disqualification. The students had 10 minutes to prepare. Nine readied his invention, fully charged. He donned his gloves, air shoes, visor, and telescopic metal staff. Just then, 𝗵𝗏 appeared from his locker. Nito asked if the inventions he requested were ready, and Nine confirmed they were. He instructed Nito to attach 2 to his shoes and 2 to the back of his hands, explaining that he needed to wear gloves since the devices couldn't be applied directly to his skin. Nine adjusted the regulators on Nito's gloves and shoes, explaining their function. He warned Nito against using Taguru's quirk without the regulators, as it could cause injury. Nito thanked Nine for his help, and they exchanged a fist bump before Nine left to join the others. In the spectator seats, Karakoko Iwata, also known as Bubble Girl, sat with Eri and Rappa, along with the rest of Nine's bodyguards. Everyone from his company was present, as Nine had given them the day off. As Midnight shouted for the race to begin, Shoto and Shoka froze the ground, trapping many students in ice. Those who weren't caught advanced, including all of Class 1A. Nine was also trapped but remained unfazed. He challenged Endeavor 2.0 to do better. Using his gloves, he sent a heat wave to the ground, melting the ice and freeing himself and the others. As Nine activated his air shoes, he quickly caught up to the leaders of Class 1A. Izumi, Katsumi, Shoka, Katsuki, and Shoto were vying for first place when Nine soared above them, taunting Shoto about his ice. Upon landing, he accelerated, leaving them behind in a cloud of dust. The 2 pairs of twins abandoned their rivalry to chase after him. Meanwhile, Toshinori glared at Nine with resentment. He saw him as a liability, a nobody, yet he dared to compete with his daughter and her friends, who were far stronger. Toshinori felt the need to take Nine down. As the race progressed, Nine lost some ground due to the twins' attempts to hinder him. They soon arrived at the first obstacle, Robo Inferno. Shoto and Shoka froze 2 0-pointers, while Katsuki and Katsumi blasted their way through. Some students attempted to navigate past the frozen robots, but Shoto warned them against it, explaining the danger of the situation. Nine flew up using his tails, internally mocking the so-called heroes. He began making his way toward the robots. From beneath, Tetsu and Ejiro emerged, while Izumi used her telekinesis combined with One for All to assist. The rest of the students focused on destroying the robots. The announcer marveled at the first year's skills. Star and Stripe noted that while they had strong quirks, she didn't see many from Class 1A becoming great heroes. Eraserhead questioned her perspective, but Star and Stripe pointed out the actions of the Todoroki twins, who had trapped many students in ice. If it weren't for Nine melting the ice, those students could have faced serious consequences. Everyone began to consider her words. If other students had been in Tetsu and Ejiro's place, they might not have survived. Star and Stripe continued, criticizing the reckless nature of the Bakugo twins, who didn't hold back their attacks. While their aggression helped them advance, it posed a threat to others caught in the crossfire. Everyone gasped at what Star and Stripe said, but upon reflection, they realized she was right. Meanwhile, Katsuki and Katsumi were boiling with anger, questioning what she knew about facing a villain. They believed that when confronting a villain, one should not hold back. It wasn't their fault that others got in their way, it was the others' fault for standing in their path. Star and Stripes observed Yagi's skills, noting her lack of discipline and control, as well as her apparent ability to use 2 quirks simultaneously. She thought to herself that while she knew this was One for All, she didn't want to expose that information just yet. She would let Nine reveal it instead. Curiosity spread among the onlookers about why Izumi seemed to display 2 quirks. Some speculated that she might possess a single quirk with multiple abilities. Star and Stripes was aware of One for All, as were Nine's associates, including Melissa, David, Rappa, and the military personnel Nine had worked with over the past 10 months. Star and Stripes pointed out Nine Midoriya as a prime example. The screen shifted to show Nine moving with swift precision, taking down 4 of the 3-pointer robots by targeting their weak points, causing them to shut down effortlessly. The commentator exclaimed in disbelief at how Nine had destroyed 4 robots without breaking a sweat, questioning how it was possible. Star and Stripes explained that Nine Midoriya was quirkless, which made him more powerful than many others. His analytical mind allowed him to identify the robot's vulnerabilities. She confidently stated that he could easily take down pro heroes. As the race continued, a 0-pointer appeared, but Nine aimed his hand at it, launching a small rocket from his glove. The crowd watched in awe as the tiny rocket obliterated the 0-pointer. Ectoplasm questioned how such a small rocket could achieve that, while another explained that it was an anti-tank rocket designed by Nine during his time in America, showcasing its power. Nizu posed a hypothetical question about what would happen if Nine ever turned villainous, while others expressed doubt about their ability to stop him, even with his quirkless status. The race resumed, and Nine skillfully navigated past the robots, using his shoes and tails to fly. He faced off against Hanta and Yuga, who attempted to hinder his progress. Nine swiftly cut the tape binding him and dodged an attack, causing Dark Shadow to lose control and grow larger. Seizing the opportunity, Nine continued to dash forward, conserving energy. He observed his classmates overcoming various obstacles, including Shoto and Shoka creating ice bridges and Tsuyu walking on a rope. Nine prepared for the next challenge, taking a few steps back before launching himself into the air. Katsumi, hiding nearby, attempted to sabotage him with an explosion, but Nine managed to cling to the wall, only sustaining minor damage to his shoe. As he climbed back up, he noticed Toshinori watching from the sidelines, smirking at the challenge ahead. Nine assessed his damaged shoe and activated the 3rd feature of his footwear, allowing him to walk on air. As he soared above the ground, the commentator marveled at Nine's ability to walk in midair, revealing the advanced technology in his shoes. Meanwhile, Katsuki and Katsumi were frustrated that Nine had not been eliminated as they had hoped. Accessed the schematics of the mines buried in the ground and took control of them, preparing to detonate those beneath Class 1A. As the mines exploded, stunning his classmates, Nine seized the moment to reclaim the lead in the race. The commentator announced the unexpected turn of events, highlighting Nine Midoriya's impressive comeback. While everyone focused on the front line, Nine Midoriya used his visor to scan the mines. He summoned a holographic keyboard with his gloves and took control of the mines, detonating them with precision. It was an impressive strategy. As Nine navigated the minefield, he was nearly at the finish line when he heard explosions behind him. Two pairs of twins emerged from the minefield, charging forward with Izumi close behind. Nine leaped to avoid an attack from the four challengers, momentarily losing his lead. Izumi sped past him, pushing Nine into 6th place. The race concluded with Katsuki taking 1st place, followed by Shoto in 2nd, Shoka in 3rd, Katsumi in 4th, Izumi in 5th, and Nine in 6th. The rest of Class 1A, minus Izumi and Momo, smirked at Nine. Ejiro taunted him, claiming he had lost. Nine retorted, questioning whether Ejiro spoke on his own or if he needed Katsuki's permission. He pointed out that Ejiro was merely a follower, always praising Katsuki without being his own person. Angered, Ejiro grabbed Nine by the collar, demanding he take back his words. Nine chuckled, challenging Ejiro to act on his anger, knowing it would only get him into trouble. Realizing Nine was right, Ejiro released him, frustrated. Nine continued, dismissing Ejiro's threats as empty and revealing that he had intentionally let Katsuki win to put a target on his back. Kyoka questioned Nine's logic, but he explained that the events were interconnected. He could have easily detonated all the mines if he had wanted to win. Denki chimed in, recalling how a mine had exploded near him. Nine confirmed that he could have reprogrammed the robots during the entrance exam, but Katsumi dismissed his claims. Nine encouraged her to ask Izumi, who confirmed his control over the zero-pointer during the exam. With a confident smile directed at Katsuki, Nine reiterated that he had the upper hand. He could have won but chose to make Katsuki a target instead, challenging him to prove himself as the so-called #1 hero. As Nine walked away through the crowd, Katsuki clenched his teeth in frustration. He seethed at the thought of Deku mocking him after the mine incident, but with so many witnesses, he couldn't retaliate. Midnight announced the end of the race and spun the wheel for the next event. The wheel stopped, revealing a cavalry battle. She explained that teams of 4 would compete to steal headband points, with the last place earning 30 points and the first place a staggering 10 million points. The realization that Katsuki had become the target for everyone set in. Midnight declared a 30-minute break, allowing the first-year students to either rest or grab a bite to eat. Nine stored his inventions in a case, hiding it in a secret spot before heading out for food. Suddenly, Ejiro confronted Nine, accusing him of knowing about the cavalry battle. Nine pointed out the obvious connection between the events and remarked on Ejiro's intelligence, or lack thereof. Ejiro was annoyed, but Nine continued to mock him, stating that there were only 2 brain cells in Ejiro's head, and they were fighting for 3rd place. Katsuki shouted not to underestimate him, but Nine dismissed the threat, claiming it was impossible to do so. Hanta commented on the situation, and Nine responded with a sharp retort, asserting that he could easily take them down with preparation and knowledge of their weaknesses. Shoto attempted to undermine Nine's confidence, but Nine countered by pointing out that both he and Shoka existed only because of their father's longing for perfect kids. This left Shoto and Shoka momentarily speechless. Nine then turned his attention to Ochako, making a cruel remark about her family's financial situation and her quirk's limitations. Ochako found his words harsh, but Nine insisted he was simply being strategic. He moved on to Mineta, calling him a weak pervert and tossing a magazine at him, showcasing his own success while belittling Mineta's insecurities. As Mineta sulked, Nine continued to assert his superiority, claiming he could easily take down anyone with just a look. He concluded by addressing Sato, leaving the tension in the air as the next event loomed on the horizon. All Nine needed to do was ensure that Sato wasn't consuming any sugar. With a confident stance, he declared that Sato's quirk could lead to serious health issues if he overindulged. Sato, however, reminded Nine that even without sugar, he was still stronger. Nine smirked, suggesting that strength alone wouldn't be enough. He just needed to outsmart Sato to bring him down. Nine glanced at Tsuyu, referring to her as the frog. He claimed that all he had to do was lure her into a restaurant, where she might be tempted by a frog dish. He boasted about his ability to create winter conditions in summer, suggesting that she would fall into a deep sleep before she knew it. Next, he turned his attention to Shoji, calling him multiple arms. Nine asserted that fear gas would be his weapon of choice, trapping Shoji in a cycle of past traumas. He ominously hinted at a swift end to Shoji's struggles. Then, Nine looked at Koda, stating that he could easily neutralize him with tear gas or by trapping him in a soundproof box, rendering his quirk ineffective. He questioned Koda's ability to command animals, suggesting that a stray dog he might summon could have been raised by Nine himself. As he moved on to Ejiro, Nine insulted him, calling him the mutt. He explained that he could easily target Ejiro's joints, rendering him vulnerable. He warned that even if Ejiro hardened his body, his neck would remain a weak point. Nine then addressed Kyoka, mentioning her quirk and how he could disable it by cutting her earphones. He continued to outline his strategies against each of his classmates, detailing how he would exploit their weaknesses. When he reached Mina, he dismissed her intelligence and claimed that he could neutralize her flexibility with a well-placed shot. He had plans for Toru as well, explaining that her invisibility would be ineffective against someone equipped with infrared goggles. Ojiro was next, and Nine mocked him for thinking that quality outweighed quantity when it came to their tails. He expressed confidence in his own abilities, suggesting that Ojiro would be outmatched. Denki was labeled the RETD charger, and Nine explained how he could immobilize him with foam, rendering him powerless. He continued to outline his plans for Tenya, Hanta, 𝗵𝗲𝐻, Aoyama, Momo, and Izumi, detailing how he would exploit their weaknesses and bring them down. Finally, he turned to Katsuki and Katsumi, the self-proclaimed #1 hero, and his sister. Nine taunted them, suggesting that their arrogance would lead to their downfall. He concluded that he could easily neutralize each of them without breaking a sweat, warning them that they should leave the area immediately. If someone were to be caught, it wouldn't concern Nine. Hearing this, they quickly departed. Nine thought to himself that they never learn. He decided to grab something to eat and encountered Bruce, P.P. Grayson, Jason Todd, Tim Drake, Damian Wayne, and Barbara Gordon. P.P. playfully wrapped his arm around Nine's head and gave him a light punch on the shoulder. Nine protested, wanting him to stop, and managed to free himself from the grip. P.P. apologized, expressing how good it was to see Nine again. Jason chimed in, saying that Nine needed to visit more often. Nine and his friends exchanged fist pumps, except for Barbara, who remained reserved. Curious about their presence, Nine asked what they were doing so far from Gotham. Bruce explained that they had convinced him to come. Tim added that Bruce could use a break sometimes. Nine inquired if Alfred had stayed in Gotham, and just then, Alfred appeared behind him, carrying food from the stands. Nine jumped in surprise, recalling his previous experiences with Alfred and his ears. He quickly hid behind Bruce, trembling. In a flashback, Nine was at the back computer, typing furiously. Empty pizza boxes surrounded him, and a trash can overflowed with empty energy drink cans. Dark circles under his eyes indicated he hadn't slept for 3 days. His clothes and hair were disheveled. Nine had been assisting Batman, the Robins, and Batgirl by acting as their eyes in the sky, only taking breaks for bathroom visits. Alfred arrived with a ham sandwich, asking how long it had been since Nine had slept. Nine, in a disheveled state, replied that it had been nearly 4 days. Alfred insisted that Nine needed rest, but Nine dismissed the concern, claiming he was fine and requesting another energy drink. Suddenly, 5 vehicles entered the tunnel, and 6 costumed individuals emerged. Nightwing thanked Nine for his help, while Red Hood praised his cleverness in detonating the bomb. Batgirl acknowledged that they couldn't have done it without him. Damian, the Robin, boasted that he could have handled it alone, but Tim reminded him that Nine was the best when it came to technology and hacks. Nine agreed, but his friends looked at him with concern. Red Hood suggested that Nine might need some sleep, but Nine stubbornly insisted he was fine and just needed another energy drink. Batman asked how long it had been since Nine had slept, and Nine estimated it was nearly 4 days. Batgirl insisted he needed rest, but Nine continued to deny it, determined to return to his work. Alfred, however, decided it was time for drastic measures. He approached Nine and gently grabbed him by the ear, prompting Nine to protest about the sensitivity of his ears. Alfred explained that he needed to ensure Nine would sleep. Bruce, taking off his mask, instructed Alfred to give Nine a bath, dress him in pajamas, and put him in one of the guest room beds, even suggesting that Alfred tie him to the bed if necessary. Nine was shocked and protested, feeling betrayed. In a scene change, Alfred secured Nine in bed with numerous belts to prevent his escape. Nine attempted to use his metal tails to cut the belts but found them immobilized. Confused, he asked what was happening. Alfred explained that he had tied Nine's tails down to ensure he wouldn't escape and wished him a good sleep before leaving. Nine, frustrated, began to complain but fell asleep before he could finish his sentence. As the break concluded, first-year students began forming teams. Nine sat with his eyes closed, concentrating. He sensed that Toshinori had rigged the festival against him but felt reassured knowing his father had protected him even in death, leaving him everything in the testament. His thoughts were interrupted when he was called by Itsuka and Tetsu, who invited him to join their team. Nine hesitated but agreed, noting they needed one more member. Just then, 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗵 appeared, declaring her intention to join. Itsuka and Tetsu were surprised, and Nine explained that they were both from the support course. Tetsu recalled 𝗵's reputation for causing explosions, to which 𝗵 confidently replied that results and perfection come from failure. Nine teased her about her frequent mishaps, and the team was set. Midnight announced the start of the cavalry battle. As Nine had predicted, many were targeting the 5th-place team. Since Nine was in 6th place, not many came after him, but he remained vigilant. Utilizing his analytical mind, he successfully took down opponents and advanced in points. Meanwhile, Katsuki, Shoto, and Izumi's teams were surrounded by other competitors. The commentator marveled at their impressive scores, but then everyone turned to Nine's team, who were using 𝗵's grappling hook and Nine's tails to collect headbands. As Team Toru and Team Mineta charged at them, Nine warned his teammates to brace themselves. Toru's team attacked first, but Nine quickly adjusted his gloves and fired a sonic blast, incapacitating Kyoka. He then dealt with the birds that had been summoned. When Mineta's team attempted to engage, Nine made a bold remark, asserting his superiority. He then immobilized 2 of Mineta's teammates with his gloves, allowing 𝗵 to snatch Toru's headband while Nine used his tails to grab Mineta's. With their teamwork, Nine's team advanced in points. Suddenly, Nine noticed something moving quickly toward them. He recognized the threat and instructed his teammates to prepare. Using his metal tails, he created a protective field around them and generated a large hexagon to shield his team. Shoto's team charged at full speed, but thanks to Nine's protection and his teammates' cooperation, they managed to withstand the attack. Shoto taunted Nine, claiming he would lose and not pass the next event. Nine felt the mocking laughter from Class 1A and noticed Toshinori smirking at him from the teacher's area. Denki charged his lightning, preparing to unleash an attack, but before he could, a blanket was thrown over his team, immobilizing his quirk. They quickly removed the blanket, and Shoto demanded to know who was responsible. Izumi's team, consisting of Momo, Hitoshi Shinso, and Ochako, revealed themselves, with Izumi stating she was there to stop them from going any further. Shoka expressed disbelief at Momo's actions, to which Momo replied that she would sever their friendship if necessary. While both teams argued, Nine's teammates looked on in confusion. Itsuka questioned what was happening, and Nine simply said it was a story for another time and suggested they retreat. As they began to pull back, a flash zipped past them, and suddenly, Nine's points vanished. Shoto declared that Nine would not pass to the next event, causing Nine to clench his fists in frustration, feeling that all his hard work had been taken from him. He could hear Shoto's mocking tone and Denki's snickering in the background. Nine asked 𝗧𝗏𝗧 for a boost, to which 𝗧𝗏𝗧 agreed, trusting him completely. 𝗧𝗏𝗧 extended his arms, and Nine stepped on his hands, jumping into the air. With his functional right shoe, Nine soared upward, firing a heat wave at Shoto and Shoka, temporarily disabling their ice abilities. He then aimed a blast at Tenya's leg with minimal power, just enough to immobilize him. Landing on Shoto's team, Nine reclaimed his points and some from Shoto, declaring that while he might say, "Go to hell," there was a place worse than that for them. He then struck Shoto, causing him to stumble back. Nine stepped on Tenya's head and leaped into the air, activating his shoe to fly back to his team. As the time limit approached, Midnight announced the results. Team Bakugo secured first place with 10 million points, and Katsuki smirked, having maintained his score. Team Yagi followed in second place with 1,235 points, Team Midoriya in third with 1,220 points, and Team Todoroki in fourth with 1,195 points. Shoto realized that the narrow margin separating his team from Deku was just 25 points. He glanced at his headbands, noting the lowest was 40 points, and saw that fifth place had 1,180 points. If he had lost another headband to Deku, he would have faced disqualification. The thought of being disqualified by Deku was humiliating, especially after being struck by him. Anger simmered within him. Meanwhile, Nine felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of Shoto advancing to the next event, eager to settle the score for everything that had transpired. The scene shifted to the sky above the bustling city of 𝗵𝗄, where the nightlife thrummed with laughter, music, and distant sirens. On a rooftop, the chemist, known to the public as Metal Fist, prepared for his mission. Rider Tanako, adored by many as a self-styled hero, had hidden a darker truth beneath his facade. The chemist, aware of Rider's true nature, had watched him for months, waiting for the right moment to act. Tonight, Rider would attend a charity gala at Aurelia Tower, celebrating his latest achievement, a community center for at-risk youth, a perfect cover for his dark deeds. Dressed in a tailored suit and using a digital mask to assume the identity of 𝗬𝗏𝗧, a known scientist, the chemist blended into the crowd. The vials containing his perfected chemical concoctions pulsed in his pocket, each step bringing him closer to retribution. As the gala unfolded, the chemist spotted Rider across the room, surrounded by admirers. Rider laughed boisterously, sharing tales of heroism that made 𝗬𝗏𝗧 feel sick. He made his way toward a private balcony overlooking the cityscape, where Rider leaned against the railing, unaware of the danger approaching. 𝗬𝗏𝗧 stepped forward, his voice smooth yet firm as he addressed Rider. The hero's smile faded as he recognized the figure before him. Rider sneered, questioning 𝗬𝗏𝗧's intentions. 𝗬𝗏𝗧 revealed a vial filled with a shimmering liquid, stating it was time for Rider to face the consequences of his actions. Rider laughed, dismissing 𝗬𝗏𝗧 as a coward hiding behind a mask. 𝗬𝗏𝗧 retorted, stepping closer and hurling the vial at Rider, who instinctively lunged to dodge. But 𝗬𝗏𝗧 was ready, closing the distance with expert martial artistry. He disarmed Rider and knocked him to the ground, pinning him down with a knee pressed into his chest. Rider gasped for breath, confusion and fear evident in his eyes as he protested that 𝗬𝗏𝗧 couldn't do this. 𝗬𝗏𝗧 reminded him that many had suffered at his hands, and now it was time for him to face his punishment. 𝗬𝗏𝗧 forced another vial into Rider's mouth, pouring the potent liquid down his throat. With a determined expression, 𝗬𝗏𝗧 crushed the antidote vial, declaring that it was the antidote Rider would never receive. As Rider's body convulsed, a flicker of regret crossed 𝗬𝗏𝗧's mind, but he quickly dismissed it, focusing instead on erasing the monster from existence. The once vibrant hero faded away, the facade shattering like glass and revealing the true nature of the man beneath. As the life drained from Rider, a sense of calm washed over 𝗬𝗏𝗧. Justice had been served, not just for the victims but for the city that had been deceived. As sirens began to wail in the distance, 𝗬𝗏𝗧 disappeared into the shadows, leaving behind a fallen hero and a bittersweet taste of vengeance that lingered in the air. The cavalry battle concluded, and Nine advanced into the next event. The students of Class 1A, excluding Izumi, Momo, and Ochako, glared at Nine for moving forward. Midnight announced that the second event had ended and it was time for the final event, a battle. The matchups appeared on the huge screen. Nine Midoriya vs 𝗬𝗵𝗵 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗵 Kendo vs Ochako Uraraka. Izumi Yagi vs Hitoshi Shinso Ejiro Kirishima vs Tetsutetsu Mina Ashido vs Tenya Ida. Mei Hatsum vs Shoka Todoroki. Momo Yaoyorozu vs Shoto Todoroki. Katsuki Bakugo vs Denki Kaminari. Nine thought to himself, wondering how Toshinori believed he could turn the odds against him. He glanced toward the teacher's room, where he could see Toshinori's smug face through his visor. In response, Nine offered Toshinori a mocking smile. Meanwhile, Toshinori growled with anger at Nine's expression. Midnight announced a 30-minute break before the matches would begin. Every first-year student went to grab something to eat. Nine headed to his locker room to store his inventions for charging, placing the case on the floor before exiting outside, where Scrappy had closed the door from the inside. Once outside, he heard a voice filled with outrage. Mina and Katsumi confronted him, demanding to know how he could let Tanaka Fumiko die. Nine responded that it was simply karma. Katsumi accused him of killing her, revealing that her parents had informed them of her death a few days prior. A flashback revealed Nine at his hospital, the Fox Hospital, which boasted the most advanced medical technology. He faced one of his former classmates, Tanaka Fumiko, and her parents. Tanaka remained silent, unwilling to speak to him. Her father insisted they had a medical emergency and needed to enter, but Nine's guards pushed them back, aiming their weapons at them. The guards warned them to back off, and Mrs. Fumiko expressed confusion. Nine, with a smirk, explained that everyone working in his facilities knew what her family had done to him. He stated that even if they managed to get inside, the doctors and nurses would refuse to help them. He reminded them of the threats they had made against him, declaring that they were banned from entering his facilities. Tanaka, unable to bear it any longer, ran away in tears. Nine remarked that karma was coming to collect its debt, provoking Mr. Fumiko, who angrily confronted him about toying with human life. Nine retorted that it was ironic for a police officer to speak of human life after threatening him. He ordered them to leave and warned them about the cameras monitoring their actions. Nine thought to himself that Tanaka had brought this upon herself, just like others who pretended to be something they were not. Mina questioned what the other reason was for their ban, and Nine replied it was for his amusement, enjoying watching them fail in their aspirations of being heroes. He insulted Katsumi and Mina, taunting them about their past claims of strength and bravery. Afterward, he met with Rappa and Tengai, who had been caring for Eri. Nine expressed his gratitude for their help, acknowledging that they had seen him as a person rather than a villain. They felt indebted to him for his past kindness. Following their snack, Nine prepared for the upcoming fight but found All Might blocking his path to the locker room. All Might declared he would prevent Nine from participating in the sports festival. Nine challenged him, suggesting that he would explain to others how All Might had obstructed him. All Might insisted it was his word against Nine's, but Nine confidently pointed out that Scrappy, his robotic assistant, had recorded their entire conversation. As Scrappy's voice echoed from the vents, Nine smirked, stating that All Might would have to outsmart him to win. With that, Nine left, almost feeling sorry for Toshinori, but not quite. When they were handing out brains, someone was clearly not paying attention. With eyes wide open and head moving, it was evident that their mind had long since wandered off. It was time for them to leave as there were better things to do than listen to someone who seemed to struggle with their thoughts. Nine walked past All Might, preparing to enter his locker room when he was suddenly grabbed by the collar and lifted off the ground. All Might demanded that Nine listen to him, but he didn't get to finish his sentence. A giant scorpion tail suddenly pierced through his shoulder, causing him to collapse, paralyzed and reverting to his more slender form. The scorpion guard, the one who had attacked him, stood there, a menacing presence. The villain had been imprisoned 2 years prior, and now he confronted All Might with a fierce intensity. He expressed his grievances about being labeled a villain for merely trying to feed his family after losing his job. He recounted the injustice of his sentence compared to those who committed far worse crimes. His youngest son had nearly died, and his wife had to endure unimaginable hardships because of All Might's actions. As the Scorpion Guard prepared to strike All Might again, Nine intervened, using his own metal tails to stop the attack. He understood the guard's anger but urged him not to seek vengeance, reminding him that taking a life would not resolve their pain. The Scorpion Guard knelt before Nine, expressing his gratitude for saving his family and acknowledging the debt he owed. Nine then turned his attention back to All Might, who was still immobilized. He pointed out the consequences of All Might's so-called heroism, questioning the morality of a system that had failed so many. Nine left, gearing up for his next battle, while All Might was left to grapple with his own thoughts. In the arena, Katsumi awaited Nine, smirking with confidence. She taunted him, eager to crush him in their upcoming fight. Nine responded with a quip, suggesting that they could use a saw to cut the metaphorical ribbon welcoming everyone to their battle, which only fueled Katsumi's irritation as she recalled her past injuries. The announcer welcomed the audience to the first battle, introducing Katsumi as a powerhouse from the hero course and Nine as the ace of the support course. In the crowd, Jason expressed his belief that Katsumi was in trouble, while PP questioned whether Nine would win. A flashback revealed Nine's capture by Black Mask, who had forced the mayor to pay a ransom for his release. In an abandoned warehouse, Nine found himself cuffed to a chair, but he remained unfazed, noting the incompetence of his captors. Red Hood, a familiar ally, descended from the ceiling, ready to assist. Nine, using his metal tails, freed himself and began searching for an escape route in the dimly lit warehouse, filled with shadows and remnants of its past. As thugs charged at him and Red Hood, Nine displayed his agility, dodging obstacles with ease while assessing the situation. Red Hood, taking advantage of the chaos, aimed at the goons, and together they launched a coordinated attack. Nine moved with precision, taking down enemies with his martial arts skills while Red Hood targeted their leader. The battle intensified, with Nine weaving through the fray, his speed and agility making him a formidable opponent. As the fight raged on, the Scorpion Guard's earlier encounter with All Might lingered in Nine's mind, fueling his determination to fight for those who had been wronged. Nine called out strategies to Red Hood with each strike. He instructed to flank left while he took the right, cautioning to watch out. Suddenly, a goon attempted a sneak attack from behind, but Red Hood anticipated the move, pivoting and disarming the attacker with a precise shot. A smirk crossed his face, his eyes glinting with excitement as he taunted the goon for being too slow. The fight escalated as Nine took down two more goons with a powerful series of rapid punches, easily dispatching another pair with his acrobatic combat skills and sharp shooting. Finally, only the lieutenant remained, desperation etched across his face as he brandished a knife and challenged Nine. With guns still trained on him, Red Hood declared that it was enough and that the lieutenant would be coming with them. He warned that if Black Mask wanted a fight, he would meet him on their terms. As the goons surrendered, Nine surveyed the wreckage they had caused, satisfaction evident on his face. Red Hood chuckled under his helmet as they made their way to the exit, remarking that Gotham might just have a Red Hood on its hands. As they exited the warehouse, the two heroes looked out over the Gotham skyline, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead in the night's dark corners. In a flashback, Midnight asked if everyone was ready, and both Nine and Katsumi nodded in agreement. With a crack of her WHP, she signaled the start of the match. Katsumi charged at Nine with a fierce grin, while the rest of Class 1A, except for Izumi and Momo, smirked at the unfolding scene. Katsumi unleashed a powerful right hook explosion aimed at Nine, creating a cloud of dust that led everyone to believe he had been defeated. However, as the dust settled, Nine stood unharmed in the same spot, leaving Katsumi bewildered. From above, Nine playfully declared his presence, tackling Katsumi to the ground with an elbow to her chest. The commentators were astonished, questioning how it was possible for there to be two Midoriyas. Eraserhead clarified that there was only one, urging them to take a closer look at the standing figure. Nine leaped off Katsumi, creating some distance. As she groaned and got back on her feet, she demanded to know how he had managed to appear in two places at once. Nine calmly explained that there was only one of him, and as 𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗲 looked closely, she realized it was merely a hologram projected by a tiny floating hexagon. The hologram taunted her, revealing that she had been outsmarted by Nine Midoriya. The hexagon then detached and flew back to Nine, attaching itself to one of his gloves. He explained that his gloves contained hologram projectors and that synchronizing with the hologram had been the challenging part. Meanwhile, the teachers watched in awe. 𝗏𝗏 was determined to find Toshinori, while others commented on Nine's clever use of a hologram decoy. They acknowledged his intelligence and impressive performance in tests, with Nizu wondering who would win in a chess match against him. Back in the fight, 𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗲 seethed with anger at being outplayed by someone she considered beneath her. She yelled out in frustration and launched multiple explosive projectiles at Nine. He quickly activated his gloves, creating a large hexagon prism to shield himself from the blasts, emerging unscathed. Deactivating the glove feature, Nine challenged 𝗏𝗏𝗵𝗲 to see how she would fare against his offensive moves. He fired an energy blast from his glove, which she narrowly dodged, the blast hitting the wall and leaving a dent that shocked her. Nine reminded her to keep her eyes on the opponent and swiftly closed the distance, landing a strong punch to her face. The commentators were astounded, noting that despite 𝗏𝗏𝗵𝗲's power advantage, Nine had landed the second blow. One commentator pointed out that not everything was about strength. Nine's organized mind and 𝗕𝗏𝗯𝗹𝗶 allowed him to calculate his moves effectively. As Nine gained distance by jumping back, 𝗏𝗏𝗵𝗲 held her cheek where he had struck her, furious and demanding to know how he dared to punch her. Nine explained that a fight required action and criticized her class for thinking every opponent would simply stand still. 𝗏𝗏𝗵𝗲, enraged, launched herself at him, attempting a powerful attack, but Nine leaped over her and landed behind her. He executed a precise maneuver on her right arm, followed by a kick that sent her sprawling. 𝗏𝗏𝗵𝗲 regained her footing and glared at Nine, trying to use her AP shot but finding her right hand unresponsive. She was shocked and demanded to know what he had done to her arm. With a smile, Nine revealed that he had studied chi blocking martial arts while in America. By targeting specific nerves, he had temporarily disrupted her arm's tendons, rendering her quirk ineffective on that side. The spectators were taken aback by this revelation, realizing the implications of Nine's skill. 𝗏𝗏𝗵𝗲 could now only use her quirk with her left hand. The commentators discussed the technique, with one expressing disbelief that Nine could master such a martial art. Back in the fight, Nine taunted 𝗏𝗏𝗵𝗲, suggesting that her class was all bark and no bite, deluding themselves into thinking they were invincible. He pointed out that they were only human and could bleed like anyone else. 𝗏𝗏𝗵𝗲, infuriated, shouted back that she would show him who was pathetic. She slammed her hand on the ground, unleashing an explosion that created a cloud of dust, believing it would blind Nine and allow her to strike. However, as the dust settled, a blast grazed her shoulder, catching her off guard. Nine's voice emerged from the dust, revealing that she had underestimated him by thinking she could blind him without hiding her heat signature. As the dust began to settle, Nine spun his fox tails to clear the air, revealing himself unscathed while 𝗏𝗏𝗵𝗲 had a minor wound on her left shoulder. Nine adjusted his gloves to their lowest setting. For 𝗏𝗏𝗵𝗲, the blasts felt like being struck by a tennis ball. Nine whistled, causing 𝗏𝗏𝗵𝗲 to shiver in fear, as if death were looming over her. He relished the scent of fear, moving closer to her with a smile while scratching the ground with his metal tails. 𝗏𝗏𝗵𝗲 was frozen in terror, and the onlookers were in disbelief that someone who had survived a villain attack at the USJ was now being overwhelmed by someone with no fighting experience. Katsuki couldn't believe his sister was being overpowered by Deku. He stood up in anger, urging her to fight back, but 𝗏𝗏𝗵𝗲 was too paralyzed by fear to hear him. Nine quickly dashed forward, immobilizing her left arm and using 4 of his metal tails to restrain her arms and legs. 𝗏𝗏𝗵𝗲 was at Nine's mercy, and he began to slap her lightly, stopping after a few moments to observe her defeated spirit. He taunted that Toshinori had rigged the matches to make him lose, but it had turned out the other way around. With a swift motion, Nine tossed 𝗏𝗏𝗵𝗲 out of the arena, declaring his victory. As Katsuki rushed to the infirmary, he found 𝗏𝗏𝗵𝗲 resting on a bed. He asked about her condition and was reassured that she would be fine, with only bruises and a quick recovery ahead. Frustrated, he punched the wall, blaming Deku for the situation. His classmates gathered around, expressing concern for Katsumi. Momo reminded him that this was a tournament and that he should have expected a fight. Katsuki insisted that Deku didn't belong there, but Momo challenged his perspective, pointing out that he was acting immaturely and that his sister's defeat was a reflection of their circumstances. Katsuki was ready to explode with anger, but Momo urged him to consider the consequences of his actions. She warned him that attacking her would lead to serious repercussions, including legal action. Katsuki left the infirmary, still fuming. Meanwhile, Nine prepared for his next fight, reflecting on how he could have easily turned Katsumi's defeat into something far worse if he had chosen to. Just then, Katsuki and his friends confronted him, accusing him of having the nerve to attack his sister. Nine calmly explained that it was a fight and that he had held back his power. He noted that he had used techniques to immobilize her without causing serious harm, and he could have done much worse if he had wanted to. The tension escalated as Katsuki and the others bristled at Nine's words. Nine revealed his identity as a respected citizen of America, explaining how he had built his company, Fox Industries, from the ground up and how his technological advancements could pose a threat if they decided to attack him. The realization dawned on Katsuki and his classmates that confronting Nine could lead to serious consequences, putting them in a precarious position. Nine believed he was far from an idiot like Endeavor 2. He had established Fox Industries to prove to Buffon Musclehead that one did not need a quirk to be a hero. His achievements spoke for themselves. Upon arriving in America and enrolling in school, he quickly completed an accelerated program. With the money his father left him, he invested wisely and built his company. He noted that if Katsumi had been in his hospital when her arm was broken at the USJ, she would have been discharged the very next day due to advanced medical technology. Mineta, on the other hand, would have spent a week in recovery, but with Fox Hospital's technology, he would have been out in 2 days. Momo would have needed only 2 to 3 hours, and Izumi 5 days. He had helped more people than 𝗕𝗓 ever had, and his immunity against Endeavor was just a bonus. Katsuki clenched his fists in anger, his nails digging into his skin, drawing a bit of blood. He warned that if anyone attacked Nine, it would spark a war, and the culprits would never admit their fault, even under pressure. They turned to see a boy their age with orange short hair, glasses, a white lab coat, a black shirt, gloves, blue briefs, and black boots. Nine approached the boy with enthusiasm, greeting him warmly. Dexter returned the greeting, and they exchanged a handshake. Nine inquired if Dexter had come alone, to which Dexter replied that he was with their friends, including Blossom and her companions. Katsuki, feeling ignored, interrupted the conversation. Dexter looked at Class 1A with a bored expression and remarked on their reputation as failed subjects. Nine confirmed this, and Dexter expressed his surprise at their shortcomings. Katsuki, frustrated, demanded to know who Dexter was. Dexter asserted that he was someone not to be trifled with. 𝐎𝐩𝐢 scoffed, claiming that if Dexter was a friend of Deku, he must be weak. Dexter retorted, pointing out the irony of 𝐎𝐩𝐢 insulting someone with vision problems while aspiring to be a hero. 𝐎𝐩𝐢, angered, charged at Dexter, ready to strike. However, Dexter, now equipped with an exoskeleton, caught 𝐎𝐩𝐢's fist effortlessly. 𝐎𝐩𝐢 was taken aback, demanding to know Dexter's identity. Dexter proudly introduced himself as Dexter Boy Genius and swiftly knocked 𝐎𝐩𝐢 out with a punch, highlighting the misconception in Japan that quirks were everything. Nine suggested they get a snack, and Dexter deactivated his exoskeleton, transforming it back into his backpack. As they left 𝐎𝐩𝐢 behind, Dexter activated his glasses, revealing a hologram of the earlier conversation. Nine remarked on how some never learned, noting that the others were not the brightest. Dexter humorously compared them to light bulbs that weren't even screwed in, and they continued their banter. Dexter then asked Nine why he attended UA since he was already a hero with his company. Nine whispered that he was more of a technician and mostly stayed in the tower, although he recalled a time when he and Cyborg went undercover. In a flashback, Nine was at the Teen Titans Tower, where Robin outlined a plan to infiltrate Brother BLD's school. Beast Boy jokingly suggested dressing Cyborg like a washing machine, leading to some playful banter. Nine explained that he was the logical choice for the mission since he was unknown to their enemies. The scene shifted to Nine and Cyborg, now posing as students at 𝗵𝘃𝗍𝐷's school. They communicated telepathically, discussing their strategy while enjoying their meals. However, they were soon confronted by Mammoth and Gizmo, who claimed the table was theirs. Nine challenged them, asserting that he didn't see their names written anywhere. Mammoth, hungry, quickly snatched their burgers, devouring them in an instant and ordering them to leave. Gizmo set up devices that launched Nine and Victor into the air, prompting laughter from the others. Undeterred, Nine and Victor stood up, ready to retaliate. Nine gathered energy in his gloves, while Victor transformed and punched the table, sending it flying. Nine unleashed a powerful blast from his gloves, destroying the table and shocking everyone present. Victor introduced himself as Stone, while Nine declared that anyone who messed with him would face the consequences. Gizmo nervously laughed, and Mammoth acknowledged their strength. Jinx suggested they see how Nine and Victor performed in combat practice. In the training session, Nine demonstrated his skills by taking control of the system, much to 𝗵𝘃𝗍𝐷's dismay. Nine explained that there was no point in wasting energy when he could find easier solutions, emphasizing the importance of clever tactics in villainy. 𝗵𝘃𝗍𝐷 recognized the brilliance of both Nine and Stone. "Well done, both of you, Mr. Stone and Nine." Nine felt relief as 𝗵𝘃𝗍𝐷 recognized their potential. 𝗵𝘃𝗍𝐷 saw a bright future for the two of them. Victory expressed gratitude, and Nine echoed the sentiment, acknowledging the great school they were in. 𝗵𝘃𝗍𝐷 introduced himself, offering his services. Nine reflected on their first encounter with Blossom, Buttercup, and Bubbles, wishing to forget the chaos that ensued. In a flashback, Dexter faced off against the Powerpuff Girls in his exosuit. Buttercup taunted Dexter, claiming victory with the odds stacked against him. Dexter countered with a remark about quality over quantity, only to be interrupted by Nine, who leapt down from a tree, correcting the count to 3-2. Dexter acknowledged Nine's point and decided to join forces. Bubbles, enchanted by Nine, expressed her longing to pet him, but Nine quickly reminded her of his name. As Nine engaged in battle with Bubbles, Blossom and Buttercup attempted to intervene, but Dexter stepped in to challenge them. Bubbles dodged Nine's metal tails, not wanting to use her powers against him. The scene shifted to show only Nine and Dexter standing against the Powerpuff Girls when their teacher, Jack, arrived, demanding an end to the conflict. After the arena was repaired, the next fight commenced. Itsuka Kendo vs Ochako Uraraka. Itsuka triumphed by clapping her hands together, creating a force that knocked Ochako out of the arena. The next match featured Izumi Yagi against Hitoshi Shinso, where Izumi won but faced harsh treatment from the past users of One for All. Ejiro Kirishima faced Tetsutetsu and emerged victorious, despite Tetsutetsu managing to land some hits thanks to Nine's advice on targeting joints. In the match between Mina Ishido and Tenya Ida, Tenya won by leveraging his speed. Mei Hatsum faced Shoka Todoroki, with Shoka winning after Mei submitted, though she felt defeated nonetheless. Momo Yaoyorozu battled Shoto Todoroki, who won by freezing her feet, leading to an awkward apology that Momo rejected. Katsuki Bakugo faced Denki Kaminari and won decisively. Time passed, and it was time for round 2 of the tournament. The first fight was Nine against Tenya. Shoto and Mina discussed Deku's chances against Tenya's speed. Tenya, inspired by his older brother Tensei, was determined to win, believing that those without strong quirks had no place in society. As he entered the arena, he noticed Nine was absent. After a brief wait, Nine arrived, equipped only with his telescopic staff. Midnight asked where Nine's other gear was, to which he replied that his shoes and gloves were charging, but he was confident in his abilities with just the staff. He spun it expertly, drawing envious glances. Nine warned that the fight would be brief and instructed the next fighters to be ready. As the match began, Tenya charged at Nine, unleashing his quirk, Reciproburst. In a surprising turn, Tenya found himself pulled outside the arena, his leg ensnared by a rope from Nine's staff. The audience was stunned, and Midnight called for a replay to clarify what had happened. The slow-motion footage revealed Nine's clever maneuver, using the rope to trip 𝗕𝗄𝐴 as he attacked. Nine pressed a button on his staff, retracting the rope as he confirmed the match's conclusion. Midnight declared Nine the winner, but 𝗕𝗄𝐴 protested, claiming it was unfair. Midnight reminded him that support course students could use their inventions. Nine mockingly congratulated 𝗕𝗄𝐴, pointing out his admission of being a quirkist and a narcissist on live broadcast. The laughter from the audience only deepened 𝗕𝗄𝐴's humiliation, prompting him to flee in tears. The story continued with hints of future challenges and battles, leaving the audience eager for what was to come. They never apologized for making me this way. I was pushed to the breaking point, betrayed and hurt, and they never acknowledged the pain they caused me. I was the one who had to suffer, the one who had to pick up the pieces and try to rebuild myself. Nothing is worse than those who treat you poorly yet expect royal treatment in return. They talk over you, dismiss your feelings, and completely ignore your boundaries. Yet the moment you disagree with them or set a limit, they act offended and hurt. These individuals operate on a dangerous double standard. In their world, respect is a one-way street flowing only toward them. They believe they deserve all the understanding while offering none in return. They aren't interested in mutual respect, they want control disguised as respect. What makes these people particularly toxic is their lack of self-awareness. They genuinely believe they are entitled to your respect, regardless of their behavior. Being respectful doesn't mean accepting disrespect. You don't owe respect to those who consistently disrespect you. Sometimes, you have to see these dynamics for what they are and decide whether these people deserve a place in your life. Everyone kept laughing at 𝗕𝗄𝐴, who felt utterly defeated. His fight had become a meme faster than people upgraded their phones. Denki was confused, wondering what had just happened, while Mina noted that Deku had won, and quite easily if anyone asked her. Meanwhile, Katsuki gritted his teeth so hard that the sound echoed, frustrated that Deku had triumphed once again, with everyone cheering for him. They shouldn't cheer for that quirkless individual, as he had won through unfair means. Soon, Katsuki would show him his place. In Nizu's office, he was with Power Loader and Toshinori. Toshinori believed it was best to disqualify young Midoriya from the sports festival, arguing that he had ruined young Ida's chances and future as a hero. Power Loader questioned this reasoning, pointing out that if they disqualified Midoriya for his actions, then Nine should also be disqualified based on his threat level. Toshinori insisted that Nine was nothing more than a sabotaging troublemaker. Power Loader countered by reminding him that Bakugo had injured one of his third years by using defective gauntlets, and yet Toshinori had hired a lawyer for Bakugo to protect him. Toshinori defended Bakugo as a hero in training, asserting that they couldn't allow anything negative on his record. Power Loader challenged this, suggesting that it was unfair for Bakugo to injure someone and get away with it. He revealed that a friend of his who had been imprisoned for stealing food was innocent and that Nine had helped him regain his life. In Power Loader's eyes, Nine was a hero, not a villain. Toshinori refused to accept these accusations and stated his intention to tell Midnight to disqualify young Midoriya. However, Nizu intervened, asserting that Toshinori wouldn't go through with it. Nizu pointed out that Midoriya had respected all the rules, was a working student, and had the highest grades among the first years. Toshinori insisted that they needed to disqualify him, claiming he was a danger to everyone. Nizu proposed restarting the festival, but with a twist: Midoriya, the Bakugo twins, the Todoroki twins, Siro, Tokoyami, Ida, and Aoyama would all be disqualified. Toshinori was taken aback, questioning why. Nizu explained that Katsumi Bakugo had attacked Midoriya in the first event, and if she had used more power, Midoriya could have been seriously injured. He also pointed out that Katsuki Bakugo had not held back against the robots, injuring students caught in the crossfire. The Todoroki twins had frozen many first years, and if not for Midoriya's heat wave from his gloves, students could have suffered frostbite. Nizu noted that Siro, Aoyama, and Tokoyami had ambushed Midoriya, and Ida had planned to kick Midoriya in the head with his quirk active, which could have caused severe harm. Nizu concluded that if the festival were restarted, Class 1A would be down 8 students, while Class 1H would lose one. He questioned Tashinori on whether they should disqualify Midoriya for winning when others had committed far worse actions. Nizu expressed concern that Tashinori was hiding things from him, pointing out that Midoriya had not engaged in any delinquent behavior, contrary to Tashinori's claims. Nizu noted that while Midoriya was accused of being a pervert, there were no charges against him, whereas there were reports against 2 students from Class 1A. Nizu suggested that if the teachers from Aldera had not been compromised, he would have interrogated Tashinori as well. Tashinori was left speechless, unable to explain his actions or the reasons behind his animosity toward Midoriya. The tension in the room was palpable as the stakes of the sports festival hung in the balance. Nine felt flustered and embarrassed as a girl with blonde hair tied in 2 pigtails, dressed in blue, cuddled with his fox ears. Setsuna, visibly upset, pouted at the girl. Nine, feeling overwhelmed, asked Bubbles to stop touching his ears, but she couldn't help herself, finding them irresistibly fluffy. Just then, an arm reached out and pulled Bubbles away. The arm belonged to another girl with short black hair and green eyes, dressed in green. Next to her was a girl with pink eyes, orangish hair, and a big red bow, wearing pink clothes. Blossom, the girl with green eyes, expressed her frustration, reminding Bubbles that Nine's ears were sensitive. Bubbles, still unable to resist, insisted on her affection for them. Jenny, the girl with black hair, suggested they go grab some food, to which Bubbles eagerly agreed. Nine thanked Jenny, who ruffled his hair playfully, while Setsuna questioned why Nine allowed Bubbles to touch his ears but not her. Jenny introduced herself, and Blossom followed suit, while Buttercup added her name to the mix. Nine recognized them as the Powerpuff Girls, recalling having seen them on television in America. Nairenjiki, another student, mentioned their superhero status, prompting Dexter to introduce himself and explain that Nine had been their classmate in Megaville School. Flashback to 10 months ago at Megaville School. The teacher welcomed a new transfer student from Japan, introducing Nine Midoriya. Nine waved and expressed his hope to make friends. The girls in the class felt an overwhelming urge to slide his ears. Otto raised his hand to ask why Nine had a name after a number, to which Nine revealed his twin fox tails, enhanced by mechanical ones. Dexter was impressed, and Nine explained that he created them to fight back. During lunch, Nine sat alone until Dexter approached him, inviting him to join him. The cafeteria buzzed with chatter as sunlight streamed through the windows. Nine shared his thoughts on quantum entanglement, and Dexter enthusiastically agreed, discussing the potential for instant communication. Their conversation flowed into ideas about nanotechnology in medicine, with both boys excitedly brainstorming the possibilities. As the bell rang, signaling the end of lunch, they reluctantly packed their trays, their minds filled with bright ideas and aspirations, a testament to their budding friendship. Back in the present, Setsuna cuddled with Nine's ears, remarking on their fluffiness. The next matches began, with Itsuka facing Ejiro. Itsuka won by using Ejiro's strength against him, throwing him out of the arena. Shoto faced Izumi, and Katsuki battled Shoka, winning by unleashing his ferocity. As Katsuki walked through the tunnel, proud of his victory, he overheard civilians discussing their concerns about Todoroki and Bakugo's behavior. Angered by their remarks, he dismissed their opinions, feeling they had no right to judge. However, a conversation about a middle school caught his attention. The civilians discussed the tragic fate of the teachers and the former students involved in bullying, mentioning a figure known as the chemist who had taken down fake heroes. Katsuki's heart raced as he absorbed the information, realizing the implications of the article. Meanwhile, Nine prepared for his next match against Shoto, excitement coursing through him as he anticipated giving his bullies a taste of their own medicine. Just then, Shoto entered the locker room, and Nine greeted him with a mocking tone, noting his presence with sarcasm. Shoto felt a surge of irritation at the tone Deku used, but he maintained his composure. He had come to deliver a message: Deku would lose. Nine, with a smirk, responded with mock confidence, recalling past encounters where others had underestimated him. He mentioned Inko's failed attempt to trick him into signing a contract, Kansumi's misguided efforts to force him out of the festival, and Tashinori's clumsy attempt to seize his company, all ending in failure for those who had challenged him. Shoto's anger simmered as Nine continued to taunt him, comparing him to a series of past adversaries who had fallen short. Shoto's frustration boiled over, and he grabbed Nine by the collar, pinning him against the wall. He demanded silence, but Nine only sneered, calling Shoto a beach boy with unresolved issues. He taunted Shoto about his mother, suggesting she would be disappointed in him. The atmosphere around Shoto grew colder as he began to use his ice powers, but Nine remained unfazed, pointing out the consequences of Shoto's actions. The tension escalated, and Shoto felt a mix of anger and confusion. This version of Deku was different, more calculating and precise. Shoto released Nine, who continued to mock him, claiming that Shoto's anger only proved his hypocrisy. Frustrated, Shoto stormed out of the locker room, leaving Nine behind, who remained unfazed. As the semifinals approached, Shoto prepared for the match, determined to put Deku in his place. Nine entered the arena, fully equipped and ready to fight. The announcer introduced them, and the crowd buzzed with anticipation. Shoto's friends expressed their doubts about Deku's chances, but Momo argued that Nine's experience gave him an edge. When the match began, Shoto launched an ice glacier at Nine, expecting to trap him. However, Nine effortlessly evaded the attack, emerging from the ground behind Shoto. With a swift motion, he struck Shoto with his staff, but to everyone's surprise, Shoto remained unharmed. Confused, Shoto questioned Nine about his weapon, which had seemingly done nothing. Nine revealed that his weapon, the Rejuvenator, had reset Shoto's quirk to its original state, rendering him nearly powerless. The crowd gasped at the revelation, realizing the implications of such a device. Shoto felt a wave of panic as he struggled to use his powers, only managing to create a small ice cube. Nine explained that the effects of the Rejuvenator would last for 30 minutes, leaving Shoto vulnerable. As the realization sank in, Shoto's friends were filled with dread at the thought of their own quirks being rendered useless. The teachers debated the danger of Nine's invention, with some arguing for disqualification while others insisted he should remain in the competition. Meanwhile, Nine sat confidently on the ice spike, explaining how his invention targeted quirks, making Shoto's abilities equivalent to those of a 4-year-old. With a crack of his knuckles, Nine challenged Shoto to see how tough he was without his quirk, setting the stage for an intense battle ahead. Nine descended from the ice spike and turned off his microphone. Shoto growled in frustration, feeling that his quirk was no longer strong or useful, all because of Deku. He charged at Nine, ready to strike, but Nine, trained in martial arts and Tibetan techniques, easily dodged and delivered a powerful punch to Shoto's gut, causing him to double over. Nine followed up with a swift kick to Shoto's face, which sent him sprawling a few meters away. Shoto fell to his knees, one hand clutching his stomach and the other pressed against his nose, which was now bleeding. Nine activated his microphone again and began to sing, his voice echoing through the arena. Shoto, still angry, created an ice cube and pressed it against his nose to stem the bleeding. He charged at Nine once more, but this time, Nine skillfully swung his staff, evading Shoto's wild attacks and striking him in the shoulder. As he danced around Shoto, Nine taunted him with a playful smile, reminding him that this could be his last day on Earth and encouraging him to smile. Despite his efforts, Shoto struggled to land a hit on Nine. Nine then split his staff in half, activating the taser feature on each end. He leaped above Shoto and unleashed a surge of electricity, causing Shoto to cry out in pain, his screams resonating throughout the stadium. Many spectators covered their eyes, unable to watch the brutal fight unfold. Nine continued to sing, his voice contrasting with the chaos. He reminded Shoto to appreciate life while he could, as time was fleeting. With a renewed vigor, Nine charged at Shoto, unleashing a flurry of kicks and staff strikes that turned Shoto from a formidable opponent into a punching bag. After a moment, Nine paused his singing and addressed Shoto, asking how it felt to be on the receiving end of such a beating. Shoto, barely able to stand, glared at Nine with burning hatred, feeling powerless. In a sudden burst of anger, flames erupted from Shoto's side, but Nine quickly acted a shield to protect himself. As the flames subsided, Shoto collapsed, losing consciousness. The crowd turned their attention to Nine, who, despite the shield's protection, had sustained some damage. His uniform was singed, his breaths reduced to shorts, and his jacket and shirt were partially burned. The audience gasped at the sight of Nine's scarred body, marked by various injuries from past battles. Midnight announced that Shoto was knocked out, declaring Midoriya the winner. The students of Class 1A, particularly Izumi and Momo, trembled in fear, recognizing the scars on Nine's body as the result of their own actions. They swallowed hard, anxious about the possibility of their secrets being exposed. As the battle concluded, the focus shifted to the aftermath. The moon hung low over a dilapidated warehouse, where hardened criminals plotted their next act of violence. Among them was the chemist, a figure known for his precision and chilling expertise in poisons. He had intercepted their plans to attack a local orphanage and was determined to stop them. As he moved silently, he prepared a lethal concoction, ready to deliver justice. After neutralizing the criminals, he turned to find a group of children watching him with wide eyes. One brave girl stepped forward, asking if he was a hero. For a moment, the chemist felt the weight of her words, reflecting on the path he had taken away from heroism. He replied softly, acknowledging that he was no longer a hero. The innocence in her gaze struck him deeply. Without waiting for a response, he slipped into the shadows, determined to remain a specter of redemption, forever haunted by his past choices. As the battle between Nine and Shoto concluded, Shoto fainted from exhaustion, having overused his fire abilities. The crowd remained focused on Nine, whose scars told a story of resilience. Katsuki stood in shock, recognizing the scars from his own quirk. Mina trembled, questioning if that was really Deku. Izumi confirmed it, revealing that there were undeniable truths they could not erase. Shoka expressed frustration, wishing she had known to warn her brother against using flames on Deku. Momo pondered whether Nine would have fought back regardless, even without his shirt. Plus, the second proof they couldn't destroy were his memories. Siro wondered who would believe Deku over All Might. Izumi pointed out that they clearly hadn't heard about Riku Sakamoto. Sato asked who that was, and Momo explained that he was a psychiatrist from Fox Industries. Denki questioned what a psychiatrist could do for them, and Izumi revealed that his quirk was called Memory Projector. Momo elaborated that he used his quirk to help patients by creating projections of their memories when he touched their heads. The members of Class 1A gulped at the thought that if the psychiatrist used his quirk on Deku, their past would be revealed, and there would be nothing they could do to stop it. If All Might tried to take the psychiatrist out, Deku could file a report about Japan's inability to protect its employees, which would lead to America cutting ties with Japan, leaving Japan vulnerable. In a fit of anger, Katsuki grabbed Momo by the collar and slammed her against a pillar, furious and accusing her of knowing everything all along without telling them. Momo retorted that if she had told them, they would have just yelled and thrown explosions like always. In his rage, Katsuki struck Momo, causing everyone to gasp in shock. Most of the eyes in the room turned to Katsuki and the rest of Class 1A, with one student commenting on Katsuki's reckless behavior toward the Yaoyorozu heir. Meanwhile, Nine was being examined by 5 doctors from Fox Hospital when the door opened, revealing Dexter rushing in. Nine greeted Dexter, who immediately hugged him tightly, pleading for him not to do that again, as he had already lost DD and couldn't bear to lose another friend. Nine reassured Dexter that he wouldn't leave anytime soon. Blossom, Bubbles, Buttercup, Jenny, May, and Class 1B hurried in, and Dexter turned to the doctors, asking about Nine's condition. One doctor confirmed that Nine would be fine, as his shield had protected him, and only his uniform had been burned. However, another doctor insisted that Nine needed to take better care of himself and should take a few days off work after the festival. Nine protested, but the doctors warned him not to make them resort to drastic measures again. Everyone except Dexter looked at Nine with concern, and he asked what they meant by straitjacket. Dexter explained that Nine had once worked for nearly 4 days straight without sleep, leading his doctors to restrain him to ensure he got rest. Nine playfully called Dexter a traitor for revealing that. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 chimed in, stating that it was tough, but questioned why Nine had never shown what had happened to him. Dexter replied that Japan was overly focused on power and that he was surprised to see Nine's scars again. Itsuka asked if Dexter had seen them before, and he confirmed that he had. Blossom pressed Dexter on why he hadn't shared this information, and he explained that Nine had asked him to keep it secret. Jenny added that she had known too, having seen Nine's scars through her X-ray vision, but Nine had also requested her silence. One of the doctors reassured Nine that he would be fine but insisted he take a break from work. Nine sighed in defeat, agreeing to the doctor's words. After the doctors left, Nine changed into a long-sleeved uniform and left with Dexter, Blossom, Bubbles, Buttercup, and Jenny. They didn't walk far before Eri ran up to him, jumped, and hugged him tightly, crying out for her papa. The group was surprised by this revelation. Nine comforted Eri, assuring her that he was fine. Dexter, curious but polite, asked who the little girl was, and Blossom questioned when she had started calling him papa. Nine explained that Eri was his daughter, whom he had adopted after meeting her. Bubbles asked how he had met her, but Nine glanced at Dexter, who nodded, indicating that this conversation should wait. He promised to tell them later at his house and suggested they go grab some snacks to cheer Eri up. In another scene, Class 1A was in the infirmary, where Shoto had just woken up. Shoka asked how he felt, and Shoto replied that he was a little better. Denki inquired about his quirk, and Shoto attempted to use it, only managing to produce small ice cubes. He lamented that he could barely use his quirk because of Deku's invention, but Recovery Girl assured him that it would return to normal soon. Mina expressed surprise that Deku had created something like that, and Momo suggested that perhaps they had underestimated him. Kyoka asked what Momo meant, and Izumi urged everyone to think about it. She pointed out that Katsuki had underestimated Nine and had suffered for it, while Tenya had done the same and had become known for his short fighting time. Tenya protested, insisting that it was not funny. Izumi challenged them, questioning whether they would truly want to accuse Nine of being a villain. Tsuyu asked what she meant, and Momo explained that the deal was that in exchange for his place at UA, Nine wouldn't reveal anything about One for All. Izumi added that the agreement said nothing about their identities or locations. Momo warned that if Nine were to disclose anything, All Might could be in danger. Class 1A paled at the thought, realizing that if Deku were truly a villain, they would be in grave danger. Izumi continued, reminding them of what had happened at the USJ. She recalled being on a boat in a flooded area with Tsuyu and Mineta. Mineta asked what that had to do with Deku, and Momo explained that Nine had lived with them for 10 years, and the villains had put Tsuyu in a dangerous situation. They needed to connect the dots. In a different scene, Nine was in the teacher's room, where All Might, Endeavor, Detective Tsukachi, and Mr. Tanaka were present. Nine asked if there was a problem with his presence, and 𝗎𝗄𝐴 assured him there was no issue but needed to ask some questions. Nine agreed, and 𝗎𝗄𝐴 asked if he had killed Tanaka Fumiko. Nine clarified that it was cancer that had taken her, as he had simply refused her treatment at his hospital. Mr. Fumiko reacted angrily, but Nine pointed out that he was a fox, not a rat, and suggested that Mr. Fumiko should be cautious given the detective's presence. 𝗎𝗄𝐴 pressed for clarification on why Nine had denied Tanaka entry into his hospital. Nine explained that after being declared quirkless, his so-called friends had turned on him, bullying and framing him. He could elaborate further if needed, but 𝗎𝗄𝐴 indicated that he believed Nine's account to be true. Nine explained that someone had used the keys to open his locker, placing their undergarments inside. When he opened the locker, the items fell out, and he was accused of theft. 𝗎𝗄𝐴 confirmed the situation and turned to Mr. Fumiko, questioning his knowledge of the incident. Mr. Fumiko denied any involvement, but Nine accused him of knowing all along, recalling a threatening encounter where Fumiko had pointed a gun at him to silence his claims about his daughter. 𝗎𝗄𝐴 then placed Mr. Fumiko under arrest, despite his attempts to resist. All Might and Inko wanted to intervene, but with most teachers present, they were unable to assist. As police officers took Mr. Fumiko away, 𝗎𝗄𝐴 turned back to Nine, asking if he was the chemist. Nine calmly denied it, but 𝗎𝗄𝐴 pointed out that Nine's actions created discrimination by denying entry to certain individuals. Nine responded dismissively, stating that those individuals were often like Tanaka and others from his past. 𝗕𝗄𝐵𝐴 insisted that banning them was not the solution and questioned whether Nine would allow another person to suffer due to his grudges. Nine revealed the scars on his body, attributing them to the failures of society. He challenged 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to consider what he would do in Nine's position, emphasizing that Japan's judgment of individuals based on their quirks led to the rise of villains. 13 asked for clarification, and 9 explained that society valued powerful quirks while treating those with weaker abilities or none at all with disdain. He expressed his frustration with the system, suggesting that if he were a villain, he could create devices to reset quirks, rendering even the strongest heroes powerless. Nizu attempted to disagree, but 9 argued that his intelligence came from hard work rather than a quirk, claiming superiority over Nizu's abilities. With that, 9 left the stunned teachers behind. In another scene, 9 and Dexter walked through the halls discussing scientific topics while Eri enjoyed time with Blossom and others. Suddenly, they were interrupted by the loud calls of Class 1A, excluding Izumi, Momo, Katsumi, and Shoto. 9 sighed, expressing his annoyance at their constant interruptions. Dexter analyzed the situation, concluding that their behavior was predictable. Katsuki yelled for attention, prompting 9 and Dexter to look at him with indifference. Dexter questioned how Katsuki had the energy to be both loud and foolish, to which 9 quipped that it was likely because Katsuki didn't use his brain. Dexter pointed out the mathematical flaw in 9's joke, but 9 dismissed it, turning his focus back to the group. He challenged 𝗕𝗄𝐴, who accused him of cheating, to a dare involving a mirror. 𝗕𝗄𝐴 accepted, charging at the mirror with his quirk, only to crash into the wall, breaking the mirror and causing himself to cry out in pain. 9 remarked on the absurdity of the situation, while Dexter agreed. Mina protested, claiming it was unfair for 9 to trick 𝗕𝗄𝐴, but 9 defended himself, stating that it was not his fault 𝗕𝗄𝐴 had fallen for it. 𝗎𝗫𝗄, angered, charged at 9 but was stopped by Superman, who intervened to prevent the attack. Superman reminded the students that using their quirks to attack others was illegal unless in self-defense. 𝗎𝗫𝗄 reluctantly backed off, and the rest of Class 1A followed suit. Dexter thanked Superman for his help, while 9 acknowledged that they could have handled the situation themselves. Superman assured them that heroes needed to support one another. 9 was fighting alongside the Legion of Superheroes against the Fatal Five in a future battle. The Emerald Empress, 𝗧𝗏, Validus, and Persuader were formidable opponents. 9 struggled against 𝗧𝗏, who was half-machine and heavily armed. As Clark retreated, the other members found themselves ensnared by the Emerald Empress. 9 unleashed lasers from his tails, forcing 𝗧𝗏 to leap back to avoid them. Seizing the moment, 9 used his magnetic gloves to grab a light pillar and strike 𝗧𝗏. 𝗧𝗏 acknowledged 9's cleverness, but he was confident it wouldn't be enough. 9 took a fighting stance, introducing himself as 9. Meanwhile, Saturn Girl resisted the Emerald Empress's control due to her strong mind. The Empress taunted her, claiming that her body was weak and that it would soon lead to her downfall. With a sudden burst of energy, Saturn Girl shot her gaze at the Empress. Then, with a loud crash, Clark arrived, donning his Superman's suit from the future. He coughed and demanded the Empress release her captives. The Empress admired Clark's cape and remarked on 9's modern style. Clark issued a final warning, but the Empress dismissed him, instructing her allies to teach him a lesson. 𝗧𝗏 leaped away from 9 and aimed at Clark, but his attacks were ineffective. Clark emerged from the debris, groaning as Mano grabbed him and blasted him. 9 prepared to intervene, but Validus blocked his path. 9 shouted at Validus to move aside, while Clark struggled against the onslaught. Mano seized Clark's face, and the Emerald Empress attempted to control him with her powers, but Clark continued to fight back. Meanwhile, Saturn Girl regained consciousness and witnessed the struggle between 9 and Clark. She resolved to help her friends break free from the Empress's control, urging them to resist. Inspired by Clark and 9's determination, the others rallied and broke free. The Emerald Empress warned them to behave and threatened 9, but Clark retaliated by unleashing his heat vision at her eye, causing it to glow red and overheat. The Fatal Five staggered but began to rise again. Brainy noted their resilience, prompting Lightning Lad to rally the team for a final assault. They charged at the Fatal Five, with Lightning Lad striking 𝗵𝗲, while Bouncing Boy and Triplicate Girl took on 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏. Brainy positioned himself between Nine and 𝗓𝗏𝗏, asking to join the fight. Nine agreed, and Brainy grew in size, readying his weapons while Nine prepared his lasers. 𝗓𝗏𝗏, realizing the tide was turning, attempted to flee. Bouncing Boy slammed 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏 against a wall, and as he fell, Triplicate Girl playfully stuck her tongue out at him. Frustrated, 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏 swung his axe but missed as she split into three. Phantom Girl phased through him, snatching his axe, while Triplicate Girl delivered a kick that knocked him out. Validus roared, and Saturn Girl called for help. Lightning Lad continued his battle with 𝗵𝗲, who was then lifted and thrown by Validus. Meanwhile, Clark gained the upper hand against the Emerald Empress, but she intensified her powers, causing him distress. Lightning Lad advised Clark to use his freezing breath, and after a moment of confusion, Clark took to the air and froze the Empress and her eye. He caught her before she fell. With the tide turning, Saturn Girl helped capture 𝗵𝗲, while Triplicate Girl and Phantom Girl subdued 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏. Nine and Brainy managed to capture 𝗓𝗏𝗏. Seeing her allies defeated, the Emerald Empress, still frozen, used her powers to teleport away. Nine expressed frustration at her escape, while Brainy explained that they could be anywhere in the galaxy now. As the scene shifted, Lightning Lad congratulated the team for their victory, though he admitted he had doubts at first. Clark and Nine exchanged glances, and Clark inquired if they always had such fun. Brainy suggested they take Clark and Nine back to their timeline, and Clark realized he hadn't had a chance to explore New Metropolis. Saturn Girl noted that he hadn't fully tested his powers, while Phantom Girl pointed out that Nine hadn't showcased his skills either. Clark decided to stay a little longer, and Nine agreed. Brainy presented them with 2 boxes containing rings and belts, which both Nine and Clark donned. The team cheered for their new members, but Lightning Lad insisted they needed superhero names. Clark revealed he already had one, and Nine did too. When Clark announced his name as Superman, everyone was taken aback in awe. Nine stood before the screens alongside the other Legionnaires and raised his right hand. He pledged to use his abilities for good, to fight for justice, and to protect the innocent. He chose a new name to honor the heroes of the past, Technofox. The scene shifted again, showing everyone soaring through the sky, some using their rings and others their powers. Nine flew by combining his tails, shoes, and rings, while Superman struggled with flying. Brainy offered advice on how to maneuver better, and Superman mimicked his pose, enjoying the newfound technique. As they flew together, Lightning Lad playfully claimed his spot in the air, marking the beginning of their adventures as a united team. Nine took a moment to gather himself and began to sing about his struggles and experiences. He reflected on the time he felt he had wasted and the challenges he had faced, expressing the pain of his past. Many were concerned for Nine after hearing about his difficult life. He proclaimed that he had lost himself, but now he stood tall, ready to face his opponent. Katsuki growled in response to Nine's words. Nine continued, sharing how he had played the game and achieved success, but now he had one final message to deliver. With a dramatic flair, he launched fireworks from his metal tails, signaling his defiance. He expressed his frustration, wishing he had spoken up sooner, and declared that it was time to move on. Nine addressed the crowd, asking if they had ever felt tired of the same routine, feeling trapped by those they were supposed to follow. He urged them to join him in voicing their frustrations. As he finished, he turned to All Might, expressing his disdain and claiming that another hero was better than him. Midnight, observing the tension, asked if they were ready to fight, and both fighters nodded in agreement. With the signal to begin, Katsuki propelled himself forward, ready to attack. However, Nine skillfully evaded the assault, using his metal tails to strike back, sending Katsuki flying a short distance. Katsuki regained his composure, determined to continue despite his injuries. In the midst of the battle, a quiet laugh emerged from Nine, catching everyone off guard. He revealed that Katsuki had already lost before the match even began, pointing out the reactions of the crowd around them. Katsuki, confused and angry, looked around to see the concerned expressions on their faces. As the tension escalated, a video appeared on the big screens, revealing Katsuki's past remarks and actions, broadcasting them to the world. Katsuki paled at the realization of what had been exposed. The audience, including his classmates, watched in shock as Nine smiled, having turned the tide of the battle in his favor. Nine declared that Katsuki had lost, leaving the atmosphere charged with uncertainty and anticipation for what would come next. Even if he won the sport festival, everyone around the world who was watching saw the real him. Everything he built in his difficult life would crumble away, and his hero career would vanish as if it never existed. Katsuki gritted his teeth in anger. His hero career was ruined by Deku, a quirkless nobody. Not only did Deku expose him, but he did it on a global stage. Katsuki had been destined to be the #1 hero, and he swore he would take down Deku. If he could eliminate Deku, his reputation would be restored. Katsuki prepared to charge at Deku, but before he could move, a bullet stopped him in his tracks. 10 drones revealed themselves. The drones announced they were waiting for his command. Nine instructed them to stay in position and fire on his command. Midnight, concerned, asked what the drones were. Nine explained that they were his security drones, a precaution after the attack at the USJ and a previous infiltration. He made it clear he did not trust anyone with his safety, especially since Katsuki had made a deal that all might accept it. Nine then ordered the drones to establish to tasers. 5 of them were to guard Katsuki and ensure he didn't attempt anything. If he did, they were to shock him. The remaining drones were tasked with fixing Nine's broken tails, administering a healing serum, and retrieving his electric brass knuckles. The drones complied, and 5 surrounded Katsuki, preventing him from making a move. When he attempted to attack Nine, one of the drones shocked him, halting his advance. All Might wanted to intervene and disable the drones, but with all eyes on him, he remained unable to act. The remaining drones focused on Nine, with 3 working to repair his tails. 1 drone retrieved a syringe containing a blue fluid and injected it into Nine's left shoulder. Shortly after, the atmosphere shifted as Nine prepared for what was to come. Fluid entered Nine, causing his wounds to close and heal. Another benefit of the serum was that it provided the user with energy as if they had slept for 10 hours straight. Midnight questioned Midoriya about the syringe, reminding him that he wasn't allowed to use drags. Nine acknowledged her concern, clarifying that it wasn't a drag but rather a healing serum made by Fox Industries, designed to heal a person immediately. This exclusive medicine was available only to Fox Industries employees and their families. As the drones finished repairing Nine's tails, he stretched and remarked that he felt much better. He then took the electric brass knuckles from the 5th drone and equipped them, expressing his satisfaction with their work. He declared that he would handle the situation himself and instructed the drones to retreat. They complied, leaving Nine, who was now healed, with his metal tails restored and the electric brass knuckles on his hands. Nine challenged his opponent, asking if they would resume their fight or forfeit, asserting that either way, they were finished. Katsuki roared in anger and charged at Nine, determined to strike. However, due to his injuries he was slowed down, giving Nine the opportunity to evade. Nine then delivered a powerful punch to Katsuki's gut, followed by another strike to his face. The impact of the brass knuckles, combined with the electric charge, sent Katsuki crashing into the wall. Normally, this would be considered out of bounds, but since Katsuki had made a deal, the loss would be determined by forfeit or by losing consciousness. Katsuki groaned in pain and coughed. Nine taunted him, stating that he and the rest of Class 1A believed they were powerful, but they were merely a fleeting taste of power. He had faced far worse opponents. In a flashback, Nine was seen in his Teen Titan outfit alongside Technofox and Batman, standing against Darkseid, who addressed them with a menacing tone. Nine Midoriya was shocked, questioning how Darkseid could know so much about him. Darkseid, the most fearsome being in the universe, revealed that he had never underestimated his enemies, but rather obliterated them. He unleashed his Omega beams, which Nine and Batman narrowly dodged, though they were still caught in the ensuing explosions. Darkseid acknowledged their impressive skills for mortals, but ultimately dismissed them as just humans with a few toys. Aquaman and 5 other heroes arrived to confront Darkseid, launching an attack that he effortlessly blocked with a hand. The force of their assault sent his minions, Nine, and Batman flying. As the dust settled, it became clear that Darkseid had shielded himself, expanding it to push Aquaman and the others away. Nine and Batman prepared to defend their planet, with Batman pointing out Darkseid's fear of a fair fight. Nine challenged Darkseid, questioning how long it had been since he faced mere mortals without relying on his godlike powers. Darkseid, unfazed, admitted that it had been an eternity since he had engaged in purely physical combat and relished the opportunity. Batman equipped himself with electrical brass knuckles while Nine wrapped 6 of his tails around his fists, ready for battle. Darkseid initiated the fight with a powerful punch, but both Batman and Nine evaded the attack. Batman struck Darkseid in the forehead while Nine landed a hit on his chin, provoking Darkseid's anger. He retaliated, sending Batman and Nine crashing into a pillar. Nine grimaced in pain, realizing he might have sustained a serious injury. As Darkseid launched another punch, both heroes dodged, causing him to obliterate the pillar. Batman threw batarangs, and Nine unleashed lasers from his tails, seeking cover from the resulting explosion. When the dust cleared, Darkseid remained unharmed. He then punched the ground, generating a powerful wind that blew Nine and Batman away, along with his ships. They hit the ground hard, and Nine thought to himself that he felt like one of his ribs had perforated his lung, but he knew there were more pressing concerns. Darkseid approached, admitting that the battle had been exhilarating. As Nine and Batman struggled to rise, Darkseid declared his intention to separate their atoms into the primordial ether, a fitting end for them. Suddenly, the generator that had brought Darkseid there began to glow, opening portals that started to SCK in his ship and minions. Darkseid was taken aback, realizing something was amiss. A portal opened before him, and he recognized the source of the disturbance. As Darkseid, Nine, and Batman were pulled toward the portal, Nine used his 7 metal tails to anchor himself to the ground, while Batman fired his grappling hook. In a desperate move, Darkseid grabbed Batman's cape, but Batman sliced it free, causing Darkseid to tumble into the portal. Both Nine and Batman landed HRD on the ground. One of Darkseid's minions emerged from the machine, revealing itself to be the Question. Batman recognized him and asked if he had reversed the generator's frequency. The Question confirmed that he had gone undercover for a while, knowing that Nine and Batman would keep Darkseid busy, allowing Earth to prevent similar incursions in the future. Guy, another hero, expressed excitement about causing destruction, and Batman encouraged him to go ahead. However, Nine, clutching his side, struggled to stay conscious. The Question noted Nine's perseverance despite his injury, but before he could respond, Nine lost consciousness. Batman caught him just in time, acknowledging his efforts and assuring him that he had done well. Katsuki prepared to throw another right hook, but Nine anticipated his move effortlessly. He dodged Katsuki's attack and then struck with a powerful kick, causing Katsuki's arm to bend unnaturally at the elbow. The sound of the impact echoed through the arena, drawing the attention of many who flinched at the sight. Katsuki was overwhelmed by a wave of pain, unable to feel his right arm from the elbow down. Nine looked down at him, disdain evident in his voice as he declared Katsuki pathetic. He explained that all he needed to defeat him was preparation and knowledge of his weaknesses. Katsuki, despite his injuries, was determined not to back down. He struggled to respond, but Nine continued to taunt him, emphasizing his superiority. As the fight progressed, Nine's frustration transformed into resolve. For years, he had endured relentless bullying and torment, and now he was ready to unleash his pent-up anger. With a fierce determination, he charged at Katsuki, delivering a series of precise punches that sent Katsuki reeling against the wall. The crowd watched in stunned silence, the tension thick in the air as Nine's relentless assault continued. Katsuki, despite his injuries, managed to rise again, glaring at Nine with fury. He was battered, with a swollen eye and a broken arm, but his spirit remained unbroken. Nine laughed at his persistence, warning him that he had more than enough energy to continue the fight. The seriousness in Nine's tone made it clear to those watching that he was not holding back. As Nine launched another barrage of punches, 𝗧𝗍𝗍 found himself unable to defend against the onslaught. Each hit landed with force, leaving him helpless and overwhelmed. Nine's taunts cut deep, reminding 𝗧𝗍𝗍 of his arrogance and the consequences of his actions. He emphasized the differences between them, highlighting 𝗧𝗍𝗍's reliance on others and his inability to face defeat. The fight had turned into a one-sided battle, with Nine dominating the scene. He noted that even if Midnight attempted to use her quirk on him, it would be ineffective. The crowd was left in disbelief as Nine explained the mechanics of her quirk and how he was immune to it. Midnight was taken aback, realizing she had been outsmarted by a first-year student. As Nine continued his relentless assault, he used his metal tails to restrain 𝗧𝗍𝗍, delivering a series of punches that echoed through the arena. 𝗧𝗍𝗍, stubborn as ever, refused to give in, even as Nine's power began to wane. Meanwhile, Ejiro and Denki prepared to intervene, determined to stop Nine's onslaught. However, Izumi used her telekinesis to halt their advance, insisting she would not take sides in the conflict. The tension in the arena was palpable as the battle raged on, each moment filled with uncertainty and anticipation. Momo pointed out that it seemed like there was a diploma for speaking without thinking. Denki was confused and asked what she meant. Izumi clarified that it meant he was acting foolishly. She warned that if he helped 𝗧𝗍𝗍, everyone would notice, leading to trouble for them all. Tsuyu added that they would be implicated as well. Ejiro and Denki muttered under their breath and returned to their seats as the fight resumed. Nine remarked that if stubbornness were a power, 𝗧𝗍𝗍 would be the strongest in the world. He depleted the energy in his brass knuckles and, with a swift motion, drew a line of BLD from one of 𝗧𝗍𝗍's wounds to write the word fraud on his forehead. With a flick of his tails, he lifted 𝗧𝗍𝗍 into the air like a trophy, declaring that this was what a hero looked like. He criticized the heroes for seeking fame and money, acknowledging that while some fought for their families, others, like 𝗧𝗍𝗍, were just seeking glory. Nine emphasized that villains were not born but made, referencing figures like Stain, the hero killer, and the chemist, and questioned whether anyone had considered the reasons behind their actions. As silence fell over the crowd, Nine tossed 𝗧𝗍𝗍 aside and declared his forfeit. Midnight, surprised, asked if he was sure he wanted to give up, to which Nine replied that winning would change nothing. He walked back through the tunnel, drones trailing behind him, and returned the brass knuckles. 𝗧𝗍𝗍, struggling to rise, called out for Deku, insisting he wasn't finished yet. Nine dismissed him, stating that even if he returned to fight, the outcome would remain the same and that 𝗧𝗍𝗍's fate was sealed. With that, Nine exited the arena completely. Midnight announced that Nine Midoriya had forfeited, making Katsuki Bakugo the winner of the sports festival. However, there was no applause for him, not even from his own class. The crowd was silent after witnessing the evidence of Katsuki's actions against Nine over the past decade. Katsuki was rushed to the infirmary by All Might, where 5 armored guards stood ready to restrain him if necessary. Once he regained consciousness, he would be placed in an armored vehicle and taken to Tartarus. Meanwhile, Nine was in a room in the infirmary, accompanied by Dexter, Blossom, Buttercup, Bubbles, and Jenny. Dexter commented on how Nine had dealt with Katsuki, referring to him as a mutt. Bubbles corrected him, but Dexter insisted on his choice of words. Jenny expressed concern for Nine, reminding him of the drawbacks of the healing serum he had used. Nine acknowledged that it could only be used once a month, and overuse could lead to serious consequences. Dexter explained that the serum healed injuries and restored energy but warned that too much could be fatal. Blossom asked how Dexter knew this, and Bubbles jokingly suggested time travel. Dexter clarified that it was their future selves who had warned them about the serum's dangers. Nine admitted he had used it to gain an advantage against Katsuki, stating that if his inventions hadn't been damaged, he wouldn't have needed it. As the scene shifted, Nizu received numerous calls from reporters questioning how Katsuki Bakugo was allowed at UA given his behavior towards Nine Midoriya. The president of the USA demanded an explanation and consequences for Katsuki's actions, threatening to sever ties with Japan if the situation was not addressed. Tashinori sat in front of 𝗎𝗓, feeling powerless despite his past victories. 𝗎𝗓, having finished his tea, remarked on the interest of the Child Protection Services and the President's inquiries. Tashinori attempted to speak, but 𝗎𝗓 interrupted him, expressing his outrage at the situation. Tashinori tried to explain that his stepson was working for AFO and that they needed to stop him. 𝗎𝗓 challenged Tashinori's claims about Nine working with AFO, questioning why Nine hadn't revealed Tashinori's home address to the villains if he truly was aligned with them. Tashinori was left speechless, realizing that it would have made sense for Nine to inform the villains about his home. He speculated that Nine might have chosen not to do so to avoid suspicion. 𝗎𝗓 explained to Tashinori that if he was mistaken, America would declare war. With Midoriya's facilities around the globe, Japan would receive no external assistance. 𝗎𝗓 had conducted an investigation and had asked Hawks to keep an eye on Nine Midoriya. He then tossed some photos at Tashinori, which depicted Nine working at his company, volunteering at dog shelters, orphanages, and hospitals. There were also images of him taking Eri to carnivals and festivals. Tashinori inquired about the little girl in the photos, and 𝗎𝗓 informed him that she was Nine's daughter, Eri Midoriya. He warned Tashinori not to think about taking her from Nine, as America would react strongly if they discovered that their citizen's daughter was in danger in Japan. Tashinori struggled to respond, as he had indeed been contemplating kidnapping Eri or one of her friends to force Nine into a confession. 𝗎𝗓 shifted the conversation back to their business, stating that Katsuki Bakugo would be expelled from UA and blacklisted from every hero school. Tashinori protested, arguing that they couldn't take such drastic action due to a misunderstanding. 𝗎𝗓 countered that Bakugo had never shown any signs of heroism since entering UA. He recounted Bakugo's aggressive behavior, including attacking Toyotaro from the third-year support course and injuring Kendo in the semifinals. 𝗎𝗓 pointed out that Bakugo's actions had led to over 600 students withdrawing their applications to UA, and many current students were considering leaving due to their parents' concerns about Bakugo's past. Tashinori acknowledged Bakugo's misdeeds but insisted that with proper guidance, he could become a great hero. 𝗎𝗓 pressed him, asking if they were willing to keep Bakugo at UA at the expense of so many others. Tashinori fell silent, realizing the weight of the decision. 𝗎𝗓 then revealed footage of Tashinori sabotaging matches and setting Nine against Class 1A's strongest. Tashinori was taken aback, questioning how 𝗎𝗓 had obtained the footage. 𝗎𝗓 explained that after Tashinori accused Midoriya of sabotage, he had grown suspicious and had Power Loader ask Midoriya to create a scraplet for him, which had captured the incriminating footage. Tashinori attempted to defend himself, but 𝗎𝗓 cut him off, challenging his belief that Midoriya was working for AFO despite the evidence to the contrary. 𝗎𝗓 warned Tashinori about the consequences of his accusations, especially if America found out he had wrongfully accused one of their citizens. 𝗎𝗓 was torn between punishing Midoriya for releasing the video during the finals or punishing Bakugo for his bullying history. If he punished Midoriya, UA might face closure due to mass student withdrawals, and if he punished Bakugo, UA would be under constant scrutiny. Normally, he would have expelled Bakugo without hesitation, but Tashinori had signed his recommendation letter, which complicated matters. 𝗎𝗓 sighed, asking Tashinori if there was anything else he wasn't revealing. Tashinori remained quiet, knowing there was much more to the story, including the bullying incidents and the manipulation of grades. In a flashback, Nine was leaning against a wall in the infirmary, far from Katsuki to prevent any further incidents. Tashinori confronted him, but Nine refused to let Katsuki go, insisting he would release the video. Tashinori questioned whether Nine was willing to destroy Bakugo's future out of a grudge. Nine laughed, finding humor in the situation, and dismissed Tashinori's concerns as naive. He claimed that he could ruin Tashinori's life and those close to him, revealing that he had connections and resources that could expose Tashinori's past actions. Despite being the #1 hero in Japan, Tashinori realized that Nine was known worldwide and could retaliate in ways he hadn't anticipated. Nine finally agreed to play along with Tashinori's game but set forth a list of demands. His first demand was to have his father returned. The second was to reclaim the 10 years of his life that had been affected by Tashinori's daughter and her friends. The third demand was for Tashinori to appear live as All Might and revert to his original form. The final demand was for Tashinori to confess everything he had done to Nine during that live broadcast. Tashinori was left speechless, realizing that no matter what he chose, he would lose. If he didn't fulfill the demands, Bakugo would face serious consequences. If he did comply, it would expose the truth about the past 10 years. Nine concluded that he couldn't kill Tashinori, but the stakes were high, and the outcome was uncertain. But Nine was determined to make Katsuki's life worse than death. After leaving the infirmary, he confronted the guards who were holding Katsuki, ready to send him to prison. Katsuki wore quirk-canceling cuffs, foam escaping his mouth as he struggled. The guards prepared to throw him into the vehicle when Nine appeared, brandishing a pistol. The guards were surprised to see him. Nine declared that he could not allow Katsuki to go to prison. He loaded the gun, and the guards aimed their weapons at him. Katsuki smirked, thinking the guards would eliminate Deku, but that was not the case. Nine revealed that the bullet he had was designed to destroy quirk cells, rendering the target quirkless. He had created it while in America, using Aries hair for the bullets. With the guards stepping back, Nine shot Katsuki with the dart. Katsuki felt a sharp pain and soon realized his quirk cells were fading one by one. In moments, he could no longer feel his quirk at all. Nine then used his metal tails to unlock Katsuki's cuffs, taunting him about his new quirkless state. Katsuki lunged at Nine, attempting to unleash an explosion, but nothing came out. In disbelief, he demanded to know what had happened to him. Nine coldly explained that he had destroyed Katsuki's quirk, the very power he had used to harm him. As officers took Katsuki away, who was yelling in frustration, the scene shifted to Nine walking through the halls of UA. He checked the article he had written about Aldra, surprised by the skyrocketing views after exposing Katsuki. Suddenly, Katsumi and the rest of Class 1A, along with Tashinori and Inko, confronted him. Katsumi had just woken up after her brother's defeat and was filled with concern. She asked where her brother was, and Inko, with sadness in her voice, informed her that he was going to prison. Katsumi was horrified and questioned why. Her classmates explained that it was Deku's fault for revealing everything about Katsuki over the years, leading to his disqualification and expulsion. Tashinori expressed that he had tried to help but that the situation was dire. The parents of many students had threatened to withdraw their children from UA if action wasn't taken against Katsuki. Katsumi was furious and stormed outside, followed by her classmates. She confronted Nine, accusing him of playing with their lives. Nine retorted that Katsuki had done the same to him. The tension escalated as Ejiro threatened Nine, who warned them not to lay a finger on him, or he would expose their secrets one by one. In a flashback, Nine recalled a meeting in Nizu's office, where he had impressed the UA faculty with his plans. Nizu had praised his display at the sports festival and asked about his intentions. Nine had confidently stated that he didn't need to be a hero when he was already making significant contributions to society with his inventions. Back in the present, Katsumi demanded to know how long Nine would continue to toy with them. Shoto questioned Nine's true intentions, recalling all the chaos he had caused. Nine clarified that he had never expressed a longing to join the hero course. He had already achieved more than most heroes, creating life-saving inventions while Katsuki's fate hung in the balance. He warned them that if they attempted to help Katsuki, they would face dire consequences, as Japan's obsession with quirks meant no one would come to their aid, not even villains. A glare was directed at him because it was true. If they decided to help Katsuki, they would be caught in the crossfire, and after a little investigation, they would be exposed. Tashinori declared his intention to help Bakugo and then give him one for all, asserting that they would see. Nine responded, expressing doubt, revealing that he had modified the bullet. It not only destroyed quirks but also caused the body to reject any quirk it received. Inko was shocked and demanded to know what he had done. Nine explained that he had destroyed Bakugo's quirk cells with that bullet, making it impossible for him to receive another quirk. Inko activated her quirk, warning Nine to stay away from Izumi, while Tashinori glared at him, insisting that he would not use his bullets on her. However, Nine found their threats amusing and laughed, calling them foolish for thinking he would waste a carefully crafted bullet. He revealed that Izumi possessed 2 quirks, and the bullet could only destroy one. Their eyes widened in realization as Nine laid out the 4 possible outcomes if he chose to shoot Izumi. The bullet could erase one for all while leaving her telekinesis intact, erase her telekinesis while leaving one for all, eliminate both quirks, or fail to work due to her possessing 2 quirks. The weight of this information sank in, as they had never encountered such bullets before. Nine had created a clone of Overhaul after defeating him and had attached a bomb to it. The clone had detonated itself in the streets while claiming that his experiment had failed. Nine then warned Tashinori to prepare, stating that once he finished at UA, nothing would stop him from exposing the secret of One for All. Tashinori protested, but Nine pointed out that UA had no teaching spots available, and once he completed his time there, the deal would be off. He recounted how Momo had attempted to bribe him to transfer to Shinketsu just days before the sports festival. Nine expressed his intent to ruin their lives as they had done to him for the past 10 years. The members of Class 1A, Tashinori, and Inko were filled with terror as Nine departed. Later that night, Hitoshi Shinso arrived at the location Nine had specified. Flashback to Hitoshi in his locker room after losing to Izumi, feeling defeated. Nine appeared, leaning against the door frame, and called him pathetic for sulking instead of feeling motivated to try harder. Hitoshi questioned how Nine had avoided being brainwashed, to which Nine explained that he had learned concentration techniques while in Tibet, allowing him to focus and resist mind control. He warned Hitoshi not to aspire to be a hero like All Might and the others, hinting that the truth about heroes would be disillusioning. Nine then wrote down an address and instructed Hitoshi to meet him there at midnight. Flashback ended, Hitoshi found himself at an abandoned warehouse, skeptical about the meeting. Nine soon arrived, accompanied by the Teen Titans, Beast Boy, Raven, Cyborg, Starfire, Speedy, Bumblebee, Aqualad, and others, including a new member named Nova Quantum, who wore a black suit and wielded a giant wrench. Nine informed Hitoshi that he was being recruited by the Teen Titans and transformed into Technofox, handing Hitoshi a communicator and welcoming him to their ranks. The next day, Nine had breakfast with Eri and his bodyguards when the doorbell rang. Rappa wondered who it could be. Nine opened the door to find Dexter, the Powerpuff Girls, Jenny, and the Rowdy Rough Boys. They explained that Dr. Weasel had instructed them to stay in Japan and visit Nine. Dexter revealed that he had been made a guest student at UA, prompting Nine to wonder why. Just then, Weasel arrived on his hoverboard, stating that they required Nine's facilities, acknowledging his identity as the chemist. Nine was taken aback, but Weasel assured him that he was not the only detective around. After allowing them inside and instructing his bodyguards to stand down, Nine used his metal tails to operate the elevator leading underground. Once they descended, the floor reappeared, marking the beginning of a new chapter in their adventures. In the shadowed alleyways illuminated by the flickering glow of neon signs, a lone figure moved with calculated precision. Known only as the chemist, his methods blended science and craft. His weapons often unconventional, his tactics unpredictable. The hard mineral hero, Nether, had just finished his shift for the day. The chemist saw through the facade and would leave no doubt about his lethal intent. In a concealed alley, the chemist carefully laid out his arsenal, an array of thin, nearly invisible strings woven meticulously between posts, almost like a web. These strings, coated with a potent, fast-acting chemical compound, were designed to tighten and release at his command. He then retrieved small glass vials filled with reactive chemicals, engineered for maximum effect, an acid that could quickly burn through fabric and flesh alike. As Nether entered, boasting loudly about his latest heroic deed, he remained oblivious to the danger lurking in the shadows. When the moment was right, the strings swung down swiftly, entangling the hero's limbs and torso. The strings, tinged with a reactive chemical agent, caused him to weaken upon contact. Simultaneously, the chemist hurled the chemical vials with precision. One shattered on the hero's chest, releasing a caustic mixture that burned through protective gear, leaving behind a painful reminder of his vulnerability. Another vial contained an explosive agent that ignited upon contact, engulfing parts of the costume in flames. Caught in the deadly web of chemicals and reinforced strings, Nether struggled violently, but the combination of physical entanglements sealed his fate. As the corrosive liquids seeped into his wounds, his resistance waned. In a final calculated move, the chemist melted back into the shadows, leaving behind a silent reminder of his ruthless mastery of chemistry and ingenuity. The alley quieted, a grim reminder that sometimes the most lethal weapon lies not in brute force but in the precise blend of science and strategy. In the cozy kitchen of his house, Nine stood next to the stove, a gentle smile on his face as he prepared to cook a classic Italian carbonara. The small piece of guanciale lay before him, the knife clinking softly against the chopping board as he cut it into pieces. With a focused expression, he watched the pot of boiling water bubble steadily, ready for the spaghetti. Nine added the pasta to the water, letting it soften and curl as he followed a recipe he found online. He mixed in grated Pecorino Romano cheese with precise care. Once the pasta reached al dente, he quickly drained it, reserving a little pasta water. With practiced efficiency, he tossed the hot spaghetti into the pan with the crispy guanciale, then poured in the creamy egg and cheese mixture, stirring in a splash of reserved pasta water to achieve just the right consistency. As the dish came together, Nine's eyes lit up with satisfaction. He plated the carbonara at his small dining table, taking a moment to appreciate his homemade meal, feeling proud of himself for trying something new and delicious. With a contented sigh, he began to enjoy his Italian culinary adventure. Soon after Nine finished the carbonara, his bodyguards, the 8th Bullets, Eri and Dexter, came downstairs. Dexter greeted Nine with a cheerful morning, and they set the table together, announcing that breakfast was ready. As Dexter caught a whiff of the food, he recognized the carbonara. Nine confirmed it was made using the original recipe from Italy, emphasizing the use of guanciale, black pepper, separated eggs, pecorino cheese, and pasta water, declaring that using cream was an abomination. Dexter added that chicken Alfredo was equally disgusting. 𝗕𝗏 chimed in, mentioning pineapple on pizza, which left everyone, except Eri, confused. When questioned, 𝗕𝗏 insisted he had his limits when it came to food. 𝗕𝗏 agreed, noting that 𝗕𝗏 had a point. Soon, breakfast was ready, and everyone started to eat the carbonara. After their meal, Rappa and 𝗕𝗏 took Eri to kindergarten, acting as her bodyguards while the rest headed to Fox Industries to prepare for work. Nine and Dexter made their way to UA, but not on foot. Nine pressed a button, and the garage doors opened, revealing 2 Honda motorcycles. Nine declared they were going to UA in style, and Dexter expressed concern about getting caught. Nine reassured him, stating he had the necessary documents on his phone and that they both had licenses. They donned their leather jackets and helmets, with Nine's helmet featuring spaces for his ears. Starting the engines, Nine noted it was a good thing it was still morning and there weren't many people around. Dexter reminded him of the road speed limit, to which Nine playfully replied that they should prepare to ignore it. They sped off toward UA, with Nine listening to a song from the pre-Quirk era. Meanwhile, at the gates of UA, students entered, some distancing themselves from Class 1A. After the sports festival, many wondered about Katsuki Bakugo. Suddenly, the sound of motorcycles caught their attention as 2 boys rode in, leaving tire marks on the road. Curiosity piqued, they watched as the boys removed their helmets, revealing their faces, Nine Midoriya and Dexter. Nine remarked on the enjoyable ride, surprised at Dexter's motorcycle skills. Dexter noted the advantage of not having to wear uncomfortable uniforms, which Nine wholeheartedly agreed with. They parked their motorcycles in the UA parking area and headed inside the school. Denki, feeling mischievous, suggested teaching Deku and his friend a lesson for what happened during the sports festival, planning to fry his motorcycle. However, Izumi quickly intervened, reminding Denki of past lessons and warning him against such reckless behavior. Katsumi was determined that Deku would pay for what he had done. Once Uncle Might freed him, he would regret the day he was born. Izumi, unimpressed, questioned Katsumi's intelligence, pointing out the cameras in the parking lot. The group paled at the realization that they were being watched. Izumi challenged them to mess up the motorcycles, suggesting they would have to explain their actions to the principal when he showed them the recordings. With Yue under surveillance, they would be caught, and Nine and his friends could report Yue for allowing the destruction of their motorcycles. Katsumi clicked her tongue in frustration, and the others shared her anger. Ever since the sports festival, Yue had been under scrutiny, and they felt powerless against Deku, who had immunity due to his company. As they entered Izumi sighed, noticing that Momo had already gone to class. Since Nine had started dating 𝗧𝗂𝐵𝗲, Momo had been acting strangely. Meanwhile, Nine and Dexter were discussing the possibility of sabotage. Dexter wondered if their motorcycles would be targeted, but Nine was confident that any attempt would fail, as they would be caught on camera. He mentioned that they could sue Yue for any damage done to their bikes. Dexter then asked about Nine's relationship with 𝗧𝗂𝐵𝗲, to which Nine blushed and spoke quickly about how they had taken their time getting to know each other. In a flashback, Nine recalled watching 𝗧𝗂𝐵𝗲 recover after the festival. He had asked her parents if she could be moved to a better facility, even though they couldn't afford the treatment. Nine insisted on covering the costs because he valued their friendship. 𝗧𝗂𝐵𝗲, touched by his kindness, held his hand, causing him to blush at the gentle touch. She noticed his nervousness and asked if he was okay. Returning to the present, Nine explained to Dexter that they had started hanging out more and eventually began dating, but they were taking things slow. Dexter was curious about when Nine would officially ask 𝗧𝗂𝐵𝗲 out, and Nine jokingly replied that it would be 5 minutes after Dexter asked Blossom out, assuring him that he would cover any expenses. Just then, Nine had to duck to avoid something flying past them, impressing Dexter with his quick reflexes. Gran Torino, Nine's grandfather and a pro hero, greeted Dexter and introduced him. Gran Torino recounted how he had been misled about Nine's disappearance when he was a child. After reconnecting in America, he had cut ties with those who had kept him in the dark. Nine expressed his readiness for any potential attacks, mentioning his contingency plans, which made Dexter comment on how he was starting to sound like a superhero. As they made their way to class, they encountered Izumi and her group, which included Katsumi, Shoka, Shoto, and Ejiro Kirishima. Katsumi confronted Nine, glaring at him for his actions. Nine raised his mechanical tails, activating the lasers, warning her to watch her words. Dexter backed him up, ready to defend his friend. Katsumi accused Nine of hurting their friend, but he retorted that his life and relationships were none of her concern, especially after how she had treated him. Katsumi brought up Momo's feelings for Nine, claiming she was heartbroken over his new relationship. Nine dismissed her concerns, stating that love was a two-way street and that he had no obligation to forgive Momo for the past. In another flashback, Nine was working on a new invention when Momo entered the room. She greeted him, but he coldly told her to leave if she was looking for equipment. Momo insisted she wanted to talk, but Nine remained distant, focusing on his work. She complimented his inventions, particularly his twin metal tails, but he sarcastically brushed off her comments. Momo requested that he turn to face her, but when he finally did, he threw a wrench in her direction, which she narrowly dodged. Nine's glare made it clear that he was not interested in her demands. What else did Momo want? Did she expect him to get on all fours and clean her shoes? To be her personal punching bag, her lapdog, her SLV? What did she really want from him? Nine felt a surge of anger as he confronted her, expressing how she and her entire class, along with her parents, had ruined his life. He couldn't believe she thought that after everything that had happened, he would just forget it all if she came to talk to him as if nothing had changed. He had never done anything to them, but they had caused him immense pain. He lifted his sleeve, revealing the scars that told his story, and watched as Momo fell from her chair, overwhelmed with guilt. She apologized, claiming she was young and foolish, but Nine countered that she had been selfish and egotistical. He warned her to leave before he lost control, his temper flaring dangerously. Momo got up and left the classroom, sadness weighing heavily on her. Katsumi couldn't believe how Nine had treated Momo and confronted him, questioning who he thought he was. Nine replied that he had had enough of their nonsense and was ready to fight back. He suggested that Katsumi should take the hint, or she might end up like her brother, imprisoned and powerless. 𝐎𝐩𝐢 stepped in, hardening his body to stand in front of Nine, but Nine merely scoffed at the display. Dexter chimed in, mocking 𝐎𝐩𝐢's readiness for a fight, while Izumi watched the scene unfold. Nine pointed out that ever since the Mutt had been arrested, Endeavor Jr. had thought he could confess his feelings to Izumi, only to be beaten to it by 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝐿fman. Nine noted that despite having a quirk, they were all at a disadvantage in many ways. In a fit of anger, Shoto lunged at Nine, but Nine remained unfazed, taunting him about the consequences of using his quirk in a place like UA, where they were under constant surveillance. He reminded Shoto that any reckless action could lead to his downfall, especially with Dexter aiming a missile at him. As the tension escalated, Nine turned to Izumi, questioning her relationship with Toshinori. He insinuated that Toshinori didn't truly love her and that he had given her his quirk not out of paternal affection but because of her own abilities. He speculated about the implications of Izumi potentially being born quirkless, just like Toshinori. The room fell silent as everyone absorbed the weight of his words. Nine continued to assert that Toshinori had given Izumi his quirk because of her own merits, not because she was his daughter. He suggested that if she had refused it, someone else might have received it instead. Dexter agreed, noting that if Toshinori had not forgotten his roots, none of this would have happened. Nine expressed his longing to see everything Toshinori had built come crashing down, confident that he could expose the truth to the authorities. Katsumi argued that no one would believe Nine, but he countered that doubt would soon creep in, especially after the Mutt's downfall. He left them with a chilling warning that their lives would soon unravel, leaving them with nothing but shame. With that, Nine and Dexter departed for their class, pondering when their classmates would finally learn. Later, Nine and Dexter prepared for a sparring match, eager to test their skills against each other. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as they took their fighting stances. The signal to begin rang out, and Nine launched a side kick at Dexter, who blocked it effortlessly. Dexter retaliated with a round kick, but Nine ducked just in time. The fight continued with swift movements and strategic dodges, each fighter showcasing their martial arts prowess. As Dexter jumped around, avoiding Nine's attacks, Boomer expressed his disappointment at the lack of flashy moves. Brick silenced him, emphasizing that this was a real fight, not a movie. Dexter's agility was a calculated strategy to evade Nine's powerful tails, knowing that a hit from them could end the match in an instant. The tension in the air was palpable as the duel unfolded, both fighters determined to prove their strength. Martial artists value speed and power, avoiding unnecessary movements. They execute a single strike to conclude a battle. Nine observed as Dexter leaped around him, waiting patiently. When Dexter made a large jump, Nine moved toward him, knowing that Dexter was unable to react midair. As Dexter landed, Nine was prepared. He swept his leg, causing Dexter to fall forward, leaving his back vulnerable. Just as Nine intended, he mounted Dexter's back and applied a hold around his neck. Dexter struggled, but it was futile. He couldn't escape Nine's grip. Eventually, he tapped 3 times on the floor, signaling his surrender, and Nine released him. In Class 1H, Nine and Dexter discussed the recent accusations against Nine. Dexter expressed disbelief that anyone would think Nine cheated on tests. Nine confirmed that both Toshinori and 𝐭𝐴 had reported him, but he had proven them wrong by answering every question Neizu posed. This only raised more suspicion. In a flashback, Nine sat in Neizu's office after scoring a perfect 100 on the recent math test. Toshinori and 𝐭𝐴 were skeptical and accused him of cheating. Neizu began to question Nine. He asked for the most elegant formula in mathematics, to which Nine confidently replied with Euler's identity. Neizu continued with increasingly challenging questions, and Nine answered each one with ease, even displaying a bit of attitude. Ectoplasm, present in the room, confirmed that Nine had not cheated, and Neizu apologized for doubting him. Nine thanked them and left the office. Now, Nine and Dexter were on their way to Nine's company. As the CEO, Nine didn't need to participate in any internships, but he had chosen Dexter as his intern. On their way, they passed a man with green hair wielding 3 swords, a humorous sight that reminded them of Zoro's repeated losses. Dexter asked Nine why he had chosen him as an intern instead of someone else from their class. Nine admitted that he had trust issues due to his past, making it difficult for him to trust anyone, even Dexter at first. Dexter smiled and asked what Nine planned to teach him. Nine replied that they both knew they didn't need a teacher, but he could share knowledge about investing, potentially helping Dexter start his own company in the future. Dexter agreed that it sounded good. Meanwhile, Izumi and Katsumi were at the Might Tower, where All Might was overseeing their internship. Izumi discovered she could use lower percentages of 1 for all thanks to her lunch being reheated. Katsumi inquired if All Might had found a way to free her brother, but Toshinori regrettably informed her that he had not. The documents signed by her brother ensured he would remain in prison for life, and all Toshinori could offer was house arrest. Time passed, and Izumi, Shoka, Shoto, Katsumi, and Tenya found themselves paralyzed with fear, not because they faced Stain, the hero killer, but because they were confronted by someone even more dangerous, the chemist. They recalled Aizawa's warnings about the chemist from a previous encounter. In another flashback, a group of goons cornered a man in a shirt and underwear. One goon threatened him with a Molotov cocktail, igniting it with his fire quirk. The terrified man had borrowed money for his sick daughter and was unable to repay it. Suddenly, a bullet struck the Molotov, causing it to explode and engulf the goon in flames. The chemist appeared, armed with 2 scorpion pistols, ready to confront the remaining goons. As one goon fled, 4 assassins approached, each with unique quirks. The leader, a woman with spikes on her back, prepared to attack the chemist. He exchanged fire with the assassins, skillfully dodging their attacks and retaliating with precision. The chemist evaded their strikes and climbed a fire escape ladder, asserting his identity as a formidable opponent. The scene was set for an intense confrontation, with the chemist and Stain on a collision course, each representing a different kind of danger in their world. He unleashed a powerful beam from his visor, enhancing his laser eye quirk. The chemist managed to dodge it, but the explosion that followed knocked him off balance, causing him to drop his pistols. The chemist grimaced, realizing the situation. He had all this power, yet it was being used for such dark purposes. The bull, towering over him, remarked that they had something in common, and then grabbed the chemist by the head, lifting him off the ground. The chemist retorted, insisting that the bull had heard wrong. In a swift motion, he threw one of his combustion vials, forcing the bull to release him. However, he was quickly struck by a staff wielded by a woman who charged at him. The chemist pulled out his dagger and kicked her away, but the staff wielder came back, knocking the dagger from his hand. Despite his efforts in hand-to-hand combat, he found himself overwhelmed and beaten to the ground, surrounded by 4 opponents. The staff wielder taunted him, expecting more of a fight. The chemist began to rise, declaring that the fight hadn't truly started yet and that he was merely stalling. Just then, the staff wielder prepared to finish him off, but was suddenly stabbed by a knife attached to a scarf. Eraserhead appeared alongside Present Mic and Midnight, landing next to the chemist. The bull charged at them, but Eraserhead deftly maneuvered him out of the way. The chemist questioned their tardiness, and Eraserhead told him to focus on the fight. Midnight added that after dealing with the current threats, the chemist would be next. The battle commenced with the chemist taking on the woman, Eraserhead confronting the bull, Present Mic engaging the staff wielder, and Midnight facing the visor-wielding enemy. The bull, in a fit of rage, picked up a wrecked car and hurled it at Eraserhead, who skillfully climbed through the debris and landed a punch, knocking the bull down. Midnight managed to take down the visor wielder, while Present Mic broke the staff wielder's weapon. The chemist, in a fierce display, broke the woman's arm, causing her to drop her sword, and then headbutt her, rendering her unconscious. He reflected on how he never thought he would be fighting alongside heroes. Suddenly, the visor wielder returned and fired a powerful laser shot. The chemist shouted a warning and pushed Eraserhead out of the way, absorbing the blast himself, thanks to his armor. Eraserhead, Present Mic, and Midnight attempted to fight back, but the visor wielder kicked them aside, knocking both Present Mic and Midnight out. The visor wielder then turned his attention back to the chemist, who was slowly getting back on his feet. The visor wielder kicked him in the face and pinned him down, immobilizing his limbs. The chemist, feeling the pressure, noted how close it was and warned the visor wielder not to miss. The visor wielder declared that with the chemist gone, no one could stop them and began charging his laser. Just then, Eraserhead activated his quirk, commanding the visor wielder to let the chemist go and step away. The visor wielder, realizing his quirk was cancelled, looked at Eraserhead, who held a taser in his hand. In a desperate move, the visor wielder put the chemist in a headlock, threatening that if he used the taser, they would both be electrocuted. The chemist, however, had his own taser hidden in his sleeve and revealed it, suggesting that it might be exactly what he intended. He shoved the taser into the visor wielder's visor, causing a malfunction. The visor wielder screamed in agony as the device failed, and he collapsed, lifeless. Eraserhead reacted in horror, while the chemist remarked that he was just glad he only took one of them down. He noted that they were all assassins, RPSTs, and murderers, and questioned Eraserhead about what he was doing. The chemist asserted that he was cleaning up Japan in ways the heroes never could. Eraserhead confronted him, stating that he was killing both heroes and villains, making him no different from the villains he sought to eliminate. The chemist acknowledged this, explaining that heroes merely imprisoned villains, allowing them to escape and continue their reign of terror. He challenged Eraserhead on how he would comfort the children who lost their parents to these criminals, questioning if they would be satisfied with mere imprisonment. Eraserhead struggled to respond, and the chemist declared that he was doing what heroes could not, removing the threats for good. Eraserhead asked what had happened to the chemist, offering help, but the chemist dismissed him, stating it was too late for that. He pulled a smoke vial from his belt and threw it to the ground, vanishing into the mist. In a flashback, the chemist prepared another vial, gently touching it with his dagger, which split the blade in two. He threw the vial at Stain, who dodged, but that was exactly what the chemist had anticipated. The vial exploded mid-air, sending shards of glass piercing Stain's exposed flesh. Stain cried out in confusion and pain, while the chemist explained that weakening Stain's vision had been a strategic move. The corrosive liquid inside the vial would destroy his metal gear. Stain, now weakened, questioned how the explosion had occurred. The chemist revealed that his dagger, known as the tuning fork, had a special ability that created vibrations. Izumi and the others were bewildered, having never encountered a weapon like that. Stain, feeling lighter, wondered why. The chemist informed him that he had unleashed a corrosive bacteria that would eat away at metal, and once it finished its meal, its life would end as well. Stain realized that the chemist was using vials of substances as weapons, to which the chemist simply replied that it was in his name. With Stain's armor gone, he had no protection left. The chemist then threw two more vials at Stain, one containing a strong sedative that knocked him unconscious and the other an antidote for his blindness. The chemist turned to Izumi and the others, approaching them with a quiet, calculated demeanor. Native began to stir, indicating that Stain's quirk was wearing off. He urged the children to run and took a fighting stance, declaring that they would have to get through him first if they wanted to reach the kids. The chemist ominously replied that there would be nothing left of him to worry about. From within his coat, he extracted one of his specially crafted sinister, bubbling concoctions, an agent of decay. His eyes flicked to his target, and with swift, precise motion, he hurled the vial through the cool night air. The chemist threw the vial at Native's feet, breaking it. Time seemed to slow as the vial spun, glinting ominously under the moonlight. It collided just before reaching its mark, shattering upon impact with the cobblestone surface. The dark, viscous substance spilled out, seeping onto the ground with an air of malice. The toxic fluid clung to Native's skin, unleashing its terrible curse, a relentless agent of decay. Flesh darkened and bubbled as Native's cries echoed into the night, replaced by the overwhelming sensation of pain. In the end, he was left a hollow shell, twisted and blackened, eventually crumbling to dust under the weight of time and decay. The chemist's mission was complete, leaving behind only the memory of death wrought by his deadly, alchemical vengeance. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, the chemist jumped out of the way, but not before throwing a vial of fireproof foam at the approaching flames. The vial moved in slow motion, and once it reached the fire, it broke and released a giant foam cloud, extinguishing the flames. The chemist remarked to himself that he thought his night was over. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 strode through the streets, chest puffed with pride, declaring that he wouldn't let the chemist escape. The chemist, amused, questioned 𝗕𝗏𝗏's motives, suggesting that he sought fame and money rather than justice. 𝗕𝗏𝗏, preparing to launch another fire attack, was warned by the chemist to think carefully before he acted. The chemist revealed that he had combustion vials in his arsenal, and if 𝗕𝗏𝗏 attacked, it would result in a massive explosion. Izumi and the others, who had regained their movement, widened their eyes in alarm. Shoto and Shoka knew that despite their father's flaws, he wouldn't recklessly endanger innocent lives. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 launched a fire attack toward the chemist, but the chemist countered with a foam vial, nullifying the assault. He chastised 𝗕𝗏𝗏 for his reckless behavior, reminding him that such actions could endanger many lives. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 retorted that he could end lives if they crossed him. The chemist noted that everything was being recorded, revealing that his mask not only provided night vision but also documented their confrontation. The heroes surrounding the chemist demanded his surrender, but he pulled 6 combustion vials from his belt and threw them at the heroes, who dodged them, creating explosions that allowed him to escape. Some heroes pursued the chemist, but he brandished his dagger, striking the walls of buildings to create small explosions that ensured his getaway. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 cursed himself for failing to capture the chemist. Later, Izumi, Shoka, Katsumi, Shoto, and Tenya found themselves in a hospital, receiving treatment after their encounter with Stain. They were scolded for their actions, knowing that 𝗕𝗏𝗏 would take the credit for the victory. Nine, along with 𝗬𝗏, entered the room, prompting Katsumi to glare at Nine, questioning his presence. Manuel explained that Mr. Midoriya and Mr. 𝗬𝗏 had come to check on the civilians. Shoka, also glaring at Nine, wondered why they weren't in the same hospital. 𝗬𝗏's glare made them tremble in fear. A doctor entered, expressing his honor in meeting Mr. Midoriya and Mr. 𝗬𝗏. Nine responded that the honor was theirs, and 𝗬𝗏 agreed. The doctor asked if they could transfer the injured to their hospital, but Nine sternly refused, stating that their injuries were not fatal and they had been involved in illegal activities. The doctor acknowledged this and wished them a full recovery before leaving with the heroes. Nine began to laugh, prompting Shoto to ask what was so funny. Nine pointed out Tenya's hypocrisy, reminding him that he always insisted on following the rules but had acted recklessly after the hero killer. Katsumi glared at Nine, questioning how he knew about their actions. Nine explained that it was simple logic, connecting the dots about Tenya's brother and the events surrounding the hero killer. Tenya, filled with anger, wanted to confront Nine but found himself unable to act due to his immunity. Shoka warned Nine that he wouldn't escape and that they would expose him. Nine laughed, assuring them that it was impossible to expose someone who didn't exist. He elaborated on how All Might had hidden the truth about his past, leaving no evidence of his existence. Katsumi, Shoto, Shoka, and Tenya exchanged glances, realizing their plan to expose Deku was futile. 𝗬𝗏 added that the same applied to him and his siblings. Shoka questioned how he could side with Deku, but 𝗬𝗏 firmly stated that Nine was the brother he should claim, not the flawed imitation of 𝗕𝗏𝗏. He expressed his disdain for 𝗕𝗏𝗏's actions that had led to their mother's tragic fate. The golden rays of the setting sun cast a warm glow over a secluded, pristine island. Palm trees swayed gently in the breeze, their fronds rustling softly as turquoise waves kissed the shoreline. Amidst this tropical paradise, Rei Todoroki reclined gracefully on a hammock strung between 2 sturdy palms, her skin glowing in the fading sunlight. Clad in a stylish swimsuit that complemented her serene demeanor, a contented smile played on her lips. In her hand she held a tall coconut, a colorful straw nestled into it, from which she took slow sips, enjoying the refreshing respite from the heat of the day. With her eyes half closed and a peaceful aura surrounding her, she had carved out a tranquil sanctuary, relishing the quiet beauty of nature and the distant sounds of renewal. Ever since Nine helped her fake her death, she had been living on this private island that Nine had bought for her. After 𝗕𝗏𝗏 disowned his children, 𝗬𝗏, Fuyumi, and Natsuo, they all lived peacefully, sometimes in America or on this island. Nine and 𝗬𝗏 arrived at Nine's house, where Nine knew he couldn't be monitored because of the advanced technology he had installed. He used his metal tails to open the entrance to his laboratory. The floor elevator opened, and they descended into it. 𝗬𝗧 expressed his amazement at the sight, and Nine acknowledged their father's foresight. 𝗬𝗧 wondered how Nine managed to be the chemist while spending the entire day with him since his arrival from the airport. Nine explained that they were about to see the monitor where the chemist robot was piloted. The chair turned, revealing another version of Nine. 𝗬𝗧 was taken aback, questioning if he had been hit too many times in the face. Nine reassured him that he was perfectly healthy thanks to the microbots he had injected into 𝗬𝗧's body, which healed him whenever he used his quirk. As Nine's clone began to dissolve into dust, he explained that it was a temporary clone, and that he had used a permanent clone to fake Rei's death, freeing her from Endeavor's grasp. 𝗬𝗧 was impressed but curious about how Nine had deceived 𝗧𝗏𝗁, who had a lie detector quirk. Nine clarified that 𝗧𝗏𝗁's quirk checked heartbeats, not lies, and he had simply kept his heartbeat steady. The next day, Nine was in his office, handling paperwork when his computer alerted him that someone was looking for him. The computer identified the visitors as MDM President and her bodyguards, along with some heroes loading a powerful cannon. Nine instructed the security system to monitor them and eliminate the hacker attempting to access his bank accounts. He deployed drones with cloaking devices to keep an eye on the heroes and prepared for the meeting. When MDM President and her guards entered, they pointed their weapons at him. Nine greeted her, but she warned him to comply if he wanted to leave alive. She placed a contract on his desk, demanding he sign it to ensure his safety, but Nine found the terms unacceptable. The contract would transfer all his belongings to the Yagi family and leave him homeless. When she insisted, threatening him with the heroes ready to fire, Nine calmly ordered his computer to open fire. Bullets rained down from above, taking out the heroes before he revealed his preparedness for the confrontation. As chaos ensued, Nine pressed a button, and a video call with Lady Nagant appeared, confirming that one of the guards had been eliminated. Lady Nagant expressed her loyalty to Nine, explaining that she had been treated as a weapon by MDM President and had found a new purpose serving Nine. The confrontation escalated, with Nine asserting that any threats against his friends or family would result in severe consequences for Japan's heroes. He revealed a video showing MDM President's plans against him and his family, confirming her ulterior motives. Nine demanded that she tear up the contract and eat it, making it clear that he was not asking. With no other option, they complied, and Nine ordered them to leave, dismissing them with a final command to take their discarded contract with them. "It's not over, brat," Nine thought as he left the building with a sense of determination. In 𝗂𝗏𝗏's perspective, he pondered what makes a person turn out the way they are. Is it the old saying of nature versus nurture? Is it inherent from the moment of 𝗵𝗃𝗁, or is it shaped by experiences and unfortunate events? For him, it was a series of events that led to his current state. His former hero agency had tried to mold him into a weapon. When he resisted, he was labeled a villain and sent to a prison where the guards were indifferent to their suffering. They would abuse him, and the male inmates would take advantage of him because of his appearance. These experiences shattered him and transformed him into the person he had become. However, his emissary, Nine, rescued him from that torment. By proving himself as his bodyguard, Nine promised to help him heal from the pain, ensuring he would always remember how he was saved. In class, Nine had made new friends who were fascinated by his creations, the scraplets. One of them, 𝗏𝗏𝗏, introduced himself as a reptool, a biomechanical organism created by emissary Nine. Another, 𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏, was shy and sought refuge in Nine's hoodie. Nine explained that 𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏 was not very brave but still valuable. They were all working together to repair things, and Waldo, another reptool, was busy fixing Sensei's hero costume, commenting on the need for care. Ace and May were discussing May's equipment, with Ace pointing out the issues with her suspension. May apologized, but Ace encouraged her to share more problems. When she demonstrated her boots, Ace was impressed by their speed. Scrap-It, another creation of Nine, was busy organizing scraps, eager to prove his importance. Dexter, a fellow student, shared that Nine had created an artificial island filled with reptiles and scraptals, which served as a natural habitat. May expressed concern about the safety of the creations, but Nine reassured her that the island was well protected. However, he made it clear that May could not visit the island due to her previous attempts to disassemble his inventions. As Nine walked through the halls of UA with 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 on his head and 𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏 along with 𝗓𝗏𝗏𝗏 on his shoulders, he asked his friends what they thought of his class. They shared their thoughts, expressing a mix of admiration and caution regarding May. Suddenly, Katsumi and her classmates confronted Nine. They questioned what his creations were doing, and Nine responded with a sharp remark about their lack of originality. The tension escalated as Katsumi growled at him, and he made a comment about her brother, provoking further anger. In response to the escalating situation, Nine activated his new improved rejuvenator, causing Shoto to hyperventilate and collapse. Shoka, concerned for her brother, demanded to know what had happened, while Nine simply stated that he had only activated the device, hinting that their previous encounter had left Shoto shaken. They took Shoto to the infirmary, and Nine left. Momo looked at Nine, who noticed the pain in her eyes. She was hurt because Nine was with Itsuka. Nine decided to act responsibly and respectfully towards Momo before he departed. After the internship ended, all the first-year students returned to UA. Izumi, Katsumi, Shoka, Shoto, and Ida were released from the hospital after 2 days. Unfortunately, for Shoto and Shoka, their lives took a difficult turn. Flashback: Shoto and Shoka were visiting a special hospital, the one where their mother, Rei Todoroki, had been. They hadn't seen her in a long time. The receptionist greeted them, asking how she could help. Shoto explained they were there to see their mother. The receptionist asked for their mother's name, and Shoka replied, Rei Todoroki. The receptionist's expression changed, and she delivered the devastating news that there was no Rei Todoroki since her passing. Both siblings were taken aback, demanding to know what she meant. The receptionist explained that Rei had taken her own life one night, and they had been unable to save her. Shoto and Shoka began to hyperventilate, and the receptionist brought them cups of water to help them calm down. Flashback ended. The siblings were left traumatized after the incident involving the chemist. They had read many reports about the chemist but had never fully grasped the extent of his capabilities. To make matters worse, Shoto and Shoka's lives had taken another downturn. The chemist had exposed Endeavor with recordings from that night, leading to Endeavor's demotion from the number 2 hero position. He was now barely in the top 100, facing restrictions. Flashback: under the dull glow of the streetlights, an abandoned warehouse loomed ominously. Inside, a group of self-proclaimed heroes was confident and unaware of the danger lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, a figure emerged. The chemist, cloaked in a lab coat, held vials labeled neurotoxin. As the squad's leader inhaled deeply, he stumbled, his muscles spasming uncontrollably. A burst of blinding light caused chaos among the group. The chemist calmly retrieved his empty vials, satisfied that his chemical arsenal had done its job. Silent as a shadow, he disappeared into the night, leaving behind the aftermath of his actions. Flashback ended. With Class 1A, except for Izumi and Momo, things had changed. Ever since Izumi discovered what Toshinori had done during the sports festival, she had cut ties with her family. They still interacted for school-related matters, but Toshinori and Inko struggled to reconnect with her, facing no success. Toshinori found himself in a difficult position. Nizu had grown suspicious of him. Flashback: in Nizu's office, Inko and Toshinori confronted him. Toshinori was shocked by Nizu's response to his plans. Nizu insisted that he had agreed to help only to avoid constant disturbances from them. He pointed out that there was no evidence to support their claims about Nine Midoriya working for AFO, as he had been monitored by Hawks without any signs of quirks. Inko insisted they were sure of Nine's intentions, but Nizu remained skeptical, suggesting they were lacking in common sense. Flashback ended. Toshinori attempted to free Katsuki from Tartarus, but his efforts were in vain. Nine had signed the necessary papers, leaving Toshinori powerless. To make matters worse, the president refused to help since Katsuki was now quirkless, deeming it not worth the effort. This infuriated Toshinori, who had treated Katsuki like a son. Mitsuki and Mazur had disowned Katsuki publicly to save themselves, leaving only Katsumi as the heir of the Bakugo name. Toshinori was frustrated and furious, doing his best to keep Katsuki under house arrest without drawing suspicion. Katsumi asked if there was anything they could do to help her brother, but 𝐒𝐭 explained that nothing could change unless Katsuki signed different documents or paid for his freedom. Ojiro suggested they could go to his house and persuade him, but Toshinori dismissed the idea, noting that Katsuki lived in a penthouse and had diplomatic immunity. If anyone dared to lay a finger on him or anyone inside that house, America would intervene, and the consequences would be severe. Mina wondered about the girl, his daughter, and 𝐒𝐭 agreed, noting that if anything happened to him or any of his friends, family, or employees, America would demand explanations. This could lead to Japan being isolated, with many countries cutting ties, resulting in dire consequences for the nation. Shoto realized they couldn't do anything to Deku for now. Toshinori emphasized the need to find a weakness to exploit in order to defeat him. In the kitchen, Nine carefully arranged slices of pepperoni atop a gooey bed of melted cheese. His focused expression showed determination as he stretched the dough evenly, spreading a rich layer of tomato sauce across the surface. Generous amounts of shredded mozzarella were sprinkled on top, with pepperoni laid out in a circular pattern, ensuring every bite would be just right. With a satisfied nod, Nine slid the pizza onto a baking sheet and transferred it into the preheated oven. As it baked, he watched through the glass door, anticipation flickering in his eyes. The cheese bubbled and browned beautifully, and when he pulled out the pizza, steam rose from its crust. He sliced it into perfect wedges, the cheese stretching with every cut. Grinning with pride, Nine grabbed a slice, eager to enjoy his delicious creation, pepperoni and cheese, just the way he liked it. Shortly after, Dexter arrived, and they enjoyed the homemade pizza together. The others left early for work while Rappa took Eri to kindergarten. 𝗬𝗧 booked a hotel for himself. In a flashback, a few minutes after Nine and 𝗬𝗧 entered Nine's underground laboratory, Nine sat in his chair and video called his only good aunt, Rei Todoroki, who was on vacation with Fuyumi and Natsuo. Rei asked what he needed, and Nine explained that he had damaged Endeavor's reputation. Rei expressed her approval, stating that he had it coming for a long time. Nine assured her that he wouldn't expose Endeavor for what he did to her, 𝗬𝗧, Fuyumi, and Natsuo. Fuyumi and Natsuo appeared on the screen, questioning why Nine wouldn't take action. 𝗬𝗧 stood next to Nine, declaring that he would be the one to do it, alongside his real family. Nine noted that helping 𝗬𝗧 start his own company was a bonus, but 𝗬𝗧 reassured him that he had created Blue Fire Industries thanks to Nine's assistance. In the present, Nine and Dexter walked through the halls of UA. Dexter asked if he was sure they wouldn't try anything, to which Nine replied that the chances were less than 10%. Even if they attempted something, he would be ready. Dexter expressed concern about the deal with Nizu, recalling a previous meeting. In that flashback, Nine was in Nizu's office on a Saturday morning, questioning why he was called in. Nizu explained that he needed to ensure they wouldn't come after Nine, referencing the incident with Bakugo's gauntlet. Nine acknowledged that it was obvious All Might had been targeting him since then. Nizu inquired why Nine had rejected the transfer to the hero course, assuming it was his intention to join. Nine responded with a question of his own, asking why he would want to try to be a hero when he was already one. He explained that he had created Fox Industries and helped many people around the world, asserting that he was a hero in his own way. He also mentioned that if he had transferred to the hero course, Eraserhead would have expelled him for not meeting expectations. Nizu suggested that 1B liked him and that he could be a great addition to their class, but Nine insisted he was an inventor, not a hero. He promised to hold a press conference to explain why he wouldn't transfer to the hero course, acknowledging the stress Nizu was under with UA being monitored. As Nine and Dexter continued through the halls, they encountered Class 1A minus Izumi and Momo, who had left early. Kirishima greeted them, referring to them as the quirkless freaks duo. Dexter shot back with a clever remark about Kirishima's past, and Nine complimented him on the roast, appreciating the humor in the moment. "I learned from the best." Kirishima felt a surge of anger as he declared that it wasn't true and demanded that Dexter take it back. He insisted that Bakubro would be released from prison, and they would see who the real freaks were. Dexter, unfazed, challenged Kirishima, asking what he would do if he didn't take it back. He reminded Kirishima that his last attempt to attack had failed, and with one punch from his exosuit or power gloves, Kirishima would be in worse shape than Humpty Dumpty. Kirishima retorted that Dexter was nothing but a coward, hiding behind his inventions, and without them, he was nothing. Nine interjected, mocking Kirishima and claiming that he had made a grave mistake by trying to mess with the gravedigger. Dexter told Nine that he had doomed himself. Katsumi, irritated, told Nine to be quiet, while Nine continued to taunt them, calling Katsumi a glorified rebound and claiming that they only wanted recognition. He belittled them, saying they were nothing special. Denki charged up his lightning, questioning Nine's superiority. Nine confidently stated that he could outthink, outplan, and outmaneuver all of them. He pointed out that unlike them, he had no limitations in his mind. He dismissed their powers, claiming that he could easily isolate them with a foam grenade. Dexter chimed in, reminding Toshinori that he had once said that quirkless individuals couldn't be heroes, but he pointed out examples like Batman and the Teen Titans. Toshinori insisted that it was just a fluke and that they had been lucky, asserting his position as the #1 hero. Nine countered that Toshinori's heroic deeds were merely for his own image and that he couldn't think of a single genuine act of heroism from him. Dexter remarked that Nine's words were colder than Endeavor's demeanor. Mineta chimed in, boasting about their quirks, while Nine retorted that they didn't need quirks because they had something better: genius minds. He added that they also had height and decency, contrasting themselves with Mineta's behavior. Dexter pointed out that they both had girlfriends, while Mineta was still relying on inappropriate means to satisfy his needs. Toru found the conversation inappropriate, and Tsuyu called them 𝗓𝗪𝗓. Nine continued to mock them, claiming that they hibernated in winter and struggled in summer. Inko, Kirishima's mother, expressed disappointment in her son for not being the quirkless weakling she expected. Nine declared that he preferred being cold over naive and accused Inko of being with Toshinori for his fortune. Inko defended Toshinori, calling him a good man, but Nine dismissed that, stating they were both pathetic. Ida stepped in, demanding that Nine leave All Might alone, but Nine shot back, suggesting Ida should focus on his own issues. Shoka expressed that Nine had gone too far, but Dexter pointed out that they were now in roast territory. Ochako insisted that Nine had no right to speak to them that way, but Nine countered that they didn't struggle financially and could easily buy their parents' company and fire them. Mina found his words uncalled for, but Dexter insisted it was the truth, joking that the Xenomorph Queen wanted to sue Nine for being a cheap knockoff. Sato argued that Nine's jealousy was evident, but Nine clarified that he was merely amused by their attempts to fill his shoes. He then turned to Inko, questioning how it felt to be with a failure like Toshinori. Inko tried to explain, but Nine continued to belittle her choice in partners. Toshinori, tired of the insults, tried to intervene, but Nine mocked him further, suggesting he might cry. Dexter added that Toshinori's tears would freeze on one side and evaporate on the other. Nine then revealed his poetic side, reciting a playful verse that ended with a cheeky gesture. He taunted Endeavor Jr., reminding him of his family's tragic fate and how they were now orphans. He recounted a flashback where All Might, Endeavor, Hawks, and Tsukachi were investigating a recent death linked to the chemist. They were trying to understand the chemist's motives through an autopsy, discovering that the note found with the body had been printed to conceal the handwriting. Endeavor dismissed the chemist's cleverness, insisting they would find him and bring him to justice. All Might agreed, but Hawks sighed and began watching the autopsy. Suddenly, the surgeons were enveloped in a strange smoke, and they began to transform into grotesque creatures reminiscent of horror films. As these monsters attacked All Might, Endeavor intervened, using his flames to incinerate them. However, the creatures reverted back to the surgeons, now charred remains, while a camera captured the scene. All Might remarked that it looked as though Endeavor had killed the surgeons. Endeavor, realizing the gravity of the situation, expressed concern about hiding the bodies. He proceeded to place the remains in various storage areas of the morgue. 𝗓𝗄𝐴 approached a corpse and discovered another note, announcing that they had received another message. 𝗓𝗄𝐴 opened the note and read it aloud. It revealed that the smoke was a product of the chemist's work, more lethal than anticipated. The note suggested that 𝗕𝗏𝗏 was responsible for the mutations, and it included a picture of the burnt corpses along with a warning that 𝗕𝗏𝗏 would be implicated in the media across Japan. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 was taken aback by the revelation and received a message on his phone. Upon checking, he saw an image of the burnt corpse with him standing in front of it, captured by a camera in the corner of the room. Hawks speculated that the culprit must be in the security room, but 𝗕𝗏𝗏 cautioned against jumping to conclusions, suggesting that the chemist could have hacked their systems. All might question whether the chemist was even present, to which 𝗕𝗏𝗏 replied that it was unlikely someone like him would be at the police station. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 lamented that he had been framed for murder. 𝗕𝗏𝗏, despite knowing 𝗕𝗏𝗏's innocence, stated that he would have to arrest him and conduct a live interrogation on television to prove his innocence. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 accepted his fate, believing he would be released soon. In Tartarus, 𝗕𝗏𝗏 wore a prison jumpsuit, maintaining a smile as he anticipated his release the following day. However, when his cell door opened, a group of inmates entered, and his expression changed upon recognizing them as those he had imprisoned, including innocent individuals he had threatened. They brandished metal pipes, and one inmate declared that they would take revenge on 𝗕𝗏𝗏. The scene shifted to a flashback of Nine, who reminded his companions that while they possessed quirks, he had something far more powerful: preparation, wit, and resources. He then turned to Katsumi, asking about Yuria and her current situation. Katsumi glared at Nine, recalling how his actions had negatively impacted another friend from Aldra. In another flashback, Nine and his friend Ichi confronted Ichi's ex-girlfriend, Yuria, who had abandoned her son after an accident. As they entered her apartment, Yuria dismissed Ichi's feelings, joking about hiring him as a babysitter. Nine smiled, causing her to feel uneasy. Ichi confronted Yuria about her inability to care for their child, revealing that he had arranged for her family to take custody. Yuria reacted with disbelief, expressing relief at being free to party without responsibilities. Nine pointed out her selfishness, while Ichi revealed that he had evidence of her true character. As the conversation escalated, Yuria attempted to deflect blame, but Ryoji, on the phone, exposed her lies. Nine and Ichi revealed their true identities, highlighting their success and accomplishments, which left Yuria stunned. As the confrontation continued, Yuria quickly shifted her demeanor, trying to win Ichi back, but he firmly rejected her advances. Nine, unimpressed, noted her desperation and the futility of her attempts. As they prepared to leave, Yuria pleaded for Ichi to stay, but he reiterated that he was only a babysitter and had no interest in her drama. With only Nine and Yuria remaining, Nine expressed his disbelief at her current state, almost feeling pity for her, but ultimately refraining from sympathy. Yuria, frustrated, lashed out at Nine, but he remained unfazed by her insults. Once Izumi's father heard about this, all three of them would be in trouble. Nine, confident in his position as the CEO of Fox Industries, reminded Yuria of his diplomatic immunity. He could easily expose her for everything she had done, leaving her with nothing. He relished the thought of watching her struggle to make a living, especially since her life was already in ruins. If he chose to reveal her secrets, she might end up in a dire situation. With that, Nine left her apartment, leaving her to scream in frustration. After the flashback ended, Nine and Dexter attended their class, where Power Loader assigned them their usual tasks. Dexter inquired about the students in Class 1A, asking if there was anyone else he should be cautious of. Nine informed him about two individuals from the Big Three, a group known for being the strongest in the hero course and in their third year. Dexter was curious about how this related to him. Nine explained that one of them, Mirio Togata, had no sense of personal boundaries. He had once startled Nine by phasing through his table, causing him to fall. The other was Nijire Hado, who had the ability to generate energy and was known for her incessant questions and lack of awareness regarding personal space. She had once broken one of Nine's tools and nearly caused one of his inventions to explode. Dexter then asked about the third member of the Big Nine, described Tamaki Amajiki as a good guy who, like them, struggled with social interactions. His quirk allowed him to transform his body into anything he consumed. In a flashback, Nine was working on a drone alone in class. He had decided to modify a store-bought drone. Suddenly, a face appeared from under his table, startling him and causing him to fall from his chair. After dusting himself off, Nine noticed Miro's face still peering at him from the table. He warned Miro to come out if he didn't want a report for invading his personal space. Reluctantly, Miro emerged, raising his hands in surrender. Nine pointed his metal tails at Miro's face, expressing his frustration at being startled. Miro explained that he wanted to meet all the first-year students. Just then, 𝗎𝗎𝗓 and 𝗕𝗏𝗲 entered the room. 𝗕𝗏𝗲 scolded Miro for his antics, while 𝗎𝗎𝗓 excitedly bombarded Nine with questions about his ears and tails. Nine introduced himself and firmly declined her request to touch his ears or tails, explaining that he preferred to work alone. Miro was surprised that Nine could understand 𝗎𝗎𝗓, who was indeed quite overwhelming. As Nine returned to his work, Miro attempted to engage him in conversation, but Nine dismissed him, stating there was nothing to discuss since they were from different courses. 𝗎𝗎𝗓, undeterred, reached for Nine's ears, but he swatted her hands away, reiterating his refusal. She pouted, calling him mean, to which Nine pointed out that she should have respected his boundaries. An accidental crash drew their attention to a broken automatic screwdriver on the floor, which 𝗎𝗎𝗓 had dropped. Nine expressed his frustration, readying his tails in response. Miro tried to calm the situation, insisting it was an accident. Nine angrily accused them of being careless and wished for a reckoning for their actions. 𝗎𝗎𝗓 offered to help as compensation, but her attempt to press a button on the drone led to a countdown for self-destruction. Panic ensued as Nine activated his holographic keyboard, urging his computer to breach the firewalls and shut down the drone before it detonated. With rapid keystrokes, he managed to abort the detonation just in time, but he still had one last thing to address. He slapped 𝗎𝗎𝗓, reminding her that her actions had nearly caused a disaster. After the flashback, time passed, and it was time for the practical exam, where classes 1A and 1B would face off against their teachers. Nizu explained the rules, noting that due to an odd number of students in class 1A, one student would need to retake the test with a different partner. Nine entered the room, apologizing for the interruption. Power Loader questioned his presence, but Nine explained he was there to deliver upgrades to Nito Monoma and 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏. Nito and 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 approached him eagerly, and Nine quickly got to work, providing Nito with improved gloves that would enhance his quirk and 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 with elbow thrusters designed to amplify his punches. After explaining the features of the upgrades, Nine wished them luck and prepared to leave, acknowledging the students of Class 1B as he exited. And Nine was about to leave when Nizu stopped him. Nizu expressed that if Midoriya could assist them, they would be honored. Nine inquired about Nizu's plan, and Nizu suggested that since Midoriya had won the sport festival, he could fight as one of the teachers. Nine hesitated, but before he could finish his thought, 𝐒𝐭𝐽 and All Might intervened, agreeing to the challenge. 𝗎𝐭𝐽 stated that Midoriya would be fighting all of Class 1A. Concerned, 13 pointed out that it was 1 against 21. However, Nine accepted the challenge and asked Nizu if he would have any restrictions, wanting to know if he could go all out. 𝗎𝐭𝐽 and All Might were prepared to suggest he hold back, but Nizu assured Nine that he had no restrictions, though he advised him to avoid causing any permanent damage. Grateful, Nine activated his AI assistant, Computer, which had been created by his father before he passed away. He instructed Computer to teleport a case from his office desk, and a high-tech case appeared before him. Inside were 4 high-tech swords, 10 throwable knives, another set of 4 throwable knives, and 3 incendiary grenades. Nine mentioned that he wasn't a fan of swords but would do his best, also noting that he had his rejuvenator with him. As the scene shifted, Nine found himself on a rooftop in a simulated city. His mission against Class 1A was to either survive without being caught or cause as much chaos as possible, while Class 1A aimed to capture him or protect the city. He noticed Class 1A entering a building through the hacked cameras. Katsumi called out for Deku, while Mina urged him to come out and make their job easier, promising to be gentle. Nine commanded Computer to shut down their communications, and they were unaware that it had happened. Suddenly, a song from the pre-quirk era played through the city speakers, creating an eerie atmosphere. As the music ended, Nine threw the incendiary grenades toward Class 1. Toru shouted a warning about the grenades, and Shoto and Shoka quickly acted an ice wall between them and the explosives. However, the grenades exploded, shattering the ice wall. Kirishima accused Nine of cowardice for throwing grenades instead of confronting them directly. Nine clarified that he was not scared, but rather calculated. He then threw 4 knives at them, which they narrowly dodged, embedding themselves in the ground. Class 1A smirked, except for Izumi and Momo, who were concerned. Nine pulled a detonator from his jacket pocket and pressed the button, causing the knives to open and emit a sonic wave that affected Kyoka. Denki called out to Kyoka, alarmed by her condition, as Katsumi and Mina destroyed the knives, stopping the sound. Kyoka was left in pain, and Katsumi vowed to take revenge on Deku for what he had done, only to realize that Nine had already vanished. Shoto suggested they split up to find Deku more efficiently, instructing everyone to communicate if they spotted him. Class 1A nodded, except for Izumi and Momo, who decided to stick together. Denki stayed with Kyoka, who was unable to fight due to her injuries. Meanwhile, Nine hid in one of the rooms of an apartment in the simulated city, monitoring the cameras to see who was closest to him. The closest was Ochako, and he prepared to ambush her. As Ochako attempted to contact the others, she found her communication disabled. Believing Deku had interfered, she was caught off guard when Nine grabbed her by the collar and slammed her against the wall. She cried out in pain, but Nine continued his assault, landing a knee to her stomach. Despite her attempts to fight back, Nine overpowered her, delivering a series of strikes that left her on the floor, struggling. He secured her in a headlock, ensuring she couldn't escape, and continued to strike, showing no mercy. As he dropped her to the ground, he kicked at her, his expression cold and unyielding. He taunted her, asking how it felt to be on the receiving end of such a beating. Nine left Ochako injured and possibly with some broken bones. The scene shifted to Nine, who was surrounded by the remaining members of Class 1A, Kirishima, Izumi, Momo, Shoto, Shoka, and Katsumi. The rest of the class was struggling against Nine, who had already dealt a significant amount of damage. Without any swords or knives, Nine relied solely on his rejuvenator, which had run out of energy after multiple uses. Kirishima declared that they had won, but Nine had one last trick up his sleeve. He pulled out another detonator and pressed the button. Explosions erupted behind them as 3 buildings collapsed onto the streets. Fortunately, their classmates had been scooted outside after being unable to fight any longer. Shoto questioned what Nine had done, and Nine revealed that his weapons were not just ordinary weapons. He had anticipated that facing over 20 quirks would be a suicide mission, which is why he had chosen explosive weapons. Momo was shocked to learn that his swords and daggers were actually bombs. Nine explained that he had impaled his swords into the walls intentionally. Although they had captured him, he had taken many lives in the process. He warned them that if he were a true villain and those were real cities, they would have already lost. Later that night, Nine and Dexter were in Nine's underground laboratory. Dexter asked what Nine would do if he were attacked again. Nine replied that he would resort to his last option if necessary. Dexter was concerned about what that meant, but Nine pressed a button, revealing a black metal suit with red lines and a helmet designed for fox ears. The armor featured a fox head on its chest and a cape, complete with a red visor. Before them stood Hellfox. In the shadows, Nine, Dexter, and Itsuka were on Nine's private jet heading to Island. Itsuka asked about Yagi and Yaoyorozu, noting that they seemed different from their classmates. Dexter advised against asking delicate questions, but Nine signaled that he would answer. He explained that Izumi and Momo had realized their mistakes and were trying to reconnect with him. Itsuka inquired if Nine would give them a chance. Nine said that while he was open to giving Izumi a chance to build a new connection, he had no intention of reconnecting with Momo. Itsuka was curious about the difference in his attitude toward them. Dexter explained that Momo had done something far worse than just bullying Nine. Nine revealed that Momo had feelings for him, but he did not reciprocate. He recalled a time when he overheard Momo and some classmates discussing him. In a flashback, he remembered being in pain behind the school, trying to fix a dislocated leg while hearing Momo dismissing any affection for him. After the flashback, Nine expressed that he had known it was all a facade. Itsuka, wanting to help him move past those memories, encouraged him to create appealing new ones and kissed him on the nose. Shortly after, the private jet landed, and as they exited, the pilot approached Nine. Nine wrote a check for a generous amount, insisting that the pilot deserved it for safely bringing them to their destination. The pilot was taken aback but grateful. Itsuka was surprised by Nine's generosity, and he affirmed that the pilot had earned it. All three turned and saw a girl with blonde hair, wearing a red vest, a white shirt, leather breaths, and boots. She was jumping on a pogo stick and carrying a box. Melissa greeted Nine, acknowledging the time since they last met. Nine responded affirmatively, and Itsuka, curious, asked if he would introduce them. Nine introduced Melissa Shield, daughter of David Shield, to Itsuka Kendo, his girlfriend, and noted that they had already met Dexter. Dexter expressed his pleasure in seeing Melissa again, and she reciprocated the sentiment, also welcoming Itsuka. Itsuka returned the greeting, and Melissa excitedly announced that Nine's package had just arrived. Itsuka inquired about the package, and Dexter asked what kind it was. Nine began to open the package, revealing foam inside, which made him gasp in surprise. As he removed the foam, he uncovered his double-barrel shotgun, complete with a meat hook. Nine expressed his delight at seeing it again. Itsuka, surprised, asked if that was a gun, to which Nine confirmed it was. Itsuka voiced her concern about guns being dangerous, and Dexter compared quirks to guns, suggesting that quirks were far more hazardous. Melissa supported Dexter's point, mentioning that Nine had licenses for his firearms. Itsuka was taken aback by the mention of multiple licenses, and Nine explained that as an American, it was normal for him to own guns. Itsuka then asked how many guns he had, and Nine listed them, including a UMP-45, a Thompson M1A1, a M416, a Scarro, a Bison PP-19, and a Desert Eagle. Itsuka wondered about sniper rifles or light machine guns, but Nine admitted he wasn't a fan of snipers and preferred not to use heavy weapons. Melissa then reassured Nine that his home was still intact, and they wouldn't need to book rooms. The group made their way to Nine's house on Island, where he had stayed previously. Itsuka asked if Nine lived there, and he explained that he had spent 2 to 3 weeks there before starting to travel. He shared that he had traveled around the world, with his longest stay in Tibet, where he trained with ancient Tibetan monks. He also mentioned visiting France, Africa, and China, offering to show Itsuka photos from his travels, which she eagerly accepted. Upon arriving at Nine's modest house, which had 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, 1 living room, and 1 kitchen, Dexter asked about Eri's whereabouts. Nine informed them that she was with Tuya and his family, and Fuyumi was excited to spend time with her. Melissa then offered to show Nine around, and he told them to go ahead while he took a moment. Nine pulled a ring from his pocket, a Legionnaire ring, along with a digital photo of himself and the other Legionnaires, including Saturn Girl and Lightning Lad. He felt a pang of nostalgia for Pharaoh Lad, a good friend who had passed away. Just then, Superman appeared in Nine's house, and Nine was surprised to see him. Superman explained that the Justice League had been invited, but only a few members had come. Nine reflected on Pharaoh Lad's sacrifice, and Superman acknowledged it as well. In a flashback to the future, a golden statue was erected in honor of Pharaoh Lad at Legion HQ. Nine and Superman delivered a speech celebrating Pharaoh Lad's heroism and friendship, emphasizing that he had given his life to save the galaxy. They vowed never to forget his sacrifice, raising their fists in solidarity as others joined in the tribute. As Nine and Superman prepared to return to their respective timelines, they shared heartfelt goodbyes, with Phantom Girl and Saturn Girl joining in a group hug. Bouncy Boy attempted to join but accidentally knocked over his friends in the process. Superman reminded them that he could return at any moment, but Brainy cautioned him not to interfere with Nine's past. Nine understood the importance of this and accepted it. Lightning Lad encouraged Nine not to wait too long, mentioning that Timberwolf had baked cookies. After their farewells, Nine, Dexter, Brick, Butch, and Boomer gathered to play basketball. The friends enjoyed a spirited game, their sneakers squeaking on the concrete as they prepared for action. Nine watched for an opening, while Dexter made a shot and planned his next move. Brick tossed a water bottle, catching it with a smile, and Butch adjusted his wristbands, sharing a private joke. Boomer, less familiar with basketball, stayed on the bench to watch. As the game progressed, Nine dashed toward the basket, skillfully maneuvering past imaginary defenders. He attempted a layup, but his shot was blocked, causing laughter among the group. With a confident jump shot, he scored 2 points, and cheers erupted as Brick made a successful shot as well. Each friend showcased their unique style, with Nine using his speed to steal the ball and race down the court for a dunk, encouraged by the cheers of his friends. After a competitive game filled with laughter and friendly teasing, they decided to take a break and head to a cafe. However, they were met with an unexpected sight: Denki and Mineta, who were working as waiters. At nearby tables sat Izumi, Momo, Ochako, and Kyoka. Mineta made a snide remark about Nine, who retorted with a sharp comeback, calling him a pathetic pervert. Brick commented on Nine's roast, and Nine explained that he was there because he was the CEO of Fox Industries, instructing the waiters to bring them food and drinks. Nine sat at a table with Itsuka while Dexter joined Blossom at another. Nine asked Itsuka how she was doing, and she admitted that things had been bad before he arrived. She pointed out Denki and Mineta, explaining how they had tried to make her uncomfortable. Nine, sensing the situation, released his aura, ready to address the issue. 2 large bodyguards arrived and escorted both Kaminari and Mineta out, while the owner approached them. The owner informed them that they were both fired for inappropriate behavior and mentioned that footage of the incident had been sent to Nizu at UA, complicating their future there. Kaminari was shocked and questioned how the owner had obtained the footage. The owner explained that the Midoriya family was one of the founding members of I-Island, and as the heir, a significant portion of the establishment belonged to him. The bodyguards then firmly removed Kaminari and Mineta from the premises, ensuring they would never return. As the security team took them away, Buttercup expressed relief that the uncomfortable situation was over, and Bubbles agreed. Shortly after, 2 new waitresses arrived, and Nine ordered for everyone, covering the bill except for Momo, Ochako, and Kyoka. Izumi was surprised by Nine's generosity, but their moment was interrupted by a loud explosion. They rushed to investigate the source of the noise. Meanwhile, Toshinori and Inko arrived at David Shield's office. Toshinori greeted David, but David coldly reminded him that they were no longer friends and demanded to know what Toshinori wanted. Toshinori hesitated, but David quickly dismissed any notion of helping him against Nine, suggesting that Toshinori was foolish for even asking. Inko pleaded for assistance, but David revealed that he and Nine were now friends. He confronted Toshinori about his contradictory beliefs regarding heroism and quirks, accusing him of using David for his inventions. With no other option, Toshinori and Inko left, feeling defeated. Back with Nine, he and Izumi stayed behind to talk. Izumi asked why Nine had paid for her meal, and Nine explained that he wanted to help her redeem herself and rebuild their relationship, even if it meant starting anew as friends. He introduced himself formally, and they shook hands before deciding to investigate the explosion together. Izumi inquired if Nine would do the same for Momo, to which Nine firmly replied no, insisting that Izumi should talk to Momo about a previous conversation he overheard. Upon arriving at the scene, they found Katsumi engaged in an intense training exercise, destroying robots. Nine noticed Kirishima and Shoto nearby, and they exchanged some banter. Nine then revealed that he owned a significant part of I-Island and had expelled Kaminari and Mineta for their misconduct, sending the footage to Nizu, which would likely lead to their expulsion and possible arrest. Kyoka and Ochako reacted to Nine's harsh words, but he dismissed their concerns. Time passed, and it was time for an important party where many notable figures had gathered. Nine attended with his friends, but they expressed their dislike for the formal attire they were required to wear. Just then, Itsuka arrived, and Nine was taken aback by her beauty, playfully commenting that he would arrest her for it if he were a cop. Their light-hearted moment was interrupted by an emergency alert, causing heavy metal walls to seal all the exits. Melissa explained that the emergency alert had been activated, prompting Nine to access the building systems for information. As he worked, A group of heroes, including Batman, Red Hood, Nightwing, Beast Boy, and Cyborg, emerged from the vents. Batman informed Nine that the situation was dire, and they needed his help. Nine prepared to suit up, calling for his gear, which appeared before him. He donned his hero costume, while Dexter transformed into his own heroic persona. Batman outlined the plan, and Nine created a holographic display to show the situation. Villains had taken guests hostage, and there were 2 blockages in the system. Nine could handle one, but needed assistance for the second. Melissa volunteered to help, knowing the building well, but they had to avoid using the elevators to remain undetected. Batman decided they needed to split up, assigning roles to each hero. Nine instructed Izumi and Melissa to lead their classmates to the top floor, while he and the others would work on coding to disable the blockages. Katsumi protested, but Nine firmly told her to follow orders, emphasizing the importance of saving innocent lives. He made it clear that he wouldn't let anyone's pride get in the way of their mission. Katsumi was overwhelmed by terror as she glanced behind 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐻, convinced she saw a shadowy figure resembling a 9-tailed fox. Fear gripped her, and she nodded hesitantly, joining Izumi and Melissa. Itsuka questioned Nine about his secret identity, to which he replied that he wore his mask not for himself, but to protect those he cared about. He removed his mouth mask and gently kissed her on the cheek, assuring her that he would be fine and urging her to go, as they were counting on her. Dexter expressed concern about their identities being exposed, but Nine reassured him, revealing one of his mechanical tails had transformed into a flashlight. This device was designed to wipe memories, ensuring that no one would remember the events of that night. The team gathered around a high-tech holographic computer console, their faces illuminated by vibrant screens displaying city maps. Outside, the chaos had subsided, but tension lingered as villains had disrupted the city's infrastructure, plunging neighborhoods into darkness. Nine, also known as 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐻, expertly manipulated the holographic interface, while Dexter, known as Nova Quantum, typed swiftly to bypass enemy firewalls, identifying vulnerabilities to regain control. Blossom joined in, her hands shimmering with starry particles as she rerouted the city's lights and vital services, her floral-patterned attire pulsating with life as she tapped into the underground root networks to restore power. Brick, the steadfast protector, monitored security for any remaining threats, his imposing presence reassuring the team. Together, they synchronized their efforts. Nine breached digital defenses, Dexter stabilized energy, Blossom reinforced physical infrastructure, and Brick ensured security was restored. Meanwhile, Izumi and the others ascended the stairs toward the top floor. Katsumi wondered when Deku had become 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐻, and Melissa explained that 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐻 was the new leader of the Teen Titans, having first appeared in Gotham. She was surprised to learn it was Nine. After tense minutes of collaboration, a final keystroke sent a surge through the system, and control was gradually returned to I-Island. With a collective sigh of relief, the heroes exchanged glances, knowing their combined skills had saved the day once again, restoring peace and order to their beloved city. However, they understood this was just one battle. The war had only begun. Wolfram, having stolen a quirk amplifier from Sam, reveled in his newfound power. Izumi realized he had used the device on himself, prompting Nine to declare they needed to stop him. 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐻 spread his mechanical tails, shedding his holographic disguise, and prepared to unleash lasers. He instructed the Powerpuff Girls and Rowdy Rough Boys to destroy Wolfram's pillars while he and Nova Quantum provided ranged support. Batman guided their attacks, Superman located David's shield to rescue him, and All Might prepared to confront Wolfram, with the rest of the UA students ready to assist. Their plan commenced as Nine and Dexter unleashed lasers at Wolfram's cubic attacks, following Batman's guidance. Nightwing, Red Hood, Cyborg, and Beast Boy worked to evacuate civilians from harm's way. After a fierce battle, they emerged victorious. Surrounded by All Might, who reverted to Toshinori, Izumi, and the other members of Class 1A, Nine had already wiped the memories of Itsuka and Melissa regarding his identity as 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐻. Kirishima confronted him, calling him a vigilante, while Katsumi warned him about the consequences of exposing his secret. Tashinori demanded that Nine free young Bakugo from prison, but Nine remained resolute, stating he would not comply. Raising one of his mechanical tails, Nine activated a bright flash, utilizing his memory wiping feature. Katsumi questioned their purpose there, and Nine explained that their memories had been wiped by 𝗲𝗲. He reassured Tashinori that his secret was safe and summarized the events. They had defeated 𝗲𝗲, who had intended to wipe All Might's memory and recruit him as a villain. Unfortunately, the memory wiping quirk had also affected 𝗲𝗲, leaving him unable to remember. Momo inquired how Nine could remember, and he clarified that he had been out of range during the attack, as they had been attacking from a distance. Wishing them a good night, Nine departed, leaving Tashinori grateful for the information. As they parted ways, Izumi glanced back at Nine, still clad in his Technofox costume, realizing the truth about her brother's identity. In the shadows, the Grim Reaper stood silently, a figure cloaked in endless sleep, guiding souls to their resting places with gentle grace. He was not a foe, but a timeless friend, leading them home without judgment. 2 days had passed since Nine's visit to I-Island, and 2 days since Denki Kaminari and Minoru Mineta were expelled and sent to miners' prison for their actions, which included multiple incidents of harassment. Now, Nine was taking the elevator to the underground facility, having signed documents to place Katsuki Bakugo 10 meters underground. Upon arriving at the visitor's room, Nine saw Katsuki through the thick glass, bearing the marks of his recent struggles. Katsuki, with a black eye and swollen features, demanded to know why Nine was there, accusing him of rubbing in his misfortune. Nine smiled, revealing that the bullet he had used had destroyed Katsuki's quirk, leaving him permanently quirkless. Katsuki refused to believe it, but Nine insisted he never lied. Another 2 from Katsuki's former class had met their end. The guard warned him to be quiet or he wouldn't receive food that night. Katsuki bit his tongue in anger and fell silent, glaring at Nine. Nine informed him that Denki Kaminari and Minoru Mineta had been expelled from UA and sent to a minor prison due to harassment charges he had pressed against them. UA had no choice but to expel them. Katsuki, furious, retorted that Nine was nothing, relying on his company for support. Nine pointed out that Katsuki had relied on Tashinori for over 10 years, and even he couldn't free him now. The guard interrupted again, reminding Katsuki to remain silent. Nine continued, explaining that he had held a press conference stating that if Katsuki were released from Tartarus prison, he would close all his facilities in Japan and return to America. He warned that without his high-tech gadgets and hospital equipment, chaos would ensue, and people would blame Katsuki for it. Nine had even placed a bounty on him, ensuring that if he escaped, he would be captured and placed in a more secure facility. With a smile, Nine wished Katsuki to enjoy his stay, hinting that others from his class might join him soon. As Nine left, Katsuki roared in anger, only to be subdued by the guard's electric shock. The next day, Nine stood in the bustling kitchen of his house, preparing a spicy Italian dish. The aroma of garlic and tomato sauce filled the air as he sliced onions, recalling the recipe he had learned in Italy. He heated olive oil in a pan, adding minced garlic and crushed red pepper flakes, then carefully poured in crushed tomatoes, stirring to create a fiery sauce. His martial arts training helped him stay calm under pressure as he seasoned the dish. Once the pasta was cooked, he combined everything with a practiced flick of his wrist, creating a spicy yet flavorful meal. Proud of his homemade spaghetti all'assassina, he took a cautious bite, his eyes widening in delight. This meal was a testament to his growth as both a businessman and a budding chef. Dexter entered the kitchen, curious about Nine's culinary skills. Nine shared his knowledge of Italian recipes, mentioning dishes he had learned from his travels. They discussed their day, noting that they couldn't patrol as Technofox and Nova Quantum since their class had been disrupted by an explosion caused by 𝗲𝗲. A flashback revealed the chaos that ensued when her invention malfunctioned, forcing the entire class to evacuate. Dexter wondered what their next move would be, and Nine explained that they couldn't patrol in Japan due to the high risk of being discovered. They discussed their immunity as Teen Titans but acknowledged the challenges posed by the Japanese government. Nine mentioned that their class would be ready in a few days and asked about Blossom and the others, learning they had been ordered to return to America. Dexter glanced at Nine's revenge list, which included various individuals from Aldra who had faced dire consequences for their actions. Nine contemplated targeting someone who would leave a significant impact on their class, considering 𝗬𝗓𝐻𝗧𝗍 for her potential to disrupt the dynamics of her family and classmates. He explained how exposing her would lead to her parents losing their jobs and her eventual expulsion from UA, drawing in others as collateral damage. As they discussed their plans, Nine walked through the halls of UA with 𝐒𝐻𝐁 in his arms. 𝐒𝐻𝐁's kindergarten had closed for an event, and Nine had taken responsibility for her. He suggested a trip to a theme park, eliciting excitement from 𝐒𝐻𝐁. When he knocked on the teacher's lounge door, it opened to reveal several teachers, including All Might and Inko. Nizu asked what Nine was doing there, and Midnight inquired about the little girl he was holding. Nine introduced 𝐒𝐻𝐁 as his daughter, having adopted her before joining UA, leaving everyone in shock. And this little snowball is a ray of sunshine. Nine rubbed his face against 𝐒𝐻𝐁's, causing her to giggle as she exclaimed that it tickled. Nine then inquired about when their class would be repaired, to which Principal Nizu responded that it would be in 2 days. After thanking him, Nine prepared to leave, wishing everyone a good day. Nizu suggested that Midoriya should go to the cafeteria, offering to ask Lunch Rush to prepare lunch for 𝐒𝐻𝐁. Nine turned to 𝐒𝐻𝐁, asking if she would like that, and she agreed enthusiastically. As they headed to the cafeteria, Inko offered to SRT them, but Nine insisted he could manage on his own, mentioning his martial arts training and experience with ancient Tibetan monks. 𝐒𝐻𝐁, feeling bold, expressed her frustration with Inko's insistence. As Nine and 𝐒𝐻𝐁 left, the teachers were left in shock. Midnight remarked on 𝐒𝐻𝐁's surprising vocabulary, while Nizu noted that the evolution of quirks could lead to unexpected behaviors in children. Meanwhile, Nine and 𝐒𝐻𝐁 arrived at the cafeteria, where 𝐒𝐻𝐁 buried her face into Nine's chest, feeling shy under the curious gazes of others. Lunch Rush greeted them warmly and presented a plate of food for 𝐒𝐻𝐁, which included a sandwich wrap, cookies, milk, apple slices, and steamed vegetables. When Lunch Rush asked if Nine wanted anything, he declined, having already eaten. Instead, he requested some olive oil, salt, and bread, explaining that during his time in Italy, he learned the value of simplicity from his hosts. Lunch Rush became emotional at Nine's words, agreeing that sometimes all one needs in life is simplicity. He handed Nine the items he requested, and Nine thanked him before leaving with 𝐒𝐻𝐁 to enjoy their meal. Back in Class 1A, the students were surprised to see Nine at UA, especially since their class was under repair. Katsumi glared at Nine, wishing she could express her frustration more directly. Kyoka and Shoka discussed the expulsion of Kaminari and Mineta, attributing it to Deku's actions. Izumi defended the decision, stating that the two deserved it. Momo sat alone, visibly affected by the recent events and the changes in her demeanor. As the conversation continued, Izumi pointed out Kyoka's actions towards Mineta and questioned Katsumi about her own experiences. Despite the tension, Izumi maintained that even without Nine's intervention, the two boys would have faced consequences due to their behavior. Meanwhile, Nine and 𝐒𝐻𝐁 finished their meal, and he returned the plates to Lunch Rush before leaving. The next day, Nine woke up excited, as he planned to take 𝐒𝐻𝐁 to a theme park. They spent the day enjoying rides, with 𝐒𝐻𝐁 giggling on the carousel and having fun in the bumper cars. For lunch, they shared cotton candy, and Nine felt grateful for the joyful moments they were creating together. As the day came to a close, they watched a lively parade, and Nine carried 𝐒𝐻𝐁 on his back, both feeling content after a day full of adventure. 𝐒𝐻𝐁 thanked her father and fell asleep in his arms, prompting Nine to smile and affectionately call her his dear Snowball. Later, the Class 1A bus came to a stop, and Eraserhead announced a detour. The students eagerly exited, stretching their legs and taking a break. Suddenly, a black car pulled up beside them, and two women, one in red and the other in blue, exited alongside a boy in a red hat. Meanwhile, Nine was observing from a cloaked drone in Dexter's underground laboratory, surprised by the scene unfolding before him. As the students were guided into the forest by the women, Nine analyzed their quirks and the challenges they would face in the environment. He noted the advantages and disadvantages of each student, preparing for whatever lay ahead in their adventure. Momo needed to stay calm so she could create what she needed. However, after what Izumi had told her, she could barely focus. Back at Class 1A, they managed to reach the camp before sunset. Izumi was holding her head in pain from overusing her telekinesis. Katsumi had her hands bandaged from straining her quirk. Ida was dragging his right leg, while Ochako and Aoyama looked pale, on the verge of being sick. Kyoka was holding her earphones, wincing in discomfort, and Mina was dehydrated, leaning against a tree. Others were in even worse condition. Nine observed them and remarked that they thought they were impressive. During training, Dexter asked Nine which training he thought was harder, theirs or his training with Wildcat. Nine confidently stated that his training was definitely more challenging, recalling how Wildcat had broken his jaw during a sparring session. He was grateful that Wildcat hadn't stayed with him during his recovery, especially not with his protein shake. In a flashback, Nine remembered his boxing training with Wildcat. Wildcat encouraged him to show his strength, and Nine focused intently, determined not to give up. However, when Wildcat demonstrated a technique, the force of the strike caught Nine off guard, causing him to stumble and clutch his jaw in pain. BLD flowed from his injury, and he realized he was in serious trouble. Batman, who had been watching, rushed to his side, insisting that Nine needed medical attention. Batman helped him to the lab, where robotic assistants treated his injury. Unfortunately, Nine was unable to eat solid food for 2 weeks, relying solely on liquids. After a time skip, thanks to Kurumi, the training camp was attacked. Several students and teachers, along with the heroes, were injured. One hero, Ragdoll, was kidnapped, and Katsumi Bakugo from Class 1A was also taken. Izumi, Ochako, Tsuyu, Momo, Shoji, Kyoka, and Toru suffered injuries, though the rest were not severely harmed. Class 1B had some injuries as well, but they were not caused by the villains. They were a result of Katsumi's actions. One of the villains had mocked Katsumi, claiming her brother deserved to rot in prison, which fueled her anger. Izumi found herself in Fox Hospital, where Nine entered her room. He asked how she was feeling, and she replied that she had been better, her arms in casts and her forehead bandaged. Nine revealed what looked like a large pistol, causing Izumi to gasp in surprise. He explained that it wasn't a gun but a scanner, which he used to assess her injuries. He noted her broken bones and BLD loss, joking that she was lucky to be alive. They shared a laugh, enjoying a brief moment of peace. Nine ordered a drone to bring the serum he had used during the sports festival, cautioning Izumi that it could only be used once a month due to its powerful healing properties. After the drone administered the serum, Izumi began to feel better, though her scars remained. She thanked Nine, who reminded her not to thank him until Toshinori saw the bill. At that moment, Class 1A entered the room, including Ejiro Kirishima, Ida, Mina, Ochako, Tsuyu, Shoto, and Shoka. Izumi expressed surprise that they were allowed to visit, and Nine clarified that they could visit patients in his hospital. He warned them to behave, or he would take action. Ida insisted they weren't there to fight, but Nine was skeptical, recalling Ida's previous rule-breaking. When Mina asked for Nine's help to rescue Katsumi, he burst into laughter, finding their request absurd. Shoto tried to convince him of the seriousness of the situation, but Nine continued to mock their plea. Kirishima explained that Momo had managed to place a tracker on one of the Nomis, and if Nine used his drones, they could save Katsumi. Nine dismissed their request, stating that he didn't care about Katsumi and warned them to leave his hospital before he called security. Izumi then declared her intention to help rescue Katsumi, surprising Nine. She explained that if the villains recruited her, the consequences would be dire, and many innocent lives would be at risk. Nine acknowledged her point but remained firm in his refusal to assist them. Izumi reminded him that he was a hero, but Nine insisted he was just an ordinary person. She pointed out that he was Technofox, recalling how he had donned his suit in front of them at Island. Nine dropped his facade, surprised that she remembered, but Izumi revealed that One for All had protected her memories from being erased. The training camp was attacked by the League of Villains. Some students from Class 1B were injured due to the feral Katsumi Bakugo, and one student was missing, along with a hero. Nine was in Fox Hospital, visiting the former Class 1B students. Kinoko informed Nine that All Might had expelled them because they refused to drop their lawsuit against 𝗬𝗓𝗵𝗲 𝗂𝐵𝑎𝑘𝑢. In a flashback, All Might had entered the room where the injured 1B students were resting, attempting to convince them to drop the case. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 firmly stated that they would not back down. All Might argued that it was merely an accident and questioned whether they would ruin her future over a misunderstanding. 𝗬𝗧𝗧 pointed out how Nine had been treated by Class 1A, suggesting that All Might was being hypocritical. Kinoko revealed that they knew everything about Class 1A, thanks to Nine, who had shared his experiences of being bullied at his previous school in Japan. Reiko suggested that if they couldn't take action against the whole class, they should at least target one individual. All Might, feeling threatened, warned them that he had already taken action. He dialed a number, and moments later, Class 1B received an email from UA stating that they were no longer students. Nito expressed disbelief, while Nine admitted that he had actually wanted this outcome. Class 1B was shocked, and Ibara questioned Nine's motives. Nine then revealed that he had called someone as well, and soon, acceptance emails from Prime Star Hero High School in America appeared on their phones. 𝗬𝗧𝗧 was astonished to learn they had been accepted into the #1 hero school in America. Nine explained that he owned the building, having transformed it into a hero school that accepted students with various quirks, including those who were quirkless or had weaker abilities. He encouraged them to pack their belongings and prepare to move to America, noting that All Might couldn't fully expel them until they took the provisional license exam. 𝗧𝗏 thanked Nine, who dismissed it casually. Setsuna, with a teasing smirk, suggested that 𝗧𝗏 and Nine should kiss, causing 𝗧𝗏 to blush and protest. Nine, however, recited a poem about love, drawing a playful reaction from the group. Later, Nine was requested to come to UA for a meeting regarding the rescue of 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗲 𝗂𝐵𝗀𝗃. Though he was reluctant, he donned his hoodie and headed to UA. Upon entering the room, Lady questioned his choice of attire, and Nine explained that he was a well-known figure. Leaning against the wall, he asked why he had been summoned, expressing his preference for other activities, like watching My Little Pony with his daughter. Mirko, overhearing, mocked him for watching a children's show, to which Nine retorted that spending time with his daughter did not make him weak. Mirko, feeling insulted, confronted Nine, who maintained his stance on personal space and warned her to keep her distance. The tension escalated when Mirko challenged him, but Nine swiftly countered with a kick and a punch, demonstrating his martial arts skills. Mirko, now more intrigued than angry, prepared for a fight, but the other heroes intervened to prevent the confrontation. Tsukachi reminded everyone to focus on the task at hand and explained that they needed Nine's technological expertise to rescue the kidnapped student. Nine acknowledged that his tech could assist but made it clear that he would only help if he chose to. Emi Lady pressed him for a commitment, while 𝗕𝗵𝗲 questioned his reluctance to assist. Nine pulled out his phone and read an article titled, "Quirkless Community in Japan." He knew how quirkless individuals were often treated. He continued reading, noting the harsh realities described. They were abused, tormented, and bullied, often leading to tragic outcomes. He glanced at the heroes and expressed his frustration, questioning why they expected him to help those who had never lifted a finger to assist him or others like him. He pointed out that it wasn't just quirkless individuals who suffered. Those with villainous or weak quirks faced similar fates. When they turned to villainy, they were labeled as evil, yet the heroes created these circumstances. His final answer was a firm no. The detective acknowledged their past failures but insisted that Nine needed to show the world he was better than them. Nine retorted that he already knew he was better, but the answer remained no. Tsukachi pressed him on why he refused to help, while another hero accused him of working with villains. Nine countered that if they wanted to see a villain, they should look in the mirror. Tensions rose as All Might prepared to confront him, but the heroes and SWAT team intervened. Tsukachi asked Nine if he was involved with the League of Villains, to which Nine replied he had never interacted with them. When pressed about past encounters with villains, he recounted an incident in America where he was kidnapped but saved by Red Hood. Tsukachi confirmed that Nine was not working with villains, and everyone, except All Might, could vouch for him. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 apologized for the trouble, and Nine responded that it was fine. He understood the detective was just doing his job. However, he expressed his grievances with Yue, stating he had been accused of villainy since joining and had proven his innocence multiple times. He declared that once the rescue mission was over, he would sue Yue. After leaving the scene, Nine returned home to find Eri watching a show while Dexter prepared a snack. When a knock came at the door, Nine asked his computer who it was and learned it was students from Yue. He sighed and asked Dexter to watch Eri before grabbing his double-barrel shotgun and opening the door. He was met by Shoto, Shoka, Ejiro, Mina, and Ochako. Kirishima angrily confronted him about Katsumi's kidnapping, and Nine feigned concern, sarcastically suggesting they pray for her. He reminded them that they had bullied him for being quirkless and questioned why they expected him to help now. Mina, in tears, accused him of being heartless, claiming Katsumi's life was at stake. Nine retorted that he had every reason to feel justified in his indifference, given their past. He pointed his shotgun at them, challenging them to give him a real reason to care about Katsumi's fate. Later, in his laboratory with Dexter after putting Eri to sleep, Nine activated maximum security on his house. He knew the UA students would attempt to rescue Katsumi. Internally, he grappled with conflicting desires. Part of him wanted Katsumi to be captured by villains, another part wanted to take her down himself, and yet another wished for her to be saved so his former classmates could hold her accountable for her actions. Dexter inquired about the upcoming court case, and Nine expressed indifference towards the fate of his former classmates. He recalled a past incident involving Tsubasa, a former classmate with red wings, whom he had captured and experimented on. Tsubasa, still alive but in pain, confronted Nine, vowing that others would come for him. Nine laughed at the threat and ended Tsubasa's life swiftly, disposing of the body without remorse. Meanwhile, All Might was engaged in a fierce battle against All for One, while Katsumi was saved by her classmates, who were motivated by a longing to prevent her from becoming a villain. All Might confronted All for One, revealing that he knew of a traitor within Yue. The villain played along, teasing the revelation of the traitor's identity. The tension escalated as All Might realized the traitor was someone he never expected. FO burst out laughing, amused by the thought that the Nine Midoriya could be the traitor, the CEO of Fox Industries. He lamented that he had taken down the reporter's helicopter, which could have provided a spectacle for the people. Unbeknownst to them, Nine had recorded everything using a drone concealed by his camouflage technology. Later, All Might, now Toshinori, stood at Dagobah Beach, gazing at the sea. He heard a familiar voice and turned to see Nine smiling at him. Nine asked if Toshinori enjoyed retirement, to which Toshinori responded with anger, demanding to know what Nine wanted. Nine pointed his mechanical tails at Toshinori, charging the lasers, warning him to watch his words. He reminded Toshinori that One for All was no longer with him and that he was in no condition to fight, easily able to overpower him. Toshinori grunted in frustration, knowing it was true. Nine approached him, taunting him about being quirkless, something he had always despised. He questioned what Toshinori would do now, suggesting he might as well crawl into a dumpster and live as a coward. With a snap of his fingers, Nine summoned the drone that had recorded the fight, showing Toshinori the footage, causing him to pale. Toshinori demanded to know how Nine had obtained the recording. Nine explained that he had used one of his drones to capture the entire event and imagined the trouble it would cause for Class 1A and Toshinori himself if he published it. Toshinori protested, claiming Nine wouldn't dare, threatening to ruin his life. Nine retorted that Toshinori had already done that by killing his father. Toshinori denied the accusation, insisting he had no evidence against him. Nine reminded him of the Red Devil, the vigilante who had bested him. He revealed that after joining the Legion in the 31st century, he had used a time bubble to witness Toshinori's actions, showing how he had paid a mechanic to place explosives under Hisashi's car. Nine declared that he wanted nothing from Toshinori, as he already had everything he needed, wealth and immunity. He planned to use the footage to sue Toshinori and Night Eye for the incident when Night Eye had attempted to shoot him, as well as against Yue. He mentioned having 3 court cases to handle, which surprised Toshinori, who thought there were only 2. Nine explained that the third case would be against a certain inmate from Tartarus, giving him 3 options: a lengthy prison sentence with compensation for injuries, life in prison, or the death penalty. Tashinori glared at Nine, weighing the options. The first option seemed tolerable, but it would mean Katsuki would be imprisoned until he was nearly 70. The death penalty was out of the question. He couldn't allow a great hero like Katsuki to die. The third option seemed the best for now. As Tashinori contemplated, Nine didn't wait for a response and left. Days passed since the raid, and Katsuki was saved. Nizu had implemented a new dorm program for the students. Those involved in the illegal rescue of Katsuki faced light punishments due to the lack of evidence. However, Nine had recorded the scene where they intervened. Since Class 1B had been expelled from UA, they were unable to secure dorms but would remain until they received temporary licenses. Nine and Dexter, 2 geniuses, bought drinks. Dexter chose a soda while Nine opted for an energy drink. Dexter expressed his frustration about staying at UA, feeling it limited his potential. Nine shared his longing to work in a high-tech facility with the latest technology. They discussed their plans to move to America once Itsuka and her friends received their licenses. Upon arriving at UA, they discarded their cans in a dumpster, a small annoyance for Nine, who preferred not to waste recyclable materials. Inside, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 awaited, dressed in her hero suit. She asked to speak with Midoriya, and Nine allowed Dexter to leave, communicating telepathically to remind him to be cautious. In a secluded area away from cameras and prying eyes, Nine confronted 𝐒𝐭𝐴, his expression emotionless as he pointed his mechanical tails at her. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 attempted to connect with her estranged son, but Nine interrupted her, asserting that his name was Nine. "And far better without you, 𝗵𝐭𝐴 Yagi," he said offhandedly as she didn't flinch at his cold response, though she felt a pang of guilt. The day the news circulated that Izuku had beaten Katsuki, leaving him hospitalized, had left her shocked. She knew that Izuku didn't hang out with them as often anymore, leading anyone to believe he had formed a different friend group. However, when she heard from the school and they called Mitsuki and her husband so Izuku could apologize, the hours ticked by with Izuku leaving their house, and the simmering hate turned into concern. Mitsuki believed Izuku had gone to stay at a friend's house, and when they asked Izumi and her friends, they seemed to pale slightly, saying they didn't really know who his friends were, which was definitely suspicious. As days passed, her concern grew, prompting her to don her hero persona to search for him. When a whole month went by, her concern peaked, and if it hadn't been for her husband Tashinori convincing her otherwise, she would have reported it to the police and issued a nationwide search. After almost a year with no progress, she had come to believe he didn't want to be found. Subtle manipulation and her own bias influenced her decisions, as she knew she had failed as a mother, but she didn't want to destroy the dreams of Izumi and her friends. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 admitted to herself that she knew she wasn't the best mother in the world. Meanwhile, Nine, who had been in a rage mode, was confronted by Noel, who urged him to calm down. Nine pulled a syringe and injected it into Ganyu's neck. After a couple of minutes, Ganyu fell asleep. Noel asked what it was, and Nine replied that it was a strong sedative, enough to knock out an elephant, assuring Noel that she would be okay. Nine then reprimanded the triplets for sneaking up on him and touching his ears and tails. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 pleaded with Nine not to ruin the dreams of her children for petty revenge and suggested they drop the court cases in favor of a mutual agreement. Her voice cracked slightly as Nine scoffed and threw his spare wrench at her. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 used her quirk to catch the wrench, but that was what Nine wanted. He landed a punch on her face with one of his mechanical tails, asserting that his revenge was anything but petty. He towered over her, his eyes glowing slightly as she felt a weight pressed down on her body from his glare. Nine declared that he promised to destroy everything they had built, and he would do so. Leaving 𝐒𝐭𝐴 paralyzed with fear, Nine moved on to his class. As he prepared to get to class, his watch rang, and he quickly climbed a wall using his mechanical tails to answer. Red Hood informed him that Harvey Dent had escaped the asylum and Black Mask was in Japan. Nine expressed confusion over Harvey's escape but recognized the danger posed by Black Mask. They arranged to meet that night, with Nine agreeing not to inform Batman or anyone from the Justice League. On his way to class, Nine decided to visit the 1A dorm, activating his bracelet in case of any trouble. Inside, the girls, except for Izumi, who was in her room, and Momo, who was in the kitchen, were hugging Katsumi tightly, celebrating her rescue. Momo prepared some tea for herself while the others expressed their joy over Katsumi's return. However, their happiness shifted to anger when they noticed Nine at the open door, clapping his hands and congratulating them sarcastically. Katsumi charged at Nine, ready to attack, but Ida and Ejiro Kirishima held her back. Nine taunted them, suggesting that Katsumi might want to be careful, as she could end up getting into trouble. He flaunted his wealth, claiming he could buy their parents' company and leave them on the streets if he wanted. He then made a crude offer to Ochako, which only fueled the tension in the room. Katsumi shouted at Nine to shut up, while Ida tried to calm her down, reminding her that he was trying to provoke her. Nine reveled in their anger, sitting back on his mechanical tails and pointing his fingers at them as if holding a gun. He laughed, declaring that he would ruin their lives just as they had ruined his for over 10 years. He vowed to destroy their dream school, prompting Sato to challenge him, insisting he couldn't sue UA. Nine believed he was misunderstood. Despite being accused of villainy by UA, he maintained his innocence. During the entrance exam, he had anticipated Nizu's rejection, but he outsmarted him by revealing knowledge of All Might's quirk. There were other instances where he faced false accusations: the malfunctioning Mutt Gauntlet, the USJ incident, a cheating allegation, and most recently, being blamed for leaking information to villains. Each time, he proved his innocence, and now he was determined to dismantle UA. He had plans to take legal action against Toshinori and Night Eye for their attempts to seize his belongings and for Night Eye's failed attack on him. He also intended to hold Katsumi accountable for the damage he had endured over the years. He considered various punishments, including a lengthy prison sentence or even harsher consequences for Katsumi's actions. Katsumi, trembling with anger, felt the urge to confront Deku, but her classmates restrained her. Nine smirked, recalling how he had outperformed them at the sports festival, humiliating Endeavor Jr. and turning Ida's career into a joke. He reveled in the chaos he had caused, including exposing Katsumi's brother and dismantling his quirk. Toru was puzzled by Nine's mention of contingency plans. Nine explained that during his time in America, he had been working on a secret project designed to neutralize heroes allied with Toshinori. He was confident that no matter what they attempted, he would always have a strategy in place. In a lighter moment, Nine and Dexter enjoyed their meal in the cafeteria while reminiscing about their Halloween costumes from the previous year. Nine had dressed as RoboCop and Dexter as the Terminator. They watched a video of their performances, playfully rapping lines from their characters. As they reminisced about their costumes, Nine noted how they had chosen iconic figures from the pre-Quirk era. Dexter agreed, appreciating the cinematic quality of their choices. They laughed about past Halloween costumes, including a time when Dexter and Blossom had dressed as video game characters. Later, Nine found himself in the execution room, where Muscular was to face justice. The atmosphere was tense, with the electric chair ominously positioned at the center. Muscular, despite his bravado, was visibly anxious as he was secured in the chair. The warden confirmed that all procedures were in place and asked if Muscular had any last requests. Muscular smirked, expressing regret only for the fact that he wouldn't have the chance to harm again. A countdown began, echoing softly in the tense atmosphere, marking the final seconds of life. The executioner pressed SWH, and a sudden stillness enveloped the room. Behind closed eyelids, the sensation of something fading away lingered, accompanied by a heavy, oppressive presence. A stethoscope confirmed the end, and the guards gently slid a stretcher into place, preparing for the next steps. Outside, the world continued, indifferent to the moment of darkness and resolution. In a sunlit kitchen, Nine decided to try something new, an Italian traditional sandwich, inspired by his fascination with different cultures from his time in Italy. He carefully laid out the ingredients: freshly baked ciabatta bread, thin slices of prosciutto, Genoa salami, roasted red peppers, fresh basil, and a drizzle of olive oil. The aroma filled the air as he gently toasted the bread, reminiscent of Italy's rustic charm. With precision, he spread a light layer of extra virgin olive oil on each side of the bread. He layered the salami first, followed by roasted red peppers that added a sweet, smoky flavor. Fresh basil leaves peeked out, bursting with vibrant green and aromatic freshness. Finally, he placed slices of mozzarella and drizzled more olive oil. As he wrapped the sandwich in parchment paper, a small smile spread across his face, a taste of adventure that he cherished. With his homemade sandwich in hand, Nine savored the rich, savory flavors that transported him momentarily across the ocean. He felt ready to face whatever challenges awaited him next, fueled not only by his genius mind but also by a newfound love for cooking. Once he finished, he planned to head to UA with his friend Dexter. As they rode their motorcycles to UA, Dexter commented on the situation with Katsuki, suggesting that he was likely facing severe consequences. Nine agreed, noting that killing him would be an act of mercy he didn't deserve. Instead, he would ensure Katsuki faced a different kind of punishment, one that would leave him incapacitated but alive. Meanwhile, inside Tartarus, Katsuki found himself bound to a chair, surrounded by men with hostile glares. They had just discovered that All Might had been supporting him all those years. One of the men struck him, expressing his grievances about being wrongfully accused and imprisoned due to All Might's actions. Another prisoner shared his story of loss and despair, revealing how All Might's interference had ruined his family's life. The atmosphere was thick with resentment, and the men plotted their revenge through Katsuki. Back with Nine and Dexter, they arrived at UA and made their way toward their class. Dexter expressed his impatience for 1B to obtain their licenses so they could leave the country, which he found primitive. Nine agreed, noting that the upcoming court case would be a pivotal moment. As they approached their classmates, they overheard Mina Ashido confronting them, accusing Nine of ruining Ochako's parents' lives. In a flashback, Nine recalled the moment he had taken over the company owned by Ochako's parents, explaining that their business was failing and needed a new direction. He had made the decision to buy it and improve it, but it had come at a cost to them. The tension in the air was palpable as Nine prepared to address the accusations, ready to defend his actions and the choices he had made. 𝗧𝗏 expressed his discontent about the decision to dismiss Katsumi's parents, suggesting they could have kept their jobs. Nine responded that he wouldn't tolerate laziness or incompetence, reminding 𝗧𝗏 that they had All Might's support. As Nine and Dexter made their way to class, they encountered their classmates during lunch. At lunch, Nine and Dexter joined myheroacademia and the students from Class 1B. Dexter confirmed that they would be leaving Japan right after their licenses were obtained. Tetsu questioned their decision to leave, and Nine explained that they had no reason to stay. While UA was a great school, it didn't offer the technology they needed for their inventions. Dexter added that both he and Nine possessed genius-level intelligence, and UA was holding them back. Suddenly, Katsumi stormed in, slamming her fist on the ground while holding some papers. She was furious, having learned that 1B was suing her for terrorism. Nito reminded her that she had attacked some of them at the training camp while going after villains against the hero's orders, resulting in injuries. Nine pointed out that Katsumi had acted intentionally, which would lead to further complications, including hospital charges. Katsumi glared at Nine, wanting to retaliate but feeling cornered by the crowd around her. In her frustration, she stormed away, leaving the papers behind. Later, Nine, Itsuka, Dexter, and Izumi decided to head out to the city to hang out together. As they walked, they discussed their plans and classes until they were interrupted by a familiar voice. All Might, also known as Toshinori Yagi, stood in the hallway, blocking their exit. He requested to speak with young Midoriya, prompting Nine and Dexter to exchange glances, wondering what it was about. Nine nodded, indicating he would join them downstairs. Although his friends were hesitant, they felt reassured by the presence of a teacher. Dexter discreetly sent a mini-drone to record the conversation, just in case. Once the hallway was quiet, Nine chuckled and initiated the conversation. He remarked on the recent events involving Katsumi and speculated that Shoto might be next. Toshinori questioned Nine's audacity, reminding him that 1B was filing charges against Katsumi for a fight initiated by him. Nine defended himself, insisting he hadn't started anything and that 𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗲 had attacked first due to her inability to control her ego. Tashinori pressed on, mentioning the false evidence that had led to 𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗲's brother's imprisonment. He revealed that 𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗲 had shared her grievances with him and insisted that Nine convince them to drop the charges against her. Nine found the suggestion amusing, mocking Tashinori's attempts to intimidate him. As the conversation continued, Tashinori warned Nine about the consequences of their actions, likening their situation to a standoff. Nine, however, felt confident, asserting that he held the real power in this situation. He warned Tashinori that if 𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗲 didn't drop the charges, he would take decisive action. Tashinori threatened to intervene before things escalated further, but Nine laughed off the threat, stating he was hungry and suggesting they continue their discussion elsewhere. They made their way to an isolated restaurant, where Tashinori ordered a drink that tasted peculiar. Tashinori laid out his demands, insisting that Nine drop the charges against 𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗲 and others in exchange for his silence. Suddenly he collapsed, feeling weak. Nine approached him with a smile, revealing that he had tampered with Tashinori's drink, introducing millions of microbots that could disrupt his bodily functions. As Tashinori struggled to crawl for help, he was met with indifference from the patrons. A woman, recognizing Nine's contributions to her family, refused to assist Tashinori, further highlighting his isolation. Nine stepped on Tashinori's arm, silencing his cries of pain. He taunted Tashinori, questioning his inability to fight back, emphasizing the power he held in this moment. Nine forcefully slammed Tashinori's head into the ground before delivering a powerful kick to his ribs, causing Tashinori to cry out in pain. However, the restaurant was soundproof, and no one outside heard him. The patrons inside remained silent, their lives shattered by all might before Nine restored them. Nine then seized Tashinori by the collar and unleashed a flurry of punches, alternating between right and left strikes. Afterward, he grabbed Tashinori's face and drove it into his knee. Nine taunted Tashinori, questioning his earlier confidence. He reminded him of the sidekick who had attempted to use mind control on him but had failed, resulting in the sidekick falling into a mental coma. Nine explained that he had learned a technique in Tibet to block mind control and had reversed its effects on the sidekick. With a firm grip, Nine held Tashinori's arms and legs with his mechanical tails, laying out his demands. He warned Tashinori that he would not defend 𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗲 or Katsuki in court and that he must tell everyone he was attacked by delinquents. Nine threatened that he could program microbots to self-destruct inside Tashinori if he ever spoke about the incident or the microbots. With that, Nine left Tashinori on the floor. Time passed, and the day of the court cases arrived. The cases concerning 𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗲 and Katsuki were the only ones publicly known, while Nine had yet to announce the case against UA and All Might. On one side sat 𝗏𝗏𝗵𝗲 with her classmates from Class 1A and her lawyer, provided by her parents, since Tashinori was incapacitated. On the other side were Class 1B, their lawyer, Nine, Dexter, and Izumi, along with Momo seated behind them. In the center of the room sat Tsukachi Naomasa. The judge entered and called for everyone to rise before taking his seat. He announced the case against 𝗏𝗏𝗵𝗲 Bakugo for her alleged acts of terrorism. 𝗏𝗏𝗵𝗲 took her place in the designated chair as the lawyer for Class 1B presented their case, claiming compensation for damages. 𝗏𝗏𝗵𝗲's lawyer objected, pointing out that Class 1B appeared unharmed. The Class 1B lawyer insisted they were not injured because of the first witness he would call, Nine Midoriya. As Nine approached the witness stand, Tashinori glared at him, frustrated by the microbots that prevented him from helping 𝗏𝗏𝗵𝗲 or Katsuki. 𝗏𝗏𝗵𝗲's lawyer questioned Nine about how he could claim 𝗏𝗏𝗵𝗲 injured Class 1B students when they looked fine. Nine explained that they had received treatment at his advanced hospital, the Fox Hospital. The Class 1B lawyer then asked if 𝗏𝗏𝗵𝗲 was involved in that treatment, to which Nine confirmed that she and Katsuki had contributed to making his life difficult. 𝗏𝗏𝗵𝗲 felt a sinking sensation in her stomach as Nine elaborated on how their actions had been covered up by someone supporting them. The Class 1B lawyer pressed for evidence of 𝗏𝗏𝗵𝗲's involvement, and Nine instructed a computer to display videos of 𝗏𝗏𝗵𝗲's actions over the past decade. 𝗏𝗏𝗵𝗲 paled as the footage played, feeling as if ice water had been dumped over her. The judge declared he had seen enough and announced Katsumi's punishment. She would be prohibited from approaching Nine or any member of Class 1B within 20 meters and would have to pay compensation for the damages she had caused. The judge concluded the case, and Katsumi remained silent, realizing the extent of her exposure and the consequences she now faced. In a separate scene, 4 SWAT officers entered, each holding a rope to restrain Katsuki, who was brought in wearing a muzzle and cuffs connected by a thick chain. The sight horrified Katsumi and the others from Class 1A, including Toshinori and Inko. The judge then addressed the punishment for Katsuki, who glared at Nine, wishing he could retaliate if not for his current restraints. The judge turned to Nine, allowing him to propose a punishment. Nine considered the options, initially thinking of a long prison sentence but dismissing it due to the potential risks of future technology. He then suggested the death penalty but decided that would be too easy for someone like Katsuki. Instead, he proposed crippling him to ensure he would no longer pose a threat. The judge accepted this punishment, and Nine approached Katsuki, who continued to glare defiantly. Using his nanotechnology to enhance his strength, Nine lifted Katsuki and forcefully brought him down onto his knee. Katsuki struggled to scream, the muzzle preventing any sound, and tears streamed down his face as he realized the severity of his situation. Many were shocked, especially Class 1A, as they witnessed Nine, whom they had underestimated, break Katsuki. Afterward, Nine released Katsuki from his restraints, declaring that it was over for him. Katsumi faced the consequences of her actions, and her punishment was lighter than expected, as that was Nine's decision. Katsuki, on the other hand, was left in a state that would prevent him from causing harm again. Nine departed through the door accompanied by 1B, Dexter, and the lawyer from 1B. As Nine prepared to reveal his identity as 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐻, he anticipated a second confrontation with Katsumi, where all of Class 1A and the UA teachers would witness the event. However, they would be bound by secrecy, as sharing this information could lead to dangerous repercussions involving notorious figures such as Slade, Brother BLD, Joker, and Two-Face. The implications of Nine's influence and his advanced gadgets were not to be underestimated, especially considering the formidable enemies he had faced as 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐻 in America, including Joker, Poison Ivy, Penguin, Bane, Brother BLD, Slade, 𝐒𝐻𝐁𝐿, Dr. Light, Lex Luthor, Imperiex, Darkseid, the Fatal Five, and the Legion of Villains. The story would continue with choices and wagers, leading to a rematch between Fox and Katsumi, followed by the Black Mask case.